Our main character is someone who absolutely loves reading a fantasy novel about the world of CVN colors. One of those incredibly cliché stories. Whether it's luck or misfortune, he ends up living in that insane world as Ludian, a minor character in the Civ Turai. Is also in this place that the artificial intelligence Addy recognizes him as its master, and helps him a lot in the process of fighting monsters. The plot of the Civ Turai seems to have changed as well. With the help of artificial intelligence, can Ludian overcome the upcoming difficulties? Let us follow this fascinating Civ Turai together with Academy Manhwa. Fantasy of the World of CVN Colors is a simple transmigration seat Turai about a high school boy named Lee Gunwoong from Earth. He reincarnates as a hero named Jaibio and saves the world from destruction. Although the power system in this Turai is extremely absurd, you could even say every time the main character survives is a miracle. And there are also crazy waifus who are ready to kill the main character whenever they feel like I love you, Jaibio. Shadowy organizations that appear out of nowhere are trying to destroy the world. They attack madly, die. And even allies are just waiting to stab him in the back. Jaibio is happy that reinforcements have arrived. One of them signals to him. This way, readers do not really support this Totorai. Well, of course, there are still a few people who can stomach that cliché plot. Actually, I am one of them. But what if one day I woke up in that insane world? Would I still be able to laugh then? A sudden shout rings calling Ludian's name loudly. He hurries panting. Lord Eidos, I am coming. It's a disaster. On the way there he encounters a giant monster. Fear is evident on the Dung man's face. If I get hit by that punch, I will probably be squeezed into strawberry juice. The monster raises its fist, preparing to attack Ludian. Then, he uses all his courage to run past the monster's face, successfully delivering the sword to Lord Eidos. Lord Eidos, here's your spare sword. He angrily scolds, you are too slow. You idiot. He then turns to hand a sword to Lord Colin. Your sword, sir. Ludian is no different from a lackey for those guys. He can only curse in his heart. Damn ungrateful bastards. Even though I did my job. Suddenly, the monster's hand lunges straight towards him. Luckily, Lord Eidos appears in time to block its attack. Eidos is extremely brave when facing the monster. Lord Colin in the back uses his shield to block the attack, protecting Ludian. At that moment, he is moved to tears. I am always grateful for your efforts. Lord Eidos uses all his strength to jump high. Then, he uses the sword in his hand to split the monster's head in two. Half of the head rolls to where Ludian is standing, making him jump. Ludian falls sprawling to the ground in embarrassment. He uses his hand to wipe away the blood on his face. 3 years have passed since I lived in this body. When I opened my eyes, I realized I had become a 14-year-old orphan, surrounded by foreigners I had never met. Fortunately, the only thing that comforted me in that terrible situation was that I inherited the memories of Ludian, the owner of this body. At that time, he was extremely confused. Can I understand English? For a whole month, I tried everything to return to Korea. But I soon realized AT was just a waste of time. Ludian makes a surprised face. A loud voice rings telling everyone, the Knights of Iskar, the Holy Sword, and treasure are waiting for us inside. I believe you won't let these weaklings stop you. That is the heroic voice of the heir to the Count of Iskar. Iskar Colleen. Ludian can only smile wryly. And this guy is the ringleader of the cheerleading squad. Ludian's master. The knight's blood pressure has increased by 50 units. Ludian reminds him. Dooming master. Making so much noise is dangerous. But Colleen continues to dance with a defiant expression. What can ordinary monsters do to the great Colleen? Tears of helplessness roll down Ludian's face. This idiot. Please. If I could be reborn as some kind of son of heaven from this or that family, how happy would I be? But why the hell is it the fantasy of the world of CVN colors? He can only kneel on the ground in despair. The world building and fantasy of the world of CVN colors is truly impressive. The world is foretold to be destroyed 3 times. And from where do enemies appear with enough power to destroy a city, or even a country? As soon as they see the monsters appear, the Iskar Knights are ready to fight. Ludian tries to wipe away the tears welling up in his eyes and secretly wishes, I want to kill myself. Why did I end up in this dungeon again? While his soul is wandering, someone keeps calling his name. A painful slap seems to pull Ludian back to reality. What the hell did you do to let the Count hear about this? I hired commoners like you precisely to prevent these things from happening. He can only say 3 words.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Sir, Madame Louisa warns angrily. If this hinders Colleen, I will show you what AT means to live worse than death. Colleen quickly turns away, not even bothering to look at Ludian. His indifferent actions make him even angrier. Should I just get rid of him for good? The eldest son of the Count of Iskar is the ruler of this land, and also a well-known hooligan here. Ludian returns to his room in exhaustion. I have always had this kind of trouble. Whenever something important happens, he always informs Colleen. We received a letter from Baron Hamar saying that you and your friend stole 3 of their precious horses. Sir Thier wants the return of his family's heirloom sword, but the answer he receives is only, just take care of AT yourself. On one occasion, Ludian tried to smile and said to Colleen, Sir Volton is currently drawing his sword and standing in front of the castle, saying that he will make you pay for daring to touch his younger sister. No matter what, the answer is still only, you just go and take care of IT. Ludian cautiously reports, Sir, the Count is now very angry because you have been associating with smugglers in the black market recently. Colleen still casually says, just take care of AT. But after realizing what he said, he asks in a panic, wait, what? I am done for. Do you think he found O? Ludian replies frankly. Of course. He gradually loses control in the face of the harm Colleen causes. This is the 5th time this month. I told you there is nothing good about getting involved with that scum. I only went away for a few minutes to take care of something. And you have already caused trouble in that time. Why do you do this to me? Why do you have to associate with the most cancerous people in the entire empire? But in reality, that alone is not a big deal. This is Iskar, and Colleen is the son of the ruler of this place. The problem is that scene was seen by the nobles in the castle, and the rumor quickly spread to the capital, is not that the son of the Count of Iskar, even after committing heinous crimes, he still indifferently says, well, I am the heir anyway. Spending time with them. Ludian tries to suppress his anger and asks, spending time, Colleen cunningly says, well, I thought I could get information about their main scams. The more he talks, the more Ludian loses his composure. So you had a purpose. Recently, illegal slaves, opium, and loan sharking have been rampant near the border areas. Naturally, the central government has requested strict surveillance of the territory, but the Count has refused intervention from the central government and said there is no need to worry. Ludian shouts straight at Colleen, but now the Count's son is causing a scandal. They will seize this opportunity to interfere in everything. He closes his eyes and contemplates. What do I do now? The problem is, if Colleen's affairs do not go smoothly, the chances of me dying with him are high. A crisis that I would only face when the main Sefterai begins. I can't let AT happen. Suddenly, an idea pops into Ludian's head. He will definitely be stripped of his title as heir. He should start preparing to shave his head and become a monk. In the capital of Nevin, where the emperor's power is great, incidents like this often lead to execution by beheading. If that happens, I will lose my head too. So Ludian falls into contemplation again. There is only one way to escape this crisis. After many attempts, Colleen finally gathers the courage to go and meet his father. After receiving permission, he and Ludian slowly enter. Rodian's voice suddenly rings, asking, you have arrived. Colleen and Ludian try to hide their fear inside. He secretly resolves in his heart that he will expose all of this bastard's hooliganism to the Count. Durik looks at Ludian with admiration. You have suffered a lot. He also smiles wryly and replies, thank you for always understanding me, Sir Durik. And so the two of them continue to communicate through facial expressions. But this matter is too serious. Ludian can only force a smile. What can I do when that damn guy causes trouble when I am not paying attention? I should have handled things better. Rekarot begins to question Colleen. I heard from the head butler that you have caused quite a lot of trouble this time, have not you? Do you know who you have been associating with? That is one of the 5 organizations that the 5 Great Knight Orders under the royal family are directly ordered to eliminate. Hearing this, Ludian also begins to feel stressed. Things seem more serious than I thought. If the royal knights have directly intervened, AT means the scale of the people this rebel is meeting is even bigger than I imagined. Meaning this time the Iskar family owes the royal family big time. Rekarot tells Colleen, prepare to become a monk. He slams his hand on the table in anger. Father, he sternly reminds him. Not permanently, But you must reflect on this mistake for at least 5 years. Ludian feels no surprise. As expected, according to the plot, the main siege to Rai will begin in about 5 years. At that time, the entire continent will be engulfed in a sea of fire, war, and bloodshed, and I will also be swept away like the last dry leaf, receiving a tragic end. Kaline tries to stop his father's intention. Rekarad asks, "Do you have anything to say?" He puts his hand strongly on the table as if showing his determination. "I will perform meritorious esvet. I will atone for my sins to save the honor of my family." Rekarad sighs in dismay. But even if you perform meritorious esvet in this situation, Ada won't stop the royal family from interfering, unless that achievement is truly outstanding. Kaline mentions the holy sword Dawn. Rekarad is shocked when he hears the word Dawn. Ludian can't help but worry. No, the difficulty of that dungeon is impossible for him. This bastard is not only insane, but he wants to rush to his death. Kaline explains. Is not AT because the information of the dungeon was leaked at the beginning that those underworld bastards came here. If we bring back Dawn, the holy sword of the Delphian ducal family, we will definitely get the support of the Duke. Ludian says to himself, is this little Kaline desperately trying to turn the tide? No way would those underworld trash put in the effort to come here just to explore the dungeon. In the abdominal cavity of Apophis from Illyro, dungeon where the evil god Apophis is sealed and the cultists plot to resurrect him. To suppress them, an army of 100,000 soldiers was mobilized and immediately marched, only to eventually become food for Apophis. And that event helped people understand more about the level of madness of those dungeons. After that, they started sending scouting teams before entering the dungeon. There is no way the Count would accept this. Rekarad says, the difficulty of that dungeon has not been confirmed yet. Even if AT was discovered in our territory, we can't summon a large amount. Kaline grabs his hand. I am sure I will succeed. Please believe me. Father. Seeing Kaline's determination, he gradually feels a little hesitant. Ludian confidently thinks in the back, there must be a risk of losing all the force. Even the hair, unless the Count also loses his mind. He would never bet on AT. Rekarad praises Kaline. Very well. I will trust you this time. Everything unfolds differently than expected, making Ludian extremely confused. What the hell? Rekarad makes a decision. I will give you 30 nights. Including Derek. Since you are so sure, you must bring back Dawn. Ludian is about to speak out to dissuade him, but he entrusts him with the responsibility. Ludian, take good care of Kaline. Ludian is about to go crazy. This is a disaster. Rekarad constantly encourages Kaline. I believe in you. This time you won't let me down. Kaline laughs like a victor. Your son will definitely bring back the sword. Rekarad is still endlessly proud. That is my son. Now Ludian just wants to reincarnate to Fikri himself. Damn I am done for. Returning to reality, the monster stands tall in front of everyone. Derek shouts a warning. That monster is ready to fight. We have to fight a Minotaur right at the start. This trip won't be easy. If I tease this difficult, how much more difficult will the deeper levels be? We can only keep our faith in the gods. Ludian stands in the back with a clear look of joy on his face. Thank God IT's not the dungeon that appears in the main stip to Rai. Normally high-ranking demons or ancient weapons would appear, and we would have to run first. If IT's just ordinary monsters like the Minotaur, at least this dungeon is still under control. The entire squad of knights rushes forward to attack the monster. At the same time, Ludian Edley ponders, what do I do now? Only 3 years after the main set to Rai begins, this continent will be plunged into war with the demons, and in 10 years humanity will head towards destruction. Before the destruction happens, I still have time. Until then, I will try to earn a fortune and then retire to live in seclusion in the mountains. That is right. I will proudly give myself a good ending. Kaline laughs gleefully. AT's going very smoothly. Everything is going smoothly. At this rate, we can not only get Dawn, but we might even get so much treasure in the dungeon. Derek reminds him. Dooming Master, speaking so loudly is dangerous, but he still proudly says, no need to worry, even if something unexpected appears. I am not afraid. As soon as he finishes speaking, Kaline realizes that something is coming towards him. A small stone falls right on Ludian's head. Everyone becomes panicked as stones keep falling like rain. What is AT? A large roof falls straight down. Derek seems to have a bad feeling. Damn Everyone now realizes, we have fallen into a trap. Both sides are surrounded by monsters. Their bodies are made of rocks. Durik immediately orders, "Run. Break through the encirclement with all your strength. Them one. Push back the stone monsters. The rest protect the Doing Master." In the chaos, a scream rings out. "Save me." Ludian strenuously protects Kaline. Dooming Master. This way. He is extremely puzzled. Why are they chasing us? The stone monsters keep chasing the two of them. Durik suddenly ambushes from behind. The knights also strenuously fight against the monsters. Durik shouts loudly, calling for the Dune Master. The monster knocks him aside. Another one appears from behind, preparing to attack Kaline. In the face of danger, Ludian tightly holds his hand, not letting go. Just as the monster is about to grab Kaline, he quickly throws him away. And so the two of them escape death by a hair's breadth. Ludian grits his teeth and says to himself, "In the end, I am still this guy's subordinate. If he dies, I am done for too." Suddenly, the monster uses its hand to squeeze Ludian's body, then drops him down the abyss, fresh blood spurting everywhere. Kellyan stares with wide eyes in surprise. Durik also could not have foreseen this. While Ludian's safety is on the verge of the abyss, a scream from somewhere calls for the status window. He opens his eyes wide after falling freely in the air. Ludian blankly asks himself, "Am I not dead? Am I okay? Or is this hell? My body's also completely intact. It seems that before I died, my prayers touched God. No way I woke up." Ludian looks around dazedly. But what the hell is this place? According to the Sef Turai, this is a dungeon located in the demon realm, formed from the mana of the dark dimension. If Ada was not for magic, how could there be light like this? Suddenly, a haunting voice rings making Ludian jump. "You are awake." The monster with the bizarrely large eye appears right behind him. Ludian faints at its horrifying appearance. After regaining his composure, he says, "Sorry. It's just that you look too disgusting. So I." The monster angrily asks, "You call that an apology? Well, I will let Ada go because you are the first human I have met in 1,000 years. I thought only divine entities could find this place, but today I am quite surprised." Ludian feels extremely annoyed. This thing does not even have a mouth, but it's still so noisy. He asks curiously, "Where am I?" The monster introduces, "This is where I was sealed. The ruins created 3,000 years ago by the civilization of Adora that has now declined." The more Ludian hears, the more puzzled he becomes. Civilization of Adora. I have never heard of the Adora civilization in the original Sef Turai. I need more information. So he continues to investigate from this monster. "So you are sealed in these ruins?" Ada happily replies, "That is right, because I have not been assigned a master. I have been in hibernation until now. As soon as you entered here, my consciousness awakened." Ludian makes a sinister face and says, "Then can you tell me your true identity?" The monster willingly introduces, "I am the artificial intelligence, a surveillance system of the 7th generation left behind by the Adora civilization. Arcadia." Ludian feels quite surprised. Artificial intelligence. But Ada looks more like the legacy of a demon god, and At even uses the name of heaven. Arcadia sincerely says to Ludian, "I hope you will become my master." He sits there blankly for a few seconds. "What did you say? Become a master? If I refuse, I do not know what trouble I will be in." Ludian asks frankly, "What benefits will I get if I become the master?" As soon as he finishes speaking, Arcadia uses its tentacles to stab him straight in the head. A system board appears clearly in front of him. Arcadia confides, "In the current situation, this is the only ability that can directly support the master." Ludian is extremely disappointed when he sees the pile of miserable stats. "Wait, is this a status window?" Arcadia carefully introduces, "There are no missions in the game, but you can see the opponent's stats based on the master's stats. But 80 also has limitations. You can't see the stats if the gap between the two sides is too large." Ludian seems to have found a glimmer of hope in his life. "If I can't see the opponent's stats, then 80 means I should not fight. Right, this thing is really a lifebuoy for me to survive." Arcadia also reveals more. "In principle, those who are not qualified will not come here, no matter what method is used, unless they are gods." Ludian asks curiously, "What is that standard?" Arcadia says, "There is only one standard. They must be an outsider." That answer confuses him. What does that mean? Arcadia really does not know either. "I thought At was a god, but your existence makes me realize I guessed completely wrong." Ludian continues to interrogate, So how do you know I am an outsider? Katie enthusiastically explains. AT is determined by my core, whether the thing that was sealed outside reacts or not. This means you are the entity with enough power to collect the functions of the artificial intelligence that my creator scattered everywhere. Thousands of questions keep appearing in Ludian's head. What are the functions of the artificial intelligence? Arcadia uses its knowledge to answer. The first prototype. The collection system of the first generation. Artificial intelligence Eldorado. The artificial intelligence of the exploration system. The second generation Elysian. The artificial intelligence of the healing system. The third generation Utopia. The artificial intelligence of the teleportation system. The fourth generation Dilman. The artificial intelligence of the combat system. The fifth generation Shambhala. And the artificial intelligence of the recovery system. The sixth generation Eden exist. They are the 6 artificial intelligence assistants that my creator created for me. Each time you collect the function of a generation, I can use the specialized function of that generation. And if you collect all the functions, my main body, the one that is sealed outside, will be fully activated. Ludian sits and contemplates. If what AT says is true, then I can create a good ending for the things I could not do before. In that case, I will. After much deliberation, Ludian makes a decision. All right, I will be your master. The world will soon be in chaos, so AT's best to prepare before Eta comes. Arcadia praises Ludian. A wise choice. Then I am very happy to cooperate with you, master. Ludian grins and replies, me too, Addy. Arcadia is also delighted by the new name he gave AT. Currently, my main body is sealed, so with this state, I am not able to help the master in the best way. But if we collect the artificial intelligence, the combat system Shambhala, I won't be afraid of any god. Let us go, master. Ludian feels a little uneasy in his heart again. Why do I have the feeling I have been tricked before anything has happened? AD asks curiously. So what is your plan? Ludian slowly stands up and says, first, I need to return to my teammates. After overcoming this crisis, let us find a way to retrieve those functions. AD also has to admit one thing. That is a smart direction, master. Fortunately, AD knows all the entrances and exits, traps, and shortcuts. AT is familiar with all types of terrain in the dungeon. According to AD, initially, I was destined to fall onto the rocks and go straight to meet my ancestors. But luckily, AD recognized my presence and awakened, and successfully held me back at the last moment, allowing me to survive intact. Recalling this, Ludian gets goosebumps all over. I really almost died. Is this also a cruel trick of that damn author? He stares wide-eyed ahead. A dry, withered corpse, just skin and bones, appears before his eyes. Who is this? Not only did this person break through to the core of the dungeon, but they also made AT to this place. If this person is an adventurer, they must be one of the most outstanding on the continent. Addy provides information about this mysterious person. This is an adventurer who came here about 10 years ago. He successfully avoided the monsters above and progressed this far, but because he did not meet the criteria, he could not open the entrance and died after a long period of trying. Ludian clasps his hands together and glances at the man, overcoming hell to reach the deepest place, only to face a dungeon that demands a key that he could never obtain. Seeing him rummaging through the adventurer's clothes, AD asks in a panic, "What are you doing?" He calmly replies, "Collecting relics. Even if he is pitiful, I still have to take advantage of what I can." Oh there, collecting the relics of the dead is a safety team among adventurers. The more Addy hears, the more something feels wrong. A custom. Should not this be called grave robbing? A ruthless look appears on Ludian's face. No, not at all. This pocket watch looks like AT can be sold for a good price, probably around 10 gold coins. Ada seems he was quite a wealthy adventurer. His name is Ibio. Ibio Rest. This name sounds familiar. Suddenly, Ludian panics. Really, Bio? At that moment, a weak voice says, "Master," causing Ludian's whole body to tremble. What is this? Why is Atai this name? Ibio Rest. That is the name of the main character in the... Ludian tells himself. Calm down. Calm down. Considering the timeline, this can't have happened yet. Ibio's rename is Li Jianwong, 19 years old. After failing the college entrance exam, he voluntarily gets hit by a truck to transmigrate to another world. He transmigrates into a small baronial family, receives the blessing of the creator, receives the legendary white relic, and the holy sword of the god of order, Grandia, and begins his journey with his overwhelming power. The opening in the Sephiture talks about him charging in and smashing the demons. But what is this? No, still not certain that this skeleton is the main character's. At least the good news is that this skeleton's adventurer's gear comes from the northern kingdom of Urkun, not from the Mauryan Empire where the main character was born, and the skeleton is of an adult. The main character is of modest height, so this body is a bit too big to be a bio. Then what is going on? Suddenly, 80 speaks up. Is something wrong, master? Ludian replies, It is nothing. He is still thinking, because it's still before the main Sephiture begins. Ibio is still a normal person, but it's quite worrying that this place is not too far from the main character's home. Once I get out of here, I can still use money to confirm his situation, and if I happen to meet Ibio, these items can help create a relationship with him. Hopefully it's all just a misunderstanding. After that, Ludian goes deeper into the cave. Addy scouts and tells Ludian, the main road has many monsters and traps, so I advise you to turn right. Addy even touches his hair and says, let us go, causing Ludian to be stunned. This guy is too comfortable. Huh. Unexpectedly, Ludian encounters a group of people ahead. He eagerly runs towards them, causing Colleen and Derek to be surprised. Suddenly, he shouts loudly, You imposter. Stop. Take another step and you will taste my sword. Addy is puzzled. What is this? Ludian hesitantly replies, due to leaving the position. Or perhaps it's your fault. Derek continues to shout loudly. There is no way Ludian could fall from that cliff and return unharmed. That thing must be a doppelganger trying to trick us. Ludian then speaks up. Sir Derek. Actually, when I fell, I accidentally grabbed onto a branch growing of the cliff and hid in a cave right below. Thanks to that, I survived. Luckily, I did not encounter any monsters on the way, so that is a T. I got lucky. But Derek is not convinced. Shut up. Prove you are really Ludian in 10 seconds. Or I will slash you. 1. And 10 seconds. Derek's sword begins to cut into his neck, causing Ludian to panic. No. Really? Suddenly, he calls loudly. Cynthia. Once you flirted with that cashier Cynthia at the morning dew shop, you were caught by Madam. And you clung to her waist crying while she threatened to tell your in-laws, causing Derek to be flustered. Wait a minute. What nonsense are you talking about? In his heart, Ludian is quite sure that Sir Derek will settle the score later, but for now, he has to get back alive first. Colleen suddenly runs Zuvi happily. Ludian, why did you take so long? I was so bored without you. Hurry up and get back into formation. You slowpoke. Hearing this, Ludian smiles to himself. He is still the same as always. Although Derek tried to stop him because he still looks suspicious. Colleen does not care. So what? If something happens, Derek will take care of AT. We are almost there. Do not bother worrying for nothing. At this point, Ludian breathes a sigh of relief. Well, it is good that I am still alive. After that, Derek raises his voice. Let us move on. Everyone. Suddenly, 80 says that the hostility has not disappeared yet. But Ludian does not care much. We are getting close to the deepest level of the dungeon, and still no one has noticed you. Huh. 80 then replies, humans in this world can't sense my existence, unless I reveal myself, and you are an outsider and my master. Hearing this, Ludian thinks to himself, outsider. If they only realized me now, then maybe AT's not some kind of cheat for the host to be possessed. Meaning there may exist people who accidentally transmigrated into the fantasy of the world of Venan colors like me. And in front, the energy of darkness is covering everywhere. Here it is, that grotesque thing, is a death knight. Colleen can't help but be shocked. That is the holy sword Dawn. The Duke's information was correct. So that must be the one who betrayed the ducal family 50 years ago and ran away. That person must be Sir Samir Dran. How disappointing. In the end it's not the knights of the Delphian family. Derek then orders. Surround him. Sir Samir, why did you betray the ducal house and steal the holy sword? Did you abandon the honor of a knight just to become like this? He then growls. Betray. Fools who do not even realize the ground beneath their feet is rotting. are not worth answering. At that moment, Durik looks behind in shock. An army of undead begins to appear. Durik then yells loudly, "Do not panic, teams 2 and 3. Hold off the rabble. Them 1. Defeat that traitor with me." Then everyone follows Durik's command. Together, they charge up to attack. The battle is chaotic and fierce. Ludian can't help but be stunned. What the hell is that thing? Why has not he died yet? And he looks even more energetic than before. Samir laughs triumphantly. "Is that all you have got?" At this time, Durik is quite struggling. Is this guy's vitality and mana infinite? Suddenly, someone reports, "The undead army is regenerating. At this rate, we will be wiped out before we can take him down." Kaline then encourages them. "Keep trying. Knights, do not retreat yet." Ludian then asks for Adi's opinion, and Adi says that there must be the intervention of an outside force. Master can also recognize a tie. Try using that eye. Immediately, Ludian deploys his eye technique. The system also announces all the information about Samir Dran's strength and abilities, causing Ludian to be curious. Link to the core of the dungeon. Suddenly, he remembers that core. Is a bloodstone, a high-grade magic stone commonly used as the core of a dungeon, or as a mana reservoir for corpses. Adi then said, "This dungeon was created by a mage from 500 years ago, so unless a miracle appears, with just this strength, we will soon be destroyed." Ludian can't help but hesitate. "Can I destroy that thing?" Adi then replies, "The bloodstone is not very durable, but can you get past those guys to get there?" Meanwhile, Samir is still using magic to control the undead army to attack fiercely. Adi then advises, if the master runs in that direction, they will definitely notice. With the master's current state, 90% chance you will die. Suddenly, Ludian looks at the soldiers who are afraid, then sneers. No other choice. Huh. On the other hand, Arnold worries. "Captain, we have to retreat. If we target the doomed master, we won't be able to bear the consequences." However, Durik is still hesitant. That guy won't silently order a retreat. And the others are still holding Kaline back as he insists on taking that sword back. Just as Durik is thinking, there must be a way to escape this mess, Ludian speaks up. "Look at the gem UV cake there. Does not to look very suspicious." Durik is then shocked. "The gem. That is a bloodstone. How could I not have noticed AT?" Immediately, Durik calls Arnold. "Chris, can you destroy that core on my command?" "We can't, Captain. Maybe we could if the number of undead was the same, but now they are too many and too strong to ignore. We have to do AT anyway. If they keep increasing in number and the escape route has been blocked, we have to take them down. Otherwise, we are done for." Eddie then asks Ludian, "Should we mention the bloodstone?" He replies, "Now the enemy knows the knights are targeting Atai. They will focus their attention on them. Master does not need to risk yourself." But Ludian thinks differently. "I am the one with the highest chance of success. Although I can't use my na, at least I can swing like this." Ludian quickly moves and hides, but is also worried. "If I get caught, AT's game EV." While fighting with Samir, Durik then orders Arnold, "Go now." However, Samir steps forward and shouts, "You V'd my dead body." Then he suddenly attacks, causing Ludian to be scared. Samir unleashes a powerful blow. The destructive power is enormous. Kaline is also quite shocked. A row wave. Is he a sword master? "Run quickly. Retreat quickly. Run. Sir, the escape route is ready." Suddenly, Kaline shouts, "Father." Durik then shouts, "If you do not want to die, get up now." He can't use that skill a second time. Ludian is quite surprised to hear that. Is ADUV? "No. As a Lionheart's knight, I can't die like this. If I have to make sure the Dung Master escapes." Suddenly, Durik is confused when Samir suddenly turns his head. Ludian's whole body is covered in cold sweat. AT turns out the two of them are looking at Ludian's mysterious actions. He is really scared. "I have been discovered. Now it does not matter whether I am lucky or not." Samir then goes crazy and curses. "This impudent thing." Then he charges up to attack Ludian. He immediately yells loudly, "Do not come near me, you dumb by idiot." Suddenly, Ludian has been caught, his voice weakly calling, Sir Derek. Derek then orders Ludian, smash the core. If you succeed, I will overlook the insult you gave me earlier. Hearing this, Ludian quickly runs forward. I will definitely do it. He runs as fast as he can while cursing. One hit. I will destroy it with one hit. But then a voice rings. Oh, how dare you? What kind of bug dares to aim at my heart? You dare to covet my heart, the Lord of Darkness Castle Richmond. Pay with your life. This bloodstone is not just the core of the dungeon. Castle Richmond, the Lord of the Undead who appeared at the beginning and middle of the fantasy of the world of CVN colors. And a dragon was killed with just her spell of death, a mage of national destruction level. I will bestow upon you a painless death, the curse of death. Ludian shouts in his heart, no! And he puts all his strength into charging up to perform the death-snatching move. Castle shouts the order, curse of death. Absolute death. Then suddenly, Ludian feels a chill down his spine. Castle is then worried. Huh. This is not right. The stone is still lying there. Hey, why does not my absolute command work? Who are you? Do not tell me you are a god in disguise. Hearing this, Ludian remembers. I have not died yet. Huh. Castle continues to read the command. Curse of death. Absolute death. But nothing still happens, making her mad. Impossible. A divine protection spell. Are you really a god? Ludian then asks Ada, is that you doing AT? Ada then confirms, that is right, master. That guy dared to cast a low-level spell on the master, so I blocked it. Although the function is limited, I can still do this much. Right. What is with that expression? I am a pretty reliable artificial intelligence. I am telling you. Causing Ludian to be shocked, can neutralize Castle's finishing spell. How much stronger will this thing be after retrieving all the functions? Suddenly, Castle shouts loudly. Stay there. I am opening a space gate and coming to you right now. Castle said that this blood demon stone is her heart. And the heart of the undead has only one weakness, which is the key to its immortality. Why me? Ludian asks. Does Lady Castle understand what a contract agreement means? Did not she say this blood demon stone has a very weak structure? Then he intends to destroy the stone. Then Castle says in a panic, let us make an agreement. Spare my life and I will give you anything you want. Ludian then says he needs her life, causing her to be scared. What else do you want? Treasure and all the magical knowledge I have accumulated for hundreds of years. I will give it all to you. But Ludian does not need those things, so he immediately uses the hammer to destroy the stone. Castle frantically orders, Samir, kill him now. Hurry. Ludian smiles triumphantly. I will smash you before Samir can get here. Castle Richmond. Disappear. My ambition. My wish. And finally, Ludian smashed the stone into hundreds of pieces. Everyone is happy. I did 80. At that moment, Samir suddenly yells in pain. He calls for help from his master. Samir's body gradually disappears, causing Ludian to wonder, what is going on? The system then announces, you have absorbed the core of a high-level blood demon stone. Physical ability has increased significantly, and Ludian receives 20 mana. He really can't believe it. I really have mana now. This new power is surging through every vein in my body. One of the reasons I endured all the bullying when I was an attendant was to receive my mana like this. But only 20. Is not that too little compared to a 500-year-old blood demon stone? Eddie then contemplates. As expected, the absorption rate of mana from the stone was too slow, so I used a normal filter so you could absorb it safely. Its absorption rate is about 8%. Hearing this, Ludian is confused. Filter. Why did you do that? Eddie then replies, because this is not simply mana. 80 is demonic energy. If you absorb it completely, your mana would reach thousands. But I guessed that you would not want to turn into a demon, so I added the filter on my own. At that moment, Ludian suddenly realizes, I really almost died. Right after the blood demon stone. My head would be the next thing. Suddenly, Derek calls Ludian's name, causing him to jump in shock. If I look like I am absorbing demonic energy, then the next thing to be broken will be. Suddenly, Derek puts his hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Ludian. Well done. At that time, He breathes a sigh of relief. Scene change. Suddenly there is a big laugh. Kaline. My son. I knew you would do AT. Now no vassal will dare to doubt your ability again. You are the future of the Iskar family. Kaline can't help but be proud. Of course, AT's only natural that someone as talented as me would achieve such a result. Count Rikarat then nods. That is right. Once you inherit my position, our family will finally achieve true glory. But Kaline never thought he would be able to directly witness the collapse of the Yudo Count family. We got so many things, a convoy carrying countless shipments. Our family fortune has increased dramatically. In another week, the ducal family will send someone down to assess the Holy Sword. Even if the Duke does not come in person, they will send an important person. Kaline, whoever it is, you must make a good impression. He then replies, Yes, Father. This time, Rikarat is very proud. Thanks to that expedition, your reputation will spread throughout the empire. And because Ate is also related to Duke Delphian, this will be even more certain to happen. However, Ludian worries that if everyone finds that the dungeon belongs to Castle Richmond, Kaline will definitely become a famous knight far beyond the empire, so Ate's best to remain silent. This is good. I still have to continue playing the role of Kaline's attendant well. Suddenly, Rikarat speaks up. Now I can rest assured to let you reintegrate into society. Kaline and Ludian. Durik and the knights think highly of you. But Ludian replies, I am just doing my duty as the Dung Master's attendant. No. The way you stealthily attacked from outside the Death Knight's attack range. If it were others, they would have been petrified and trembling in place. You deserve to continue serving Kaline. Although Ludian outwardly sees it as a great honor to be assigned to look after him, he secretly thinks, when will I ever escape? Upon returning to his room, Ludian can't help but cheer. Long live Kaline. Long live Is. A year's bonus, plus 10 days of paid leave. Escape. Forget AT. I will never quit this job. Money is happiness. Addy sees this and scoffs. I still think the things I took would be more useful to the master than that bag. But Ludian denies AT. You said everything you took is saturated with mana. If I exchange AT for money, the mages will detect AT immediately. AT nods because AT followed his order. But I wish I had handled that matter neatly. What a pity. But I got the Ryu treasure, so AT's okay. For mages, the most valuable thing is magic books and a lifetime of research. The Richmond School used to be in the top 3 on the continent. Just a few magic books can buy a dozen castles. We need a reserve fund for the future. Even if we can't use them now, they will be very useful later. Hearing this, AT also agrees. But Ludian is still worried. The important question is, how did that knight who stole Dawn become Castle's Death Knight? Dawn was later brought back by the main character's ally, the Holy Sword Master Crocs, after a visit to his family. But AT never said how he got the sword. The Sef Turai at that time was in the middle of the battle with the demons, so I think the author skipped a few small parts. That guy, he stole AT not just of greed. He probably had a Zeepic connection with the demons. Our first major enemy will be the demons. In order to retrieve your functions, they will be the biggest obstacle. AT is then eager. Then let us just wipe them out completely. Ludian also agrees. Now that Castle is dead, the demons have no choice but to act. She pretended to be a royal mage of the neighboring kingdom of Rohans. A person like that suddenly dying, the demons and Rohans will definitely fight back. For the future, we must get the sword. Causing Addy to be curious, a demon sword. Would not the holy sword be better at fighting demons? Ludian then explains, the holy sword is very difficult to obtain and its holy aura will only attract the demons more. Just look at Dawn. I might have died 10 times just to get AT. But there is a demon sword right here in the Iskar territory. That is right. If we get AT, everything will be much easier. That thing is the demon sword Diblo. Scene change. In Barren Village with a population of about 500. This is a fairly large village compared to the average outskirts of Iskar. The village chief's voice rings out urgently. Ludian. Please. I am begging you. Village chief. I came here to rest. In his heart. Ludian thinks, this should not have happened. I only intended to come back to my hometown to rest for a while before going to get Diblo. At first, I thought something serious had happened in the village. But Marco continues to beg. Really? Please. I am begging you. Ludian. I keep getting notifications that the tax collectors will be coming next week. The figures are all wrong, and if the documents are also damaged, we will be in big trouble. You are our only hope. You can just endure being scolded and ATLBUVA. But Marco is scared and continues to beg. Go on. Help me this time. Can you? You should have studied seriously when I suggested you learn to read. Then use the village fund to hire a scribe, although Ludian offers many solutions. Marco thinks they are too expensive, causing Ludian to be angry. Hey, Chief, just this one time. Hearing this, Marco is happy. Thank you, Ludian. You are the treasure of the whole village. I swear, I came back here to rest. However, when he hears Marco say, Tonight, we will eat the newly slaughtered cow. I will run you to the warehouse right away. His eyes light up. Really? I fell into this village when I did not have a penny in my pocket, but I survived thanks to the village chief. But the figures are not that wrong. Are they? AT has said that knights with the highest levels of physique and Mine can fight all day and night for a week without getting tired. And so can I. Finally, by the next morning, Ludian had completed the task. Then he gives IT back to Marco. Anyway, I have been an attendant for 2 years. I can do all this paperwork with my eyes closed. Suddenly, Marco remembers. Oh right, Ludian. Tomorrow morning, go to Rebecca's house, causing him to panic. Rebecca, why? Why else? She has been taking care of your house while you have been away. Should not you go thank her? Hearing this, Ludian is scared, but I never asked her to do that. Marco then says, she said she had to watch you key the house until you came back. Because of her, 3 guys in the village have been lovesick until now, and she has also been diligently taking care of that empty house. Men up. Ludian. This news is too shocking, causing Ludian to frantically run around. His head is dizzy. His breathing is heavy. Right at that moment, Rebecca suddenly enters the room. Ludian. I heard you are on leave. Ludian can't help but be confused. How does she know I am here? Marco then calls loudly. Rebecca. I told you to come the day after tomorrow. Ludian is very tired. She smiles gently. Sorry. Village chief. So Ludian becomes suspicious and Marco has to apologize. Rebecca then pouts. You are so mean. AT's been so long. And you still make that face when you see me. Her full name is Rebecca von Bloodrain, with a beauty that is more suitable for the city than the remote countryside. She is too beautiful to be stuck in a place like this, and with her lively personality, she has received countless confessions, and AT is rumored that even some nobles have recently taken notice of her. If IT were not for the village chief being her guardian, something big would have happened a few years ago. Usually, men who reject a beauty like this are called castrated or worse. But Ludian really does not want to get into trouble and die. To be honest, one of the reasons I left the village to become an attendant for Kaline was because of Rebecca, a demon eater who can absorb demonic energy and turn IT into her own, the Blood Witch Rebecca Bloodrain, one of the heroines of the fantasy of the world of CVN Colors universe, and one of the key characters in the main character's them. A Yander heroine who confesses and stabs the main character in the back, also a Yander heroine. This is Rebecca's true form. Bloodrain is like a Kol Dara from her castle. Rebecca is a demon hunter who inherited blood from her half-demon parents. A few years ago, she was almost kidnapped by those who were after that blood. I was lucky to discover AT in time and rescue her. From then on, Rebecca developed a VIP affection for me, and eventually told me her full name. I immediately took a job at Count Iskar's place and ran away. They say those emerald eyes and orange hair will turn blood red when she fully awakens. Huh. What are you staring at? Are you touched? Ludian then denies. No, it is nothing. At first, I did not realize who she was. Rebecca is a common name after all. And when I realized, the two of us were already close. So the ambiguous treatment led to this. Rebecca is now excited. I will bring salad and stewed meat from home. Wait for me here. Ludian, causing him to suddenly panic. You do not have to go to all that trouble. Well, she still has not shown any crazy signs like in the original Sif to Rai. She is like a ticking time bomb. But the reason I can't bear to push her away is because Ludian, who was originally an orphan, and me, who always has to live alone in this place. I can't refuse this warmth. Frankly speaking, I do not have that eep of a feeling for Bran Village. Until I was hired into the Count's house, I was looked down upon because I was an orphan. The only people I am close to here are the village chief and Rebecca. If it was not for the Rebecca Awakening event, I would have snatched her into the wedding hall long ago. On the other hand, someone calls. Captain. What is it? Colin. Do not you think we have gone a bit too deep into enemy territory? Honestly, I do not even know what we are trying to do. We are just following orders. The captain replies, causing Colin to be surprised. But do not you think it is very vague, infiltrating the Iskar border by disguising ourselves as bandits? And now we have to find someone as strong as a general hiding in this area. If that is true, it's no different from rushing to our deaths. I have never seen such a ridiculous order. They told us to find someone as strong as Duke Quiller of the Empire on this border. It's a miracle the lion hearts have not caught us yet. Hearing this, the captain also understands that this order from the superiors in the army is too unreasonable. 3 days ago, the commander-in-chief of the army directly issued the order. Find any traces of a general, or a level 9 mage, in the Iskar area, or someone who has a contract with the Spirit King. But why the border? A few days ago, we received information that a Dung master of the Iskar family had retrieved the holy sword of the Delphion family, only half a day after the search order was issued. Could it be there is some kind of connection? Scene change. After 3 days pass, Ludian can't help but wonder, what is wrong? The villagers feel more restless than usual today. Rebecca then says, I heard that bandits have appeared in the southeast recently, causing Ludian to be shocked. Are they crazy? This village is not too far from Iskar's main fortress. If it was a poor or remote area, I could understand, but bandits appearing in a key border area like this. Normally, they should have been wiped out by the local patrol long ago. Rebecca also says, although it has not been confirmed. But yesterday, the adventurers passing through the border started warning the villagers whenever they stopped by. Did not the village chief say anything? Ludian asks, but receives the answer. It is late now, so it seems he is planning to listen and gather more information. Really? Bandits. The timing is too coincidental to be considered random. It's been 3 years since I entered this body, but I have never seen bandits rampaging in the border area like this. Just as I thought. I should have expected that they have started to act already. 2 days later, near the main territory of the Iskar border. This must be the place. Like in the original Sif to Rai, A is described as being very easy to find. I do not have to collect pieces of keys that are scattered everywhere or only be able to enter during a solar or lunar eclipse or anything like that. Compared to those, this place is quite normal. 80 also says AT's hidden quite well, but not to the point of being impossible to find. Why do you think this place has not been discovered for so many years? Because they are all dead. The demon sword Diblo, a relic from an ancient war to the point that there are no records left in human history. AT's the sword that the primeval demon King Diblo was sealed inside. Its scale is comparable to the holy sword Grandia, a treasure containing divine power. Normally, a person would have to go through many harsh trials to touch IT, but AT's still there, with no one protecting AT or monsters guarding AE. The reason AT still has not found a master and is stuck in an empty cave is because as soon as someone touches AAT, a curse will be activated. If this thing awakens before the main Savtarai begins, AIT will be an extremely cruel disaster to the point that AT could turn the tables. So the important question is whether Addy's protection can withstand the demon sword's curse. Addy replies without a bit of worry. According to what you told me, that sword belongs to a demon king who participated in the Great Heavenly War. Right. Although I did not personally participate in the Great Heavenly War, I am quite familiar with the abilities of the participating gods. I can't be sure until I see the sword, but if I take into account that the seal has weakened, I believe I can protect the master. Hearing this, Ludian is stunned. How long ago was this thing really created? The Great Heavenly War happened at least 10,000 years ago, and Addy said she was sealed 3,000 years ago. But Ada seems AT was not 3,000 years ago, but even earlier. Finally, they have arrived at the place. In front of Ludian is the thing he has always been looking for, the demon sword Diblo. At first glance, there is nothing special, no elaborate inlaid patterns, just a simple blade. But I chose IT precisely because of this simplicity. After that, Ludian tries to pull out the sword, all or nothing. And suddenly he is surprised when all the clothes on his body completely evaporate, and black rough spots appear. More importantly, Ludian can't move. Suddenly, he feels his head is spinning. The black cracks are spreading more and more. Addy then asks worriedly, "Are you okay, Master? You do not look good," causing Ludian to be annoyed. "Where are you looking at, and how long have I been unconscious?" "I was purifying the evil thoughts that were trying to take your mind. About 5 minutes have passed." Hearing this, Ludian is confused. But the demonization curse should be stronger than this. That is right. Those who obtain the sword and become a demon king, a living incarnation of Diblo. But the problem is that power is too great for the human body to withstand. Their bodies gradually rot from the inside. Thanks to 80, I avoided the curse and even held the sword. That is more than enough, even if I can't use all of its power because of the curse. Diblo alone has completely surpassed ordinary magic swords. Right at that moment, Ludian hears a strange sound. Is this the first human I have met in thousands of years? And will you die like those who could not withstand this curse? Suddenly, hands grow of both sides of the sword, causing Ludian to be surprised. What is AT? AT keeps raging. I will spare no effort to support them fully. But unfortunately, even a dragon lord could not withstand IT. How can an ordinary human be able to? The time of the promised prophecy is probably coming soon, but AT's too boring. I am dying of boredom. Hey human, hang in there. Do not let the curse swallow you up. You can do it. Do not give up. AT keeps yelling, causing Ludian to feel annoyed. AA is too noisy. Shut up. Then AT goes completely silent. Are you still alive? No human has ever been able to hold the sword for more than 30 seconds. Or have I lost my sense of time from being sealed for too long? Are you really okay? Ludian then replies, I am still okay, causing AT to be confused. Impossible. This curse was created by the archangels with so much effort. Even a god can't be unscathed. Ludian is then shocked. Why does AT sound more like AT was created by a demon? Then, he must have been immune to the curse from the beginning. That human. You deserve to receive help from the primeval demon king Diblo who is being sealed. Come here. Let us make a true blood pact with me. You will have the power to devastate the world without paying any price. An unprecedented offer since the dawn of time. Ludian thinks to himself, if I agree, I can do anything, a power superior to anyone. You said this power does not have a price, but when the legendary era comes, you will escape freely from this sword. And you conveniently forgot to mention that. The sword Diblo hears this and is shocked. How do you know? The one proposing this contract is the primeval demon king Diblo who is being sealed. As soon as the seal is broken, the contract will become void. In the second half of the Sef Turai, Diblo becomes an external source of magic energy for the main character Gupa Rep. Before the legendary war, he lent the Holy Sword Master Croc's power without any strings attached. But as soon as the seal was broken, he killed Crocs mercilessly, causing IT to be shocked. What are you? In the end, Ludian then says triumphantly, you do not need to know. Let us bet. Let us use all of your strength to try to control me. If you can do it, I will agree to be your slave. But if you can't, then for the next 100 years, you must dedicate all your wit and strength to me. Suddenly, AT bursts a laughing. You really do not know your place. Do you? You may have been lucky enough to avoid the curse. But human, you are too arrogant. That arrogance alone makes me want to appoint you as the arrogant demon king. All right, let us make a tie 100 years. Ludian also says, after waiting for 10,000 years, what is 100 years worth? There is no reason for you to refuse. Finally, he has successfully cornered AT. If the bet did not specify a time, then Diblo would have known for sure that he would be freed in about 10 years when the prophecy happened, and he would never have agreed. But I have set a limit. He will definitely take the bait. All right, that is if you can escape my control. I can resist his domination, but AT's best to put down the sword before the seal is broken. But if I can use all of Diblo's power now, surely Ludian can unleash a very powerful source of energy. Suddenly, he is shocked. What is going on? When he sees himself in front of a vast ocean. Addy failed. No, if my mind was taken UV-ish, I would not be able to think anymore. But if she succeeded, I would not have seen this scene. Right at that moment, Ludian turns around. then discovers the dark energy exploding. As expected, this is Diablo's true form, said to be so big that 80 covers a mountain. But this is smaller than I thought. Impressive. The demon sword speaks up. Unexpectedly, a human who has been blessed by an anonymous god really exists. Ludian thinks. Anonymous god. Is he talking about 80? But 80 is an artificial intelligence developed by civilization. Even so, with that power, 8 is not too strange to mistake a T for a god. But the blessing can't completely protect you after all, because an unstable crack like this has appeared. If this scene has appeared, could it be that this is a situation that is neither successful nor failed? So what will you do? All of my divine power has been sealed, but in exchange, you have also lost divine protection. Ludian continues. What do you think I will do? Then let us fight. If nothing can be predicted, then no matter what the result, let us risk a T and try AO. He did not expect Ludian to be so brave. Oh, you are quite brave. Commendable for you. Ludian challenges. So, are we going to fight or not? Tell me. His answer. No, I have changed my mind, causing Ludian to be confused. I just said that and you are already confused. And you dared to challenge me. You are as arrogant as an arrogant demon king. Ludian scolds at his face. Shut up. I can sense a strange flow of fate surrounding you. Interesting. Ludian does not understand what he is babbling about. So, fate, flow. What do you mean? 8 is me voluntarily cooperating. Kid. Ludian is startled. What? He continues. I think AT would be fun to accompany you. Besides, trying to overwhelm you now is not worth fighting that god. Seeing Diablo, Ludian is stunned. Ada looks so funny. What the hell is this? I was caught off guard and got caught up in Diablo's plan. Please excuse me, Master. That person's strength is greater than I thought. So 80 caused the delay. I will immediately release the border crack. Ludian is confused after hearing this. Huh. From now until 100 years later, I am counting on you. Consider myself lucky. At least, I have created a solid foundation to prepare for the disasters to come. That day, at the training room, Rebecca stands outside the window watching Ludian actively practicing swordsmanship. Why are you practicing so diligently today? Did not you say you would not practice swords anymore? I have hope again. With 80, Manhwa, and Diablo by my side, I will live a better life than a superfluous mess. This is a world where there will be a war with aliens. So even though equipment is very necessary, my stats are just as important. Ludian asks himself, should I join knight training? A mana stat of 20 is equivalent to the average mana of knights, but sensing mana and using AT are completely different. A2 will be a big deal if they know I can suddenly use mana. I can't reveal this, but practicing swordsmanship alone day after day does not help me hone my swordsmanship. Is there a better way? Rebecca asks Ludian. About yesterday. What are you planning with the village chief? If AT's about yesterday, then AT's about those bandits. Or whatever they are. Wait a minute. Rebecca, are you listening? Rebecca's touch makes Ludian a little uncomfortable, and he pushes her hand away. There is nothing unusual. Calling for reinforcements from the main territory is another matter. We still need to prepare the basics. Of course, A's best if nothing happens. In the worst case, if something happens, I will take care of AT myself. Ludian suddenly realizes something. Wait. No way. Could this be Rebecca's awakening event? I changed the original Seph to Rai when I saved her from the kidnappers. So the plot will be different. Even though I did ATO of pity, the butterfly effect can have serious consequences. Seeing Ludian silently staring at her, Rebecca asks, what is wrong? Ludian. Is there something on my face? Ludian thinks about the possibility of being murdered. No, 8 is nothing. 8 is nighttime. Pouring rain. Cadel advises his niece. Luciella. 8's raining. Slow down a bit. Uncle. The holy sword dawn that was lost for 50 years has been found again. Are not you excited? We are not so weak that we have to bet our lives on a symbol. Are we? Luciella replies. But I am very curious. Dawn is not the holy sword of the god of order, but AT is still a divine relic of the empire. Cadel continues. That is right. So even though AT takes quite a long time, we should still assemble a thym worthy of this occasion. Just me alone is more than enough to show the Iskar family our sincerity. If you had not flattered and persuaded me to agree to go on this trip with just the two of us, I would not have had to suffer like this. After traveling a long distance, the two uncles and nieces, Cadel and Luciella, finally arrive in Iskar. The bell in Iskar rings. Village Chief Marco orders everyone. Iskar territory. Set up the stake fence again. You call that a trap? Sharpen the blades too. These bastards can't do anything properly. If you do not know how, go ask Ludian how to do AT or something. He is a veteran who has followed the Dung Master and learned a lot, and has a lot of practical experience. Shut up and listen to him. When he hears the village chief mention Ludian, everyone suddenly gets angry. You expect us to listen to an orphan? That kid who used to beg in front of the village chief's house is doing great now. Huh. Afraid that Ludian would be saddened by what everyone said, Adi asks Ludian, "Are you okay, Master?" But Ludian feels fine, because he has heard this trash talk for many years, so he does not care. But your face says otherwise. Those negative emotions suit you well, because you are the one who made a contract with me. I can't be happy when I see you being mocked by that trash. With just a little magic power, I can turn them into low-level monsters. Should I? Ludian angrily says. Enough. Diablo feels regret. Too bad. A2 would be very entertaining. You just want to use your power, do not you? Diablo laments. I am so bored. The village chief speaks up. Hey Ludian. The person you are looking for is here. Ludian looks at that person. Probably a member of the intelligence association that I requested from the village chief before. That person approaches Ludian. Politely greeting. Hello. Ludian of the Iskar house. The two enter the small house and drink tea together and chat. Ludian is quite surprised when Conson Hill is attacked. He says, Conson Hill was attacked. That person replies, Yes, sir. The news must have reached Count Iskar. Conson Hill is a military strategic point, so that means these guys are not random bandits in the Empire. So their identity. That person interrupts. Exactly. Those self-proclaimed bandits may be soldiers in disguise, infiltrating from the Rohan Kingdom. They have fled into the nearby mountains, waiting for the patrol teams to retreat, and then causing trouble in the surrounding areas. 3 areas have been devastated in that way. A large-scale suppression force is about to be deployed, so the situation will stabilize quickly. Ludian thinks, no, the real problem is not the bandits. If IT's just cavalry, I can deal with IT. The worrying thing is whether the demons or their minions have infiltrated. If so, this battle will be very difficult. Eddie comes to report. Master, they are here. Ludian picks up the cup of tea without even drinking a tea. I did not think a tea would be so fast. Ludian immediately puts down the cup of tea. Sighs. There is no other choice. Then, Ludian looks at Diablo. Hey, Diablo. Diablo says grumpily. What? Lend me your power. Diablo is ready. All right. Testing the strength of this generation will probably be fun to kill time. But remember, your body is still too weak to withstand AT. I know. Diablo chuckles. Everything would be easier if you turned into a demon. If I turn into a demon, I will be hunted by the main character or those secret organizations. Suddenly, Rebecca appears. Her clothes are soaked. Her face is trembling with worry. She looks too worried. Is she reacting like this instinctively because of her demon-eating blood? Ludian approaches and comforts. Do not worry. Rebecca. Just wait here for an hour. I will be back before you know I time. Bernard's Gibrip has arrived in Iskar. Village Chief Marco speaks up. This area is directly under the control of Count Iskar. The Intelligence Association has confirmed to us that you are not just ordinary bandits. Oh. Really? It seems the Empire's Intelligence Association is quite efficient. I guess we were too blatant, so we were discovered so quickly. The Iskar bastards will send troops after us soon. As if those damn orders were not enough, we have had to suffer for the past few days. You will pay for this. Ludian discovers. That guy, he is at the knight candidate level. Bernard Calcho is the leader of Squad 3, Cooper Light Cavalry. Rohan Kingdom. Considering their small number, they must be the ones who have been destroying the nearby villages and hills. Now this battle is unavoidable. Fighting here is no different from courting death. The village chief tells everyone to step back. What is wrong with those dogs? Where do you think you are running? Bernard scolds his soldiers. You idiots. Hurry up and chase them. He chases close behind the village chief, then raises his sword, shouting loudly, "Die." Ludian steps in to block the sword. Bernard is confused. He blocked it. A sword surrounded by ma. This bastard. He is infusing money into that sword. The two swords clash together, creating a loud sound. A brat like you also has a good sword. It seems I will have another achievement to take back at the last minute. Today is my lucky day. Who said you could have 80? You dog. You think you can escape the cavalry? Bernard is surprised. His soldiers have been shot down by Iskar's people. Bernard goes crazy and curses. You worms. You dogs. You planned all this, did not you? Ludian raises his middle finger. Smiling. You realize now. I can't sense any movement in the village. It seems they evacuated the villagers beforehand. Bernard orders. Kill them all. They do not have many archers. As long as we are careful, we can push back those guys and deal with them one by one. The civilian defense them is just a bunch of civilians. Even if they outnumber us, they can't win against me. Suddenly, one of Bernard's soldiers falls off his horse. Ludian puts his sword to his neck. He painfully curses, "You sewer rats." Without saying much, Ludian immediately kills him. That guy, he knows how to use a sword. He blocked the captain's attack. Do not underestimate him just because he is Doong. The village chief shouts. Shoot. Lure him in deeper. Deeper. Everyone prepares to draw their bows and arrows. Aiming at the target, a soldier says to Bernard in fear, "Captain, what do we do? It seems they were prepared beforehand. Should we wait for reinforcements?" Bernard continues. Wait for reinforcements to deal with these brats. Hearing the village chief give the order, arrest them immediately. Bernard trembles. The village chief asks Ludian, "Are you really okay?" Ludian, "We have to thinnow their forces. No matter how different the strength levels are, if we use the terrain to our advantage, we will have a chance." The village chief interrupts. "That is not what I mean. How long can you hold off their soldiers?" Ludian chuckles. "Do not worry. I won't die so easily." Ludian remembers. In the past, he could not even fight one or two soldiers. But now, I am going now. I have got a firm foothold in this crazy world now. In the small room, Rebecca tries to run to find Ludian. No, I have to go. But if I go, I will only hinder Ludian. Rebecca's body at this time is as hot as fire. I have to restrain myself. I have to. Suddenly, Ludian's image appears. Rebecca looks at him in a daze. With a hungry look, "I want to eat." Outside, the rain is getting heavier. If I use Diablo's power, this would be easier, but I still can't control it. If I borrow it and Ada gets of control, the whole village could be wiped. Bernard's soldiers are surprised that Ludian can control mana. Ludian immediately raises his sword, killing that guy instantly. Do not get close. There are traps. These lunatics, they set up traps originally meant for monsters. Speaking of monsters, monster traps are the best. These dogs, they turned their entire house into hell on earth. Before, when we ambushed the village, we just needed to behead a few as an example, and they would surrender. Why are these guys so determined to fight like they are crazy? This is the honor of Barren Village. Do you think you can take this village with so few troops? How pathetic. Barren Village has the highest retirement rate of soldiers. Even ordinary villagers know how to use Baidech spears. And village chief Marco is a former commander, kicked of the army for causing trouble. If it was a one-on-one, he could take on the entire cavalry. Hearing Bernard curse, "You stubborn guys," Ludian then says, "Hey, I just need to kill you and Zuv. Do not underestimate him just because he is Doong. This guy has not even grown up yet, but he blocked our attack with Mina. So you are the key person in this village. Though it's hard to believe, you awakened many at this age. Since you have been trying so hard to resist, let me tell you something. This place is where my Thim is planning to end the mission. Going a little further is the center of Iskar, so this place is our practical limit. and I am the unit commander of this them, not the them leader. Do you understand what that means? So you mean you are not the only one attacking? Bernard replies, that is right. Thanks to all the traps, we were able to go so far. But if another them is coming, this place will be devastated. Can we still hold on? Reinforcements are probably on their way from Iskar's main fortress. But the problem now is whether the civilian defense them can hold on until then. Should I use Diablo's power? No, 8 is not the worst case yet. First of all, let us deal with the enemy right in front of us. Before Ludian can take action, someone appears in the distance. What are you doing? Bernard. Ludian is annoyed when someone comes to ruin the fun. That stranger is Bernard's them leader. That guy. Alex Huma, the commander of Cooper Light Cavalry. Rohan Kingdom, a mid-level subordinate of the demon king Iblis, half human half demon, is a subordinate of the demon race. Alex menacingly approaches Ludian. He cautiously thinks, damn at least, that bastard is only alone, without any companions. Looking at his status board is enough to make him wary. His skills far exceed mine. Combat ability 3260. Combat power is not inferior to Direct. He wonders, and he is only a mid-level vassal. Not even high level. Can I fight him? His whole body trembles, but still thinks. Being a hardcore fan of the Est Turai also understands the combat power of demons with names to some extent. But reading the Sef Turai and facing them directly are completely different. Bernard reports. Sorry. Commander, due to my incompetence, I lost so many subordinates. Alex angrily scolds, you useless idiot. Alex clenches his fist tightly. Bernard then apologizes, but receives a devastating punch. He mercilessly punches off that guy's head. Seeing this scene, he widens his eyes in fear. Ludian turns around and shouts, Village chief, run, causing him to be shocked. He immediately orders, everyone, run. Marco frowns, worried about Ludian. But this is not the time to help that kid. That guy is far beyond our ability to cope. He believes, you must survive and come back. Ludian. Soldiers see this scene and run away in fear. At this time, only him and the demon Alex are left. He is worried. What the hell is this? Alex speaks up and asks, why are you interfering in our affairs? He is stunned, not understanding what is going on. He inquires, or did your side receive the news first? He frowns and says, or did I move too fast, so the order was not passed down clearly? Even so, this happened in your territory. Ludian with a ready-to-fight stance. He loses patience. What the hell are you talking about? Alex sneers. Do not underestimate my senses. You do not need to pretend to be moral. He changes his attitude and approaches. You worship the supreme being like me. Do you think I would not notice? I am a vassal of the great demon king, Lord Iblis. Alex human. He then asks, what is your name? Who do you serve? He silently curses. This son of a bitch. Ludian is annoyed. Aeti thinks he is a vassal like a tattoo. He looks at the sword he is holding in his hand, the amount of magic power he received from the Diablo contract. He guesses, Aeti sensed At, so Aeti thinks I am a vassal. Alex gives praise. An ordinary human like you is quite sensitive. Ludian plans to stall for time so that the village chief and everyone can escape. He introduces, I am Ludian. Alex wonders, you do not have a last name, not a noble. Who do you serve? Ludian then thinks, suspicion is understandable. Demons who hide their identities to infiltrate humans usually have a requirement for status when looking for vassals. But there is a way to dispel this suspicion. He replies, I serve Lord Asmodeus. Hearing this, he is excited. You serve the goddess of desire and pleasure. Indeed. Only fellow comrades would know that name. The sword angrily curses. Why are you calling a low-level brat like Asmodeus a goddess? What happened to the hierarchy and order of the demon world while I was asleep? Alex casually replies, you really look weak enough to receive help from a goddess. Appearance is also a skill, so I understand. He is annoyed. The reason I chose Asmodeus is because her standards are not status, but appearance. He is helpless. That person must be beautiful. Ludian replies, I have not received any news from her. The ones invading my land now are you. He smiles cunningly. Troublesome. The news was not conveyed completely. Unlike us Irbis, could it be that you are not potential enough? He probes, where was the news sent that I have not received yet? He then replies, that place is quite far from here. The letter must have reached Viscount Belstad's hands. Ludian smirks. Viscount Belstad. I know. So he is a minion of the devil. He speaks up and replies, I see. Now I remember Count Gus von Belstad. Now he is just a viscount. He calmly replies, is that viscount the recipient? He calmly replies, he is such an insignificant character that I completely forgot about him, causing Alex to be stunned. Ludian confidently says, as expected, Castle Richmond's death has made everything chaotic like now, so people with combat power like you have to come to a village. Hearing this, his face darkens. What is with that killing intent? He casually replies, it is nothing. Then he boldly says, is it strange to prepare to fight the enemy? He glares. However, Alex scoffs. You are planning to face me with that weak power, the power bestowed by honor and accumulated by humans. You are inferior to me in every way. Ludian clenches his sword, accepting. Yes, I was not gifted any power, and my knight experience is far inferior to his, but that is only when comparing pure power. He then radiates magical power. Alex widens his eyes in shock. Addie reminds, you brat, you can only endure for 1 minute. If you exceed the limit, even divinity can't protect you. He then replies, I know. He accumulates magical power into the sword. Let us see how useful the vassal. He jumps up and charges. Of that Iblis guy is, then decisively raises his sword. He slashes him straight in the chest. He is pushed back unexpectedly. This is. Alex swings his fist towards it. He avoids it in time, then turns around and immediately cuts off one of his arms. He screams. The hand falls to the ground. He grits his teeth. What is this? Why can't it regenerate? Ludian inquires. It feels like your soul is being torn apart. Right. He thinks to himself, the blade of Diablo does not just simply cut. The reason the Diablo sword is considered a high-level sword, it is one of the weapons capable of killing gods. This phrase will become the most important keyword in the second half of the Septuturai. Both stand facing each other. He assesses, its power is not simply cutting into the physical body, but attacking the soul and divinity directly. It causes severe injuries to the earthly entity. That is the value of Diablo. Ludian says his purpose. At first I planned to fight up close. Luckily you let your guard down. Alex angrily swings his fist. You think just that will win against me. The punch is about to reach him. Suddenly Eta stops. He glances. He is shocked. How? The power is being sucked into the magical power. This power can't be bestowed by the goddess of desire. The sword confidently says, of course. How dare you compare this body with that riffraff? He is worried. Be quiet a little. I am running out of time. He swings his fist, shouting loudly, impossible. I was named the mad god of war as soon as I received the power of Lord Iblis. To lose to a brat like you. Ludian decisively cuts off the remaining arm. He unleashes a series of blows to his body. He resolutely charges forward, stabbing him with a fatal blow. He helplessly screams. He smiles to himself. Fighting with magical power usually pollutes the land and air, causing the power of the devil to have side effects. But the reason why Diablo is useful, it can absorb the opponent's magical power cleanly, without worrying about causing pollution, and without worrying about being discovered by others. Ludian declares, one day, throughout the Rowan kingdom, I will take the heads of all you demon bastards. Alex then curses, you dog traitor. His eyes sharpen as he says, still misunderstanding. Oh well. Just die. Ludian then finishes him off. The sword is absorbing the magic power. He breathes a sigh of relief. He looks a bit surprised, seeing someone being sucked in, as expected of a demon sword. Huh. The demon sword replies, you are lucky. A little bit of leftover magic power would have been a big deal. Ludian replies, I know that. The demon sword wonders, but why did you send that woman away separately? Is she your lover? Hearing this, he startles and blushes. What the hell are you talking about? My goal may be Rebecca. Even though this matter is due to Castley's death, the demon sword replies, indeed. The demons are very greedy for the descendants of the hunters. If she awakens, A2 will definitely be an interesting sight. Why do not you awaken her and keep her by your side? A2 then exclaims, her face is right up the guy's alley. Is not A2 causing him to be embarrassed? Shut up. If you see how hard the main character in the Sif Tarai has a tie, you would not dare. He contemplates. Rebecca's awakening is determined by the male lead Ibo. If possible, I want her to have a normal life. He pushes AT aside. Do not mention Rebecca anymore. I do not intend to let this relationship go any further. The demon sword says meaningfully. Who knows what will happen? He thinks, according to the original Sif Tarai, Rebecca will join the male leads them. So we will meet again then, but not now. Addie speaks up to remind him. Master. Something is approaching, causing him to startle. Are the damned demons here? Ada then replies, but they do not look like enemies. Ati predicts that they are an old man and a dung girl. He is surprised. If they are travelers, then that is a strange combination. Ludian panics. What should I do? I am exhausted. If they are not enemies, then I do not need to avoid them. Suddenly, a person approaches. He nervously thinks, how the hell can anyone say they are normal? He observes, that expensive fabric. You can tell they are nobles. If I had known in advance, I would have ran away quickly. The blue-haired girl takes off her hat and greets. He is wary. The smell of blood. Then he politely greets back. The man speaks up, like a wary puppy. But you deserve to be called a warrior. The status board shows that he can't see the opponent's information. He predicts. You have decent senses. His eyes can't help but worry. I can't see the information because of a difference in power. He guesses. He is extremely strong. He approaches the corpse and asks, did you do this? Ludian then replies, I did not do it alone. There was the military force of the village. He steps on the corpse and asks, this corpse is your work? Right. He then says, that is right. Ada was me. He is pleased. You are so dung. Which family are you from? The girl says with a smile. At's been a long time since you have been so excited. He evaluates. He has very good skills. Being near the edge of the border, there are no good academies. He continues. He awakened Mana at such a young age. I can't help but be interested. He is stunned. He can tell I have Mina just by looking at my face. She glances at him in surprise. You said Mana. Even though I have not graduated from the Maha National Academy yet. He replies, if you were from the academy, I would have known. He thinks, he is more important than I thought, but who is he? He does not look like a noble living nearby at all. He turns to ask, what is your name? He replies, Ludian. He asks again, what is your family name? He then replies, family name? I do not have one. Both are surprised. You are not a knight. What? Ludian forces a smile and introduces. I am an attendant of the minor Lord Kaline von Iskar. But he thinks, anyone would be surprised that an attendant is an awakened Mina swordsman, especially since that Mana was not obtained in the usual way. He pretends, this is my hometown. I am just fighting to protect the village. That is all. He thinks, and I also wanted to try on my power after so long. Ludian smiles and asks, so who are you two? I do not think I have ever seen you before. He is sure, having worked as an attendant for so many years, if they were nobles that I do not remember, then 9 of 10 they are from somewhere else. Hearing this, he bursts a laughing. Us, the man introduces. I am Count Cadel von Delphium, and this girl is Luciella von Delphium. He is shocked. Cadel von Delphium, the holy sword master of the empire. He remembers, the only one that no one can deny among all the sword masters in the Mauryan Empire. He is the younger brother of Duke Delphian, and was formerly the commander of the Royal Knight Order. Above all, he is the Holy Sword Master Croc's predecessor Holy Sword Master, a member of the Thim and the main character. Now that he mentions IT, he is still active in this era. Luciella is the male lead's reliable supporter, the frontline commander against demons. In the original Sef Tarai, she was eliminated from the list of heroine candidates because she got married. Even so, she is still enthusiastically supported by some readers with unique tastes. Do not even mention marriage. She is no different from an underage child at this time. Her face is perfect. She is always as confident as in the Sef Tarai. He wonders. The Delphian nobles are here. Meaning to assess the holy sword, Cadel asks him, "Who taught you swordsmanship?" He hesitates, deep down trying to reassure himself, but on the outside he is warm. "I learned the basics from a mercenary, and practiced regularly when participating in night training sessions." He is surprised. A mercenary came here before. Did that person not reveal their identity? If IT was the king of mercenaries, I would understand. Does your teacher not have any identifying features? Cadel then says, "I really want to meet that person once." He dismisses, "How can I say I learned swordsmanship from an artificial intelligence?" He contemplates, "What I learned is ancient swordsmanship from the Adora civilization left in Adi's data. Although I am not proficient, I am still the only person who inherited ancient swordsmanship in this era." Suddenly Luciella hints, "Uncle, do not be so intense." She winks, "You are making Ludian uncomfortable," then happily says, "Sorry, he is usually very cold. I do not know why he is so excited today." He is surprised. "A noble is apologizing to me, when all the nobles are just brats." He replies, "It is nothing." Luciella says brightly, "First of all, the village looks like a mess. Let us clean it up together. You help too, Uncle." He agrees. Now he understands why readers in the Sefstory love Luciella. He supports, true to being a heroine candidate. But someone's voice urges, "Prepare the banquet. Durik, ensure the safety of the Count and the Dung lady." He cries, "Why are they dragging me to the main castle?" He covers his face helplessly. "I am still on vacation. I do not want to get involved in any more trouble. Why would they need an attendant like me in the Holy Sword assessment?" Cadel says, "See you later." Luciella waves goodbye. "You have worked hard, Ludian." At this time, he lies dejectedly on the bed, thinking, "I wonder if Rebecca is okay." She seemed worried, as if she was about to get sick from stress. He is tired. "The reason Rebecca refused to be taken care of is why I was dragged all the way here. If I stayed in the village, I would also have to take responsibility for repairs, so maybe a part of me also volunteered to come here." He thinks, "Well, who knows? The smell of blood I smelled on Cadel and Luciella at the beginning." He realizes, ATs from those special demon ops bastards. The two crushed more than 500 elite soldiers. He calculates, "I have to become strong. Collecting all the functions definitely has many risks. To master Diablo, I must at least reach the master level." He is determined. Right now, instead of wandering around like a mercenary, it's better to join the night training and improve my abilities as much as possible. Ludian stands at the window observing. Ada seems the party is reaching its climax. Hearing laughter, Ada seems the dawn matter has been resolved smoothly. He sighs. Not bad. For the next 5 years. Forget partying. Only hell is waiting. At least until then, I hope they live comfortably and carefree. Suddenly Adi reminds, "Master, there is a guest." Kaline approaches and says, "Ates me, why are not you participating in the party?" Followed by Durik. Ludian stammers, "Doming Master." He thinks, why would a commoner participate in the nobles' party and sit and listen to them talk? He forces a smile and says, "Of course, ATs because my status does not allow me to participate." Kaline interrupts, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kaline says hypocritically, "You are my attendant. You have to support your master even at the party." Ludian says with an attitude, I'm sorry. Doming Master. He curses silently. I wish this guy realized I am on vacation. Then he reluctantly says, "Yes." It was I who did not think carefully. Kaline casually replies, "Yes, as long as you understand." Then Durik speaks up, "That is right, Ludian." He says softly with concern, "I heard you have achieved quite good results again this time." He then replies, "Thank you, sir." He frowns in disbelief. That news has already reached his ears. AT takes a few days to confirm after investigating the merits. He thinks, Count Cadel and Dung Lady Luciella directly reported the achievements to the Count. Quite unexpected. Durik says, "The Count is very satisfied with your performance." He realizes the abnormality. Why is Durik taking the trouble to praise me so much today? He evades, Well, the matter with the Delphian ducal house has been resolved smoothly. They still have one more request. He is confused. Sounds interesting, but why come all the way to me to say AT? He says. That is. Suddenly Colleen interrupts boastfully. I will be enrolling at the National Academy in 7 years. He asks tentatively. That academy? Really? Looking at his hateful expression, he is annoyed. I can guess roughly. Even though Colleen obtained Dawn this time. From the Duke's point of view, if this troublemaker causes trouble again, their reputation will be ruined. He thinks dejectedly. It seems they want Colleen to study properly for 7 years, to suppress the bad reputation of the past. The ducal family is dreaming of the impossible. Doric points straight at him and says, in the list of people attending the academy, there is you too. Ludian. He says in astonishment. Count Cadel is holding the sword with pleasure, praising AT as the Rio thing when he has the same feeling as when he was doomed. The people there felt very good when they saw him so interested. 50 years ago, Samir Dran was a knight who had reached a high level. If he is a black knight now, he must be a master level. The Count praises that they just provided information, but they succeeded, so they changed their view of the lion heart. Then this guy turns to praise Mir, Doric Winhausen and his title, wanting to suggest that they fight each other sometime. The man, hearing this, also nods happily. The Count then says to Count Ricarat, this is the certificate for the retrieval of the Holy Sword. This matter will end here. But at this time, he has a small request to the Count, making him also surprised. Not being sure, in his head, he thinks, also understands, making AT public in front of the vassals means they have discussed AT beforehand. Cadel asks about his subordinate who has a boy named Ludian, and is also confirmed to have one by the Count. He has straightforwardly requested this guy to send that child to him. Ricarat is still hesitant and wants to know the reason. Then the Count has said his thoughts. That kid has talent. Luciella, standing next to her listening to her uncle telling her, had learned that he was a commoner, so he had not sworn an oath as a knight, and wanted to bring Ludian into the Duke's army. The Count is nervously thinking about how difficult it is to enter the Duke's army, and also wonders if he has talent. When he hears that Ludian does not have any mana, then he mentions his son not wanting to, but Cadel offers to give him. Suddenly he looks to the other side surprised. Also does not know why Luciella is so excited when he agrees to this matter like this. After that, he stated the purpose of choosing him to be an attendant for his son. The Count also has other intentions. He wants to send Ludian to the academy under the name of the two families. After graduating he will become an official knight, and let him decide who to serve. After finishing, he thinks, AT's okay that the Count wants him. With talent he will pull him back to his family. Cadel, hearing to let Ludian decide for himself, also agrees. After thinking, Ricarat also implies that he will let his son enter the academy on this occasion, but Colleen's attitude is not very happy. Back to the present. Doric is still talking to Ludian, who also has Colleen. He will become an exchange student of the academy, going to school with their Dung master. He is thinking in his head that AT's okay, but still wants them to care about his opinion. Count Cadel and Luciella are strolling. Seeing him they also come to greet him. Ludian recalls when they said goodbye and see you later. In his head he is confused and guesses that this see you later was planned in advance. He immediately agrees. When he gets an extension of the time to prepare to go to the capital with them, Luciella praised him for being clever. Cadel thinks it's good to have a junior like him. Ludian is outwardly happy to not be doing logistics, but zippy down he is crying because he will be more like a test subject of Colleen. After that, he also arranged to meet them in 2 weeks. At a bar near Baran village, someone is laughing very happily wanting to invite Ludian for a drink. The village chief said drunkenly, I did not expect our village to soon have a knight. But Ludian just waves his hand saying it's just an opportunity. He does not know if it will become Rio, but is refuted by Marco that entering the school in the capital is only a matter of time. With an experience of once being in the military, he guarantees that he will join the knights. The important thing is which family he wants to serve. While eating, Ludian asked how Rebecca was doing. The village chief replied that she is still resting, seeing that the incident last time was quite serious. Hearing this, he also nods to show that he understands, but is still quite emotional. After that, Ludian went to ask about her health. Rebecca shyly asked about how he is going to the capital. and was also confirmed by Ludian. When he heard her say, "Is it necessary to go?" he did not expect her to ask so directly. Then she said her thoughts. If he worked here he could live a peaceful and happy life. Hearing this, Ludian pondered. Rebecca knows she is being selfish, so she only wanted to ask him that. Ludian is looking down and did not say anything, but still thinking about the original Steph to Rai. Seeing that the fact that he is avoiding her because she is a heroine is just an excuse. But the era of turmoil is about to happen. She is also an important person to him, mentioning his not good origin, so Ludian always avoids her. But now, he has put his hand on Rebecca's hand. She is red-faced in surprise when she hears Ludian say, "I also want that," and silently listening to him confide. When everyone thinks he is very excited because of the big opportunity, but he is not sure he likes that opportunity. He is sad that he is forced to do so. If he ignores everything and stays, then in about 10 years, Barren Village will disappear. Rebecca, due to the Rowan Kingdom invading, she lost this place, then met the male liege Ibeo and set off on an adventure. He thinks even if he does not do anything, Ibeo will also get rid of the demons, but the village and the people will be gone. He would not want that, especially Rebecca, having known everything and wanting to prevent AT. Ludian tells her, the upcoming thing is important. No one but him can do AT, so he only has a way to go to the capital. When he does not know if she understands everything he said, but at this time Rebecca spoke. She asks if she awakens. This blood. Will AT help him with anything? Ludian is looking at her with a surprised expression, but Rebecca asks again, did you know that beforehand? He is not expecting her to know, because in the original Seftarai, she did not know anything until she met the male lead. Then he quickly stopped her, as that power will make Rebecca not have peace and happiness. The demon-slaying power that Rebecca possesses is to absorb the magical power of demons. If AT is stronger, then her mind will be destroyed more. In Ludian's head, he thinks, her and the male lead's fate will change, while still sincerely wanting her to be happy in this place. Rebecca silently listens to his hope that she will still live a life full of energy and joy. When he is still sad, if only he could replace Jabio. Then she would have said she would not. Ludian happily calls her very obedient. Suddenly she requests him to promise her. He is still wondering what is going on, while Rebecca says embarrassingly, when everything is done, then he must come back to her. Ludian also agrees that is for sure. Back at Ludian's room, he is holding the sword scolding AT for doing something, but said something else. While yelling at AT for making Rebecca hurt, the sword spoke up and denied AT. He is very angry that AT is denying the demon-slaying power only reacts to magical power, and that magical power must be from high-level demons or higher. Then reminds AT using magic power it will break the contract. The sword did not expect someone to know about this. Feeling assured that Ada followed the right person. When Ludian asks if IT has admitted AT still denies because he will be affected if he does AT. The sword explains IT is still normal. AT is true that the power AT caused, but only indirectly. Hearing this, his expression became serious. Thinking too, seeing him panicking and punching his chest, the sword also speaks up and asks, you know, right? Ludian painfully realizes that AT is because of him. That is when he signed a contract with Diablo. He also brought a little bit of magic power, but Ada was also terrifying, enough to awaken Rebecca's blood which carries demon-slaying power. After that, he blamed the sword for not telling him from the beginning, but Ada said that if he knew in advance, everything would still happen, while Ludian also hopes that nothing will happen. 1 week later, Ludian and Kaline's Gibrapev have arrived. The two of them feel overwhelmed when they see the capital of the Mauryan Empire. The scenery of this city is very stately, but quite deserted. Suddenly there is someone's thoughts about the name. Nevin, the capital of the Mauryan Empire. Nevin, where Ludian has set foot. He looks at this place with delight, feeling like he is in a fantasy world. This place is probably 3 times bigger than the Iskar territory. Suddenly, Kaline turns to ask him if he is very happy, then mentions his father and Derek. Hearing him blame them for making a fuss v him, he looks and guesses that he has not thought about the fact that he has awakened Mana. This guy finds it strange that after he graduates, his father will have him work for the family. Ludian is also quite surprised, while he now knows the reason they are sponsoring him. Also pleased that his father did not tell this guy to keep this a secret. Kaline says slyly that he believes he is a friend. His father told him to keep a secret, but brothers do not need to hide a tie. His mouth also replies, but in his heart, he hates friendship. when Ada looks more like a lackey of this guy. He walks forward bidding Ludian farewell here, scorning him as a commoner and saying if he follows him no one will dare to do anything. Looking at the Giep group of subordinates having to stop him from doing something bad, he feels worried for Colleen more than for himself. Looking at the tallest building here, he does not care anyway. AT has nothing to do with him. At the Delphian mansion, someone is speaking up and asking, "Where's the holy sword? Why are you bringing back that pile of stuff?" Count Cadel speaks up blaming him for being too much, saying that AT is his hobby. He calls a brother. Duke Vincent Delphium, the head of the Delphian family, speaks up. I did not expect Iskar to succeed. While Ludian has recognized this old duke, as Cadel's brother is an important figure in the Mauryan Empire. The two of them are looking at the sword they just brought back. Having taken the sword in his hand, the duke is certain, so the prophecy of our ancestors is true. He is thinking about the prophecy, then is surprised because he called him inside. The duke turns back to call him, seeing it's been a long time since my brother has been interested in someone, and tells him to spare some time. I have something I want to say. Ludian is sweating. When he wants to meet him, he does not know what is going on. The flag of the Knight Association. In the living room, the Duke thanked everyone for completing the journey well. When he hears the Count say that retrieving the holy sword was not easy, he realizes this is not just normal socializing, because there will be a reason for bringing him into the mansion. He sat drinking tea replying, I am willing to pay the price for him to come here. When he hears his younger brother grumbling about how much he has given the Iskar Gepper reps, both the Count and Luciella are surprised when they hear that. He still wonders why his brother does not care about the army and the kids who got accepted into IT. When asked, why take the trouble to bring him here? Then the Duke put the teacup down. After that, he turned to ask Ludian and he also replied. He tells him the fact that he knows he participated in breaking the dungeon with Iskar. He also confirms, Vincent is certain that Ludian contributed the most in destroying the dungeon and eliminating the person living in the dungeon, Samir Dran. He also nods to confirm, but in his head he wonders, how can he know so clearly in the capital? The Duke's voice becomes serious and asks, did Samir Dran say anything? Anything that he said? Tell me. His younger brother also does not know what his brother means. While Ludian thinks the other guy stole something from the Duke, so there is no need to hide AT. He chose to say what he told him. The Duke also listens intently. The Finteni said, you foolish people who do not know that what is under your feet is rotting. Ludian recounts the strange point. Before disappearing he said, Master. Hearing this sentence, the Duke's face is very serious. The Count is confused when he sees his brother so strange, but he says, the holy sword is prophesied. Our ancestors chose how to act to atone for their sins. But it seems what is coming will come. After that, he happily thanked Ludian for letting him know. While his younger brother still does not know what he means, he is still leapy in thought and silent. At the Royal Academy match, Cadel greets the headmaster. He says it is rare for someone to escort an exchange student all the way here. The headmaster of the Royal Academy match, Viscount Rosas Benevolent, replies, they last met at the Crown Prince's birthday. 30 years ago he was a god of war, famous for his victory against the Manchus. Ludian shows admiration when he recognizes this old man. Then the Count takes up to introduce his name, and coming from Iskar he is not useless. The headmaster asks if taking the holy sword comes with a gift. This old man widens his eyes looking at him, surprised at his intelligence and outstanding talent. He also thinks so. The Count happily says, also on par with crooks. Both Ludian and the headmaster are surprised when he is on par with the other guy. He remembers that he was the only one beside the male lead who was strong enough to fight the gods. Feeling like him is a disaster, Cadel asks not to test him and will know in a few years, but with a commoner identity asks the old man to pay more attention to him. The headmaster has ensured that there are no troublemakers here, so tells him to rest assured. The dormitory hallway at the academy. Ludian gapes in astonishment, not knowing what the hell, because his private room is as beautiful and good as Colleen's. When asked if he likes staying here for 7 years, he also wonders why this guy is doing so much for him. Hearing him mention the contract, other than sponsoring the Iskar family, he does not need to do anything. The Count is also surprised, and says the reason, wanting to nurture a star in the future. He is still feeling that AT is expensive, but there are no conditions in the contract. He praises that the Lord's signature is very exquisite, and tells about his bet with the Count when he graduates. Ludian will choose to follow Lionheart, or join the Honorary Knight Association. He is covering his eyes because of the light, not understanding what is happening. When he hears him say that he only knows that much, and there are no conditions in the contract, but he still can't get ATO of his head. When he has no intention of choosing any side, coming here is just a turning point for him to fulfill his wishes. The Count is very excited for the day he makes a choice, while Ludian is pondering, but the answer is a bit of a jerk. He will just run away like that. In Ludian's room, Diablo hears him calling and also replies, being asked randomly, when feeling a magic trace. If there is one, then the sword has confirmed that there is none, but is told that AT is not certain. The sword flares with magic when the brat looks down on him, having his senses sealed, but as Diablo he is sure that he can still feel AT. When Eddie asks if there is anything bothering him, he also confirms, in the Sefterai, Duke Vincent and Cadel were assassinated by demons. After that, Lucilla manages the Delphian family. The incident of the ducal family is just a small piece in countless secrets to be discovered. Ludian thinks thoughtfully. According to the law of causality, he understands the Count's matter. The Duke also being killed is quite difficult to understand. And Cadel was killed when going to a deserted outskirts, which is not suspicious, while the Count was killed right in the crowded capital. He guesses AT is not caused by demons. If so, then the nobles in the capital would all be affected. Their matters are very unusual, an extremely terrible thing. But he comes up with a plan. He should approach the ducal family to learn more. In the classroom, the students gossip when they see Ludian being followed by an artificial intelligence. Addy is happy when they recognize the value of the head. He feels a loss of confidence when he is paid too much attention. Diablo had just opened his mouth to call that there are many attractive souls, but he told him to be quiet, and thinks maybe AT is because he was told by the Cadel organization. But that is impossible because he heard there are more than 30 people already. When he is still thinking that in total he is 70 people. Then someone came to offer to sit next to Ludian. Then he also says that is okay. Then introduces his name. Third-year student at the Royal Academy match. Adele introduces them, and is his junior. Ludian speaks up wondering when he has a nickname. A famous transfer student. The other guy is also surprised that he does not know. For 10 years, the organization has only brought in one transfer student. He scratches his head seeing AT has been a long time, and being paid too much attention. So he feels that he is not anyone powerful but just a commoner. The other guy is confused when this junior does not know anything. Transferring into this academy is prohibited. But Ludian says he knows that. Adele explains that to come here you have to be extremely outstanding, or a high-ranking noble with a close relationship with the royal family. In this junior's case, he was brought here personally by the Holy Swordsman. And since the Holy Swordsman Crooks left, no student from the organization has come here. Now he knows that Crooks also came from the Delphian organization. The other guy still tells him, even the Iskarhouse Minor Lord, who was newly appointed Holy Sword, is also causing attention for similar reasons. Ludian breathes a sigh of relief knowing Kaline is studying in the same faculty, but different class, because he also does not want to meet him for anything. He is surprised when the guy says he is looking for him because of a special request from the student council. That is Princess Luciella. He is sure Ludian has known her. He vaguely realizes that she is the president of the student council. This guy stands up and says, "It's natural for a commoner to feel lost. The organization has a tradition of guiding new students, and he has been assigned the task of guiding his junior." When asked if he is studying in the night faculty, and the first class is just social greetings would be boring, Ludian also feels that way. He is sure with such a potential knight, starting with a match, starting with strength, is the right style. Also adding a sentence telling him to not be shy, because everyone here is very friendly. Ludian is extremely worried when he realizes that AT is a sparring match. The two of them have gone to the training ground of the Royal Academy. The senior students in Year 5 named Oliver Uran and Claudia Reyes came out to greet Ludian, while also introducing one more person. The girl spoke up and introduced herself, a senior student named Karen Letitia, also asking about the Holy Swordsman bringing him in. He has humbly said that Cadel has recognized his abilities, but that senior is still sure he did not see the wrong person and wants to see his talent. This woman is eagerly wanting to have a match right away, while he wants to reject this request. But then a wooden sword still falls. Karen ensures that she will not bully a freshman, when she only wants to test his talent. The older sister is getting more and more eager, wanting him to fight with all his strength, but Ludian finds that her eyes are a bit strange. Having entered the match and being overwhelmed, then he repeated what the older sister said, that she would go easy. But now she is retorting that she won't let him win when she only wants to test him. The two students in year 5 are very interested. When before that Cadel also chose only one person who was crooks. Ludian is crying and wants to find a way and an idea flashes to defeat them all and end AT. Karen said she wants to know what that strange swordsmanship he used earlier is called. This time he seriously stood up, saying that Adora's art is a form of martial art combined with the sword. The woman finds the name of the art quite strange, but still provokes the younger brother to fight. Ludian expresses that he is also ready. After that is a scene of swinging the sword to the woman's place. The two of them are using all their strength to overwhelm each other. Suddenly, he changes his swordsmanship again, but Karen pushed his hand away and swung a sword unexpectedly, making him also surprised. At this time, Ludian is having to bend his back to dodge those powerful blows. He is very tired when he's being absolutely overwhelmed. Yuran speaks up, judging a bit disappointed, because he sees his junior's movements are quite weak and he has not controlled his body well. His moving posture is also all messed up. Addie is very angry when they ridicule the sacred swordsmanship, when these ignorant people have not seen the truth, but he tells her to stay calm because AT is still the first match. Yuran speaks up, saying that there is no need to hold back strength, but currently Ludian is trying his best. After that, he turns to fight Karen again. This older sister is currently not saying anything, but in her head she finds AT unbelievable if she did not face him herself. On the outside, AT only looks like he is swinging the sword wildly without any stance, but every blow is Fika-ri. The movements connect smoothly, forming a chain of counterattacks that block any of her attacks. She sees that this swordsmanship was created only to eliminate enemies. Very impressive, but his shortcomings are still obvious, and she does not understand why Keitel noticed him, unless there is something she does not know about Ludian. Having seen her disappointment, Karen wants to end the match right now. She is holding the sword, running very fast towards him, then jumps up to swing a blow to finish him off. Luckily, Ludian used his sword to block this slash. The two forces collide, making the arena dusty. The senior students who were judging just now can't believe it. Even Karen does not understand. Seeing Ludian still using strength, she vaguely realizes that the blow was enhanced with mana. No one can block AT unless they also use mana. At this time, he has spoken up, saying, "Senior cheated," when the two stopped using mana. Then this older sister was also pushed back. He clenches his trembling arm, feeling angry, because he saw this woman infuse mana into the wooden sword, planning to make him a laughing stock of everyone. Karen is regaining her senses, questioning. A new student knowing how to use mana, and a commoner at that. She has said that she understands why he was transferred here, when she thought that with that sword move Ludian could not stop AT. After that, she bows her head and apologizes for awakening her junior like that. While being a senior, she used mana in the sword. Her mouth says she does not want this to happen again, but he is very annoyed, blaming Luciella's eyesight for not being good. Still bowing her head and apologizing, this woman makes a request for compensation. In his head he sees her as ignorant for using mana with a freshman. The two students in year 5 are shocked when they see the senior apologizing, and the third-year guy is surprised that Ludian blocked the mana blow. Suddenly, someone comes and asks what is so noisy, then calls a name. Karen. Yuran fearfully speaks up that he is handling what Senior Luciella entrusted him with, wanting to tell Keepler that. But that old guy said he already understands from looking. That woman stutters when being called arrogant, wanting to test his ability but was countered. Ludian is surprised when this guy came and patted his shoulder, apologizing and explaining that Karen did not mean it. He is panicking when he hears the name. Elvin Keepler. In Chapter 2, The Superpower War. Realizing is not that the name of the family that opposes the couple main characters. He is quite sure. In the original Sef Turay, his name is Elvin Keepler. He is the one who supports the final boss, is not he? Karen is a bit annoyed when being called overconfident by Elvin, and will arrange another meeting. He is still talking to Ludian, but still has to turn his head when he hears her say there is no need for help. Then continues to say, is power and status really that important? And explains, he came here at the request of Dung Lady Luciella. They do not have the right to go against her wishes. When asked if that is true, then Karen can only be silent. Hearing him say that he is a senior so he will take responsibility, Ludian thinks again, not wanting to have a relationship with these people. But if the person wanting to establish a relationship with me is a Kepler, then that is another matter. After that he also happily replies to his senior, being asked by Addy if he has been more friendly lately. Then he also admits, but what can he do? When everything here is very comfortable. Also getting to be away from Colline is happiness. Then his eye asks about Ludian investigating about Elvin today. Hearing him mention AT remembers, not expecting to meet him here. Song also sees that this is the only chapter for everything to take place between different factions between good and evil. He seems like a villain, but he does not seem like his enemy, and feels disheartened when 3 days pass without any news. In the plot, the events that happened before will also somewhat guess what he is planning to do. Song shows a very cunning smile, having a plan to approach him first. Adiblo agrees immediately, when Ludian asks to borrow his power so they can fight the demons. The sword also hates IT, still not knowing what happened in 10,000 years, but daring to plan to invade the middle world must have him. Hearing the sword scolding them for stealing credit and being useless, he wonders, are all the high-level demons like this? When asked about caring about these guys too much, Ludian also states his intention to pull them to his side, then becomes silent and recalls, the elven Kepler that I remember is not just an ordinary knight, but is an Esper. Currently, their association is also expanding its influence outside the capital. The Esper abilities do not have a solid theory, so they are ridiculed and hated by the mages. And that causes a major disaster for humanity. The Espers maintained a neutral attitude in the Second Demon War. Many casualties, also having a plan to take fame when eliminating the demons, while the mage faction weakens. But at that time, aid was ended by Abio and his companions. Failing, they also switched to the second plan. Ludian remembers the superpower war, the fact that they participated in the Second Demon War together. Perhaps the superpower war with heavy losses did not happen. Preparing his things to go out, he tells his subordinate he plans to make that Esper guy participate in the war against the demons. The sword hears and is very excited about the method, using others as a stepping stone like this. But he still has to accept the truth when Eddie tells him that a tie is difficult to attract them with the current situation. Holding the sword in his hand, he thinks status and ability are not a problem. With trump cards to satisfy the other party, any deal can be completed. When there is a lot of information to use as a trump card, Ludian and two subordinates are needing to take a trip to the royal capital. At night in the Mauryan Empire, the bustling western district of the capital Nevin, there is a voice saying, "We have arrived, brother." That Elvin has opened his hood asking his subordinates if they are sure, because there are often lords patrolling here. When assured that the network is very tight, he wonders, why would the demons control a place like this? Maria Kepler, a third-year student of the Imperial Academy of Science, also opens her hood confirming, matters related to the demons are all connected to the temple. Hearing this, Elvin is still worried that this is a district of the nobles. There can't be mass casualties, then is also reassured by his younger sister. The older brother's eyes are very surprised when seeing Maria, now carrying the family's secret weapon. Seeing his younger sister holding that thing in her hand, he realizes that AT is a superclass artifact. While Elvin instructs them to act discreetly, his younger sister happily says that is why she brought AT, when she does not know what will happen. He sighs, calling them very important, so they need to find the entrance of the demons. The two siblings, Del Luda and Mel Luda, also spoke, telling the leader to rest assured. Marie admires their abilities when discovering the energy of others in such a crowded place, regretting that her brother took this ability from her. Elvin says this is for the common good, and whether he took AT or not, sooner or later she would lead everyone. The illegal entertainment district of the capital Nevin. Ludian sees that this place is quite developed, also not exactly a pleasant place. Adi asks him what he is doing here, but gets the answer that he is not doing anything now, making Ata quite surprised. He knows that the associations are building power, will compete for territory with the demon forces are preparing for the Second Demon War. When asked by Ludian about searching for a collision between the forces in the capital, Diablo is self-satisfied that the entire city will not escape his senses. He feels lucky, when now needing AT, he accidentally participated in the territory competition between the Espers and the demons. Directly opposing the demon lords will kill him, but a demon lord will not directly operate the army in this place. They will probably entrust AT to the demon minions to avoid risks. He remembers what Alex Human once said, and wanting to get involved with Belstad will be very perfect. He is a puppet of the demons and the culprit behind the assassination of the Cadel siblings, the target that needs to be eliminated now. While still thinking about finding the traces of Elvin and Gus, Suddenly someone patted his shoulder and asked. This guy speaks up wanting to chase him away. When seeing that he is an outsider, he has a plan in his head, then replies to the other guy, "What does my net have to do with you?" When hearing him say that to him, this guy became angry and cursed. But after that, he was warned by Ludian using mana. Seeing this power, he also felt a bit scared. He had a very complacent smile. When he painfully collapsed, this guy tremblingly asks, "Are you a knight?" He sternly tells him, "Answer my question well, then you will be released." Then recounts that there is a Giep, the rep of nobles who often roam around the underworld and the capital suspiciously. Among them there is a green-haired one, or a student of the Match Academy. Song also threatens him, telling everything he knows, without leaving anything out. On one side, there is a safe to ride that they have heard that Karen caused trouble with a first-year student. The other person also confirms that Dung Lady Luciala entrusted him to her. Maria tells her brother, the Dung Lady is quite fond of Karen, so a tie is a bit disadvantageous for them. He tells her that they must at least keep Luciala on the neutral side. When asked if the new student has the ability to overturn the plan, then Elvin hesitates. Then remembers seeing Karen testing his ability and then being humiliated, showing that he has the potential to develop, but talking about the ability to overturn the plan of this association. Song turns back to affirm that he is just a naive new student, not having that ability, and even being narcissistic and wanting to become a disciple of the Holy Swordsman. Maria says she understands, when he mentions to be wary of Luciala and Karen having been competing for 7 years. They continue their journey, while being observed by Ludian on the tower. The look on his face when he found them is terrifying. 80 also confirms that she can feel 80. When the master asks, she looks at the 4 people walking, knowing they are mutants, not believing they would appear here. This is too unexpected. Ludian realizes that Maria Kipler, the most powerful Esper in history, the final boss of the superpower war, is an existence far beyond imagination. When asked if the stealth magic is perfect, then Diablo is no longer self-satisfied, saying they must be careful this time. He seriously realizes, with Kipler siblings directly acting, then this is not a simple matter. 80 and Diablo radiate a very strong ma. When he announces the attractive part of the capital tour, Mel with her bright eyes points forward. A's there. She looks at the bustling theater in front of her and mumbles, "The El Grandhart Theater." Elvin smiles with pleasure. So that guy is really related. Those mages, always acting like they are everything, while their feet are on fire and they do not even know it. He turns to ask, "What are our chances?" Maria replies, "The Marquis may be a demon or a minion, but considering the documents passed down in our family, there should be no serious problems." She looks towards the theater and continues, "However, if there are many opponents, or if they use all their power, it will be difficult for me. The possibility of a demon lord directly commanding is quite low. We can only hope the Marquis is just a simple minion." So they crowded together and went inside. At this time, the scene changes to the El Grandhart Theater. Upstairs. Our prediction was accurate. The 2 siblings Mel and Del pinch their noses uncomfortably going upstairs. I can feel the magic power and the smell of blood inside the theater. How can they not notice something so obvious until now? Elvin reminds them with high alert. I heard that the Marquis is not just an ordinary businessman, but also an outstanding mage who was once chosen as the successor at the Magic Tower. He must have covered up the traces with magic. Maria smiles gently. So this place, in essence, is a magic workshop. The whole Girup forcefully entered inside. At this time Gus is lying on a chair smoking a cigarette. What wind is bringing the famous students of the Royal Academy all the way here? He points his hand towards him saying, "Do not act anymore. Do you think we do not know you are behind? Those brats have always been disturbing us until now." Huh. His voice sternly says his identity. Marquis Gus Belstad. He smiles faintly. We. Gus stands up straight and mumbles, "So it's you guys. The thieves who have brazenly swept through my net and disappeared without a trace." He is the Theris Alliance Marquis Gus Belstad. Elvin says contemptuously, "Someone who hires a Gieprip of Ryu thieves does not have the right to speak." Gus smiles slyly. The Kepler family and the Luda family. He crushes the cigarette in his hand, then becomes excited. "Just a Gieprip of ordinary merchants who do not even have proper territory. And you dare to touch my Theris Alliance. Your families should prepare to bear the consequences." Hearing this, he becomes angry. "You dare to mention our family? You, a minion of the devil." Gus also widens his eyes after hearing. "So, you really knew everything?" Elvin loses all patience using magic. I will kill you and eliminate all the remnants of the devils still lurking in the Empire. Gus slowly talks with black magic power coming out of his whole body. So, your purpose is to hinder our great plan. He sees his power erupting and also feels worried in his heart. A power stronger than predicted. We must stay vigilant. Gus's voice reverberates. I do not know what you think you can do with just 5 people. But that is even better for me. Elvin murmurs in surprise. 5. He and everyone look back in doubt. There are only 4 people. Right. Ludian appears from the outside like a god. Oh, hello. Seniors. Ada seems I came at the right time. Huh. He chuckles. Of course. I did not come here to interfere just because the seniors abandoned me for 3 whole days. The image shifts, followed by narration. Marquis Gus Belstad, in the fantasy of the world of CVN colors. Before the Second Demon War, he was the one who loyally sided with the demon race in the partition of the Empire. When establishing a distinguished achievement of assassinating the guardians of the Empire, Count Cadel von Delphian and Duke Vicent Delphian. A look appears on Gus's face. He has made his mark in history. Ludian thinks to himself, I did not expect to face him so soon. We finally meet sooner than I expected. Then a system board about him appears. He wonders in his heart, by the way, though he is a high-level minin, his overall stats look worse than Alex Huma whom I fought at Baron Village. What is going on? Elvin warns. How did you follow us here? Then he puts his sword to his neck. No. Wait. Who are you? Are you an ally or an enemy? Ludian thinks to himself. I do not know how he got here. But I do not have time to worry about this. He calmly points to Gus and explains. I am an ally. Right now. One of my purposes is the same as yours. One of the purposes, he chuckles and says, is to take down that minion of the devil. Elvin stares in shock. The information that Gus is a minion of the devil. Was not that information also collected in secret by our side? Ludian tries to persuade. I belong to a secret organization with the goal of protecting world peace. Adora. Addie calls doubtfully. Master. He is suspicious. World peace. I have never heard of any organization named Adora. He smiles confidently and lies. It is not a large organization. Like your Empire of Espers. Elvin and Maria are extremely shocked. You even know about our organization. Ludian smiles lightly and changes the subject. First of all, I want to make a deal with you. You came here to beat up Marquis Gus Belstad. Right. Outside is a lively area. His voice reverberates. In a crowded area of the capital. In broad daylight. But even if I tease you, I do not think you can kill him now. Elvin wonders. What are you saying? Ludian calmly points towards Gus and says, devils, especially minions of the demon lords, can't be killed by ordinary physical attacks, no matter how strong your Esper abilities are. Then he silently looks towards Maria and ponders. Sending even Maria Kepler means the matter of eliminating Gus this time is very important. But her state is not complete. Ludian raises his finger. Before officially making a deal, I have a proposal. I will help you deal with Gus Belstad, and in exchange, you can ally with me. Can't you? He smiles brightly looking towards her. What do you think, Senior Maria? Maria is filled with panic in her heart. What the hell is this guy? He followed us all the way here and I did not even notice. She worriedly looks at him, and he is asking me, not my brother. How does he know that I am the leader of the organization? Ludian asks again. What do you think? She bluntly says. I refuse. Maria glares at him. You think we will agree to a proposal from someone as suspicious as you? Not to mention an alliance or not. Just the fact that you followed us. We can't let you go anymore. She also threatens. After dealing with him, you will be the next one. Get ready. Ludian only knows to sigh after hearing this. Oh well. Adi finally came to this. A plan flashes in his eyes. This situation is one of the events that happened in the original work. Gus Belstad is still alive until the beginning of the Sef Terai. If a fight breaks many people in this theater will be implicated. And they are smart enough to understand that. Gus on the other side has become impatient. So, are you done acting? He smiles lightly and observes. I wonder what method they plan to use to corner Gus. Then Gus grabs his head and uses magic. Then let us cause as much chaos as possible. I am also curious what you are relying on to dare to come all the way here to offer your lives. Now, let us see who will be in trouble. He unleashes a large amount of black magic towards the whole Gier Rup. Now, It is time for the festival to begin. Maria quickly takes an item. That thing is a clock that is spinning quickly. The whole space seems to tee up gut together as she uses that clock. The scene changes to a rocky canyon. Gus slowly moves to this space. This is the influence from that relic, a type of relic that interferes with space. An extraordinary artifact that even the masters of the 4 great magic towers would covet. Indeed. It's no different from a string of pearls on the neck of an orc. He cheers with pleasure. Please give it to me. You think just changing the terrain will give you an advantage. You are too naive. The Mel siblings are terrified. Magic power. Elvin is worried, so he is not hiding anything anymore. Huh. Above Gus, many magic circles appear. From that circle, monsters begin to run. Among them is a very powerful snake-shaped monster. Del wonders. A magical beast from the demon world. Elvin is also horrified, so he is a summoner, while he crazily laughs loudly. I have been reborn with power borrowed from them. His whole body gradually transforms into the form of a demon race. You think brats like you can face me? Elvin sweats. His appearance is changing. Ludian warns from the side. Not just his appearance. His power has also increased. His eyes widen to observe. That is right. High-level minions can temporarily transform into demons depending on the circumstances. I was wondering why there was no difference with Alex Huma, a mid-level minion. I completely forgot. Total combat power is a whopping 12,040. He is even stronger than Samir Dran I fought at the dungeon. Gus in demon form arrogantly says, I will make you pay for disturbing my nest with your greed. You should have stopped at those petty disputes of interest in the corners of the alley. Elvin says nervously, is that still a minion of the devil? Is not he a noble of the demon world? Mar reminds, do not let your guard down. He is now stronger than most nobles of the demon world. Gus sits on top of the snake monster's head, together with the Gi-Rup of magical beasts below, making him laugh happily. Go obediently to the underworld to meet your ancestors. Maria puts her hand out to cast a spell, from a hexagonal light that appears before her eyes. He is happily laughing haha, then is shocked by Maria's aura. What? The monsters he summoned. Every single one of them met a violent death in her protective armor. Gus is worried to the point that his face wrinkles up. How is that possible? I can't feel any power. I am quite sure that little girl's mana is only at the level of an ordinary person. Maria says calmly. You still have not realized yet. Ludian looks at her with concern. Maria Keepler is a superpower user who takes on the role of the final boss of a chapter, even among countless extremely strong characters in the fantasy of the world of CVN colors. The system shows the current user's ability cannot determine the information of the target. In the novel, her fans describe her like this. He sighs inwardly. The Jade Empress of the Esper world. While Maria calmly declares, this place will be your grave. Gus Belstad. Gus looks at this dazzling power and is worried. What? That power can't be possessed by an ordinary human. Maria floats high up like a goddess looking down at his place. To this point, and you still can't believe your eyes. No matter what you do, or use what method. She gathers superpower on her hand. The result will still not change. Gus, though scared, still has a strong mouth commanding. My subordinates. Attack. Tear that bitch apart for me right now. The monsters are eagerly charging up. Those monsters are enthusiastically charging up. Gus's eyes are etched with bloodshot. The whole sky is covered by a shadow of a meteor. He sees the meteors that Maria is pulling down, making his soul fly away. Am I seeing illusions? Gus hurriedly shouts loudly. Wait, let us make a deal. She knits her brows and asks. A deal. Gus hurriedly exchanges. I will give you all the benefits of the underworld. He sincerely says to her, I will tell my master and arrange a non-aggression pact with you. Is not that what you wanted initially? If you want, I am willing to give up my share in the alliance too. Maria covers her mouth and bursts laughing after hearing this. She glances at him with half an eye, then waves her hand. You have a sense of humor. Gus widens his eyes in horror and shouts loudly. Wait. Wait. The whole body of the snake is hit by a huge meteor. Gus, if he does not die, will probably lose half his life. The subordinates below then each eat a few rocks to the head. Ludian is moved, true to being the Empress of the Esper world. Impressive. For the upcoming plans. He looks up at Maria's figure flying high, then thinks, I must make her an ally. After that one blow, the entire monster army disappeared cleanly. Elvin with glittering eyes asks, Did you finish him off? Ludian is horrified. No. Wait, he worriedly says. Senior, you should not. Saying AT like that he is doubtful. Huh. Ludian reminds. Look you Veep there. You can't be sure whether Marquis Belstad is dead or alive. Elvin smiles confidently. Is not AT too obvious? Even a demon can't survive taking that attack head-on. But immediately after that, a massive black gas rises on the ground. His face turns green. What? While Maria still maintains that same calm look. From inside the ground, a massive black fog forms. That massive black fog gradually joins together to form Gus's body. He says with an ugly appearance, "What will you do now? I admit you are stronger than me, but that is not enough to kill me." While she smirks happily, that is true. In the current situation, we can't kill you. If I knew this beforehand, I would have prepared more carefully. Gus challenges, acknowledging a T. Huh. She replies. However, Maria's whole body continues to erupt with a huge surge of magic power. Not being able to kill the physical body does not mean there is no other way. Gus's head is turned 180 degrees under her control. She laughs maniacally. If AT's not a human body, then why treat AT like a human? Right. Maria looks down at him from above and says, "We will destroy your body until your spirit collapses. Then bring you back to the family to end everything." Ludian, looking at this miserable scene, is also scared for Gus. AT's better to die. If I can't persuade her, I will probably be like that too. After a while of being tortured, that Gus actually starts laughing. Ignoring his distorted body, he still speaks up, "If I am not mistaken, then that relic, its operating time is running out." He asks that. Gus continues to say, "Arbitrarily manipulating space is a privilege only for the gods. Tools always have limitations. You have a maximum of 10 minutes left." Maria's expression becomes uglier. The clock is now running low on energy. He happily cheers. "Looks like I guessed right. Because something happened to me, the master will definitely act soon." Maria worries in her heart. What do I do if his contract holder appears? Even with my power, Ada won't be easy to deal with. It is not that there is no way, but handling the aftermath will be very difficult. Suddenly, Ludian's voice rings. "Oh, so AT's time for me to enter." Huh. Maria looks back in shock. Huh. Ludian slowly pulls out his sword and walks you vet. Ada seems like. He looks at her with excitement. "Now we have sat down at the negotiating table." Ludian calmly reminds, "I told you that you would not be able to kill him." Maria still distrusts and says bluntly, "I will say AT again. I refuse your alliance proposal." AT's not that I do not have a method to deal with him. He confidently bargains. "Then, how about this? I will withdraw the alliance proposal, and in exchange, you just listen to the conditions for an alliance." Then Ludian raises his finger, acting timid. "Moreover, because I am a bit scared, add in that you won't harm me." Maria still looks at him with a cold face. His voice continues to ring. "Oh, I know that you have other methods, Senior, but they won't be very pretty." Ludian smiles wryly, betting. "Right." Maria is silent for a while, then speaks up. "Okay." She observes him from above. "I will at least listen to what else you have to say." Ludian happily agrees. A quick decision. There is no other choice. She glares with a murderous aura towards him. "As for you, be careful if you fail." Ludian pulls out his sword and says with a smile, "Diablo." Ada trembles. "Hemph, I know what you are going to say." Ada mumbles, "You think I can't handle something trivial like that?" He smiles coaxingly. "Of course not. I am just asking to be sure." Gus stares as he holds the sword and walks closer. Ludian first uses his hand to grab his mouth, making him dazed. Then he uses magic power to transport Diablo, stabbing straight through him. "What are you planning to do?" Gus teases, "By the way, you should know that I will not succumb to pain like this. Understand? You should stop this meaningless thing." Suddenly his body trembles violently. His mouth spits out blood. Ludian calmly replies, "As a mage, you should know methods to alleviate the pain, plus the excellent regeneration granted by immortality." Gus is in so much pain that he screams miserably. He smiles happily and swings his sword. "Where is that haughty look now? Is AT because you can't regenerate anymore?" Maria, standing above, is also surprised. "How?" He is confidently radiant. According to the original Sif Tarai, the immortality granted by the minion contract has no method that can be broken, but the power of the demons can easily be nullified by higher-level demons. Behind him is Diablo's shadow. Moreover, among the demons, Diablo has reached the pinnacle. In the name of the Sevian Seats, the strongest demon lord. Ludian eagerly stabs the sword into Gus's body. With the immortality stopped, the regeneration ability is also blocked. He screams in pain. No. Well, he laughs loudly and exclaims, yes. His sword pierces through Gus's body and tears apart his magic circle. He wails in despair. The scene shifts along with the narration. Gus Belstad, the one who lost in the inheritance war for the Count family, stepped onto the path of magic and reached the level enough to become a candidate for the position of the next master of the magic tower. But at some point, he began to tread in place, and was removed from the list to inherit the position of the next master of the magic tower. When exhausted by despair and impatience, a demon came to him, and in the end, he could not resist the temptation. After that, when becoming a puppet of the demon lord, he proceeded to destroy his whole family and gradually rose to become the chairman. He became the main source of funding for the Empire's noble forces, and played the role of a bridge between them and the upper class. After defeating Gus, a surge of power is transmitted into Ludian's body. He knits his brows thinking to himself, no matter how difficult the path of magic is, shaking hands with the demons is still unacceptable. Now that Gus is dead, the demons in the Empire will lose a lot of power. He narrows his eyes thinking, Hemph, mana +5. The rate of increasing mana is insignificant compared to when I took down Castle. Marie at this time is coming down with a strange look. What the hell? How can you deal with Gus? Suddenly her eyes widen. That. She looks at Diablo with thick black gas and exclaims, is a demon sword. He happily swings the sword. As you see, this is a demon sword. Is there a problem? Maria vigilantly questions. A problem? Are you serious? He interrupts. Do I look like a lunatic charmed by a demon sword? Senior. Being asked here makes her narrow her eyes and sweat. That. Then Ludian continues to excuse himself. And if I really am the master of a demon sword, then do you think it makes sense for me to deal with the subordinate of that demon itself? Have you ever seen anyone kill demons with a demon sword? Suddenly Diablo chuckles. CAT all the time. There have been some humans like that. Ludian says softly. Do not ruin the atmosphere. Diablo. He smiles conciliatorily. You are worried and that is right. Senior. But, please do not ignore the situation before us. Okay. Eta still does not let go and continues to say, the world now is really not like anything I have ever known. He is annoyed. Hey, shut up please. Maria vigilantly ponders. Where he got the sword, or why he still retains his sanity is no longer important. She says lowly, I'm sorry. I overreacted. What is important is that I will keep my promise. Then she puts her hand Then, let us talk about the proposal you just mentioned. The scene shifts. Maria's dormitory room at the Imperial Academy match. Maria sits on the table and solemnly says, I will introduce myself a bit, the next leader of the Empire of Espers, Maria Kukipler. He also smiles and replies, even though Addie is looking at him with contempt. Ludian, a full member of Adora, a secret organization aimed at protecting world peace. She sighs and takes a sip of water. I am not sure if those words of world peace are sincere or just flowery and deceitful words. Your performance yesterday was impressive. However, Maria looks at him with a not very friendly look. I still do not trust you. Among the secret organizations that my intelligence department has grasped, there is completely no name of Adora. He calmly explains, because we belong to a rare Geprep of elites. So it is easy to understand that you do not know. In his heart he is thinking, if one person also counts as an organization. Maria stands up straight and continues. Then I will ask straight. What benefits will we receive if we ally with you? He smiles and mumbles. Benefits? Huh. In his heart he is calculating. If I tell everything then there would be countless. But giving the minimum benefit is enough to persuade Maria. He concludes his thoughts in his head. It must be something that Maria can't refuse. He says. First, there are many secret organizations on the continent. The reason we approached the Empire of Espers is because Ludian calmly raises his finger. Eta meets the conditions we need. Adora chooses an alliance based on 3 criteria. First, that organization must not have malice. Second, Eta must have a certain degree of power. He smiles slyly. Third, both sides must have common goals and benefits to cooperate. Maria is starting to get interested and replies, though I accept the first and second, I do not understand the third condition very well. She challenges, are you talking about common benefits? When you do not even know what our ultimate goal is, he says softly. Superpower. Ludian confidently lifts the cup of water. Is not the goal of AT to be widely recognized just like magic? Maria stares in shock. How? How do you know? In the quiet space, his voice rings out. The fact that you are secretly restraining the demons under the Empire is to prevent the mages from interfering and taking all the credit. Right? Am I wrong? She stammers. That. He continues to persuade. If your side eliminates the demons who have infiltrated the Empire, then the Imperial family will probably start to value the abilities of the Espers. I think that is quite suitable, with our goal of maintaining world peace. The demon forces have crept all off this continent far beyond imagination. The situation in the Empire is still stable, but in the neighboring kingdoms the demons have infiltrated the leadership. As long as you investigate carefully with the intelligence department, sooner or later you will see that what I say is all true. Maria has now changed her view about him. Really? You mean the demons have taken root that dehup in the human world? Ludian gives an example. Gus Bulstad is the leader of the Theris Alliance. Right. Do you know that they control up to 20% of the Empire's logistics? Her eyes droop down when hearing his question. And he was just a trivial minion. I still do not understand. Ludian continues. You asked what benefits there are to allying with us. First, no. We will provide all information about the demons lurking in the Empire without any conditions. Second, to support the Kipler family and the Empire of Espers, we will help you establish relationships with the most powerful nobles in the Empire. Finally, we will share with you ancient knowledge, where the theory about Esper abilities was formed. Marie excitedly grabs his hand. What did you say? The theory about Esper abilities. The scene shifts, returning to the past. At this time Addie is doubtful. This is strange. Master. Is this enough to persuade her? He smiles saying, as an Esper, she will not refuse. His voice is full of confidence. You are doubtful because from the beginning you have known the theory about Esper abilities. But AT is different for them. In his heart he is thinking, countless theories about Esper abilities in Addie's data. Thanks to them I can confidently negotiate with the Empire of Espers. Ludian recalls, in the original Sef Turay, Maria possesses unparalleled Esper power that no mage can compete with, but besides that, her weaknesses are too obvious. Then he explains to AT, because the Esper power lacks a theoretical foundation. They are difficult to learn and less flexible than magic. Moreover, they can't use Esper power outside of the types they have awakened. He sighs. To overcome this obstacle, the Espers have tried to create theories about this ability, but as a result, in the end, they can only rely on blood and natural ability. Ludian confidently looks at the dense lines on the news board. The theory of superpower is their greatest wish, that can break down any wall. Ludian chuckles. A simple way to achieve the greatest goal that they have failed to achieve for hundreds of years. They definitely can't refuse my proposal. In the present, Ludian lures her. A book of theory by the Empire of Ancient Espers. That has now completely disappeared. Aradora possesses those books of theory. He glances at Maria's excited expression then concludes. Now then, Senior. He probes. What will you do? The scene shifts to the Empire of Espers. Inside the shelter, Elvin worriedly walks to Vif. Are you okay? She does not turn back to look at him and replies. Ivan. Brother. Elvin is annoyed. That bastard Ludian made everything messy like this. Maria sighs, but AT's something we can't refuse. Elvin grits his teeth annoyed. Who the hell is he? Maria takes a few sheets of paper for him to hold. According to the intelligence department's investigation, he really is just an ordinary person. No different from a commoner. They said that. Elvin turns back in disbelief. Impossible. I have never heard of a person who can swing a demon sword so powerfully and still retain their sanity. Maria also says seriously, the only demon sword that has the ability to destroy immortality is a sword with a high-level demon sealed inside. With such a demon sword, an ordinary person would have lost their soul from the moment they picked AT up. She wonders in her heart, who are Adora really? They know almost everything about us, but we do not know anything about them. Elvin reassures, as long as they are still in sight, we can handle them as soon as there is something unusual. We can slowly learn about their identities. Maria also adds, as long as they do not see us as enemies, then benefits are still above all else. The important thing is whether what they are proposing to exchange for an alliance is really Ryu. Her heart is in a mess thinking. Information. Relationships. Knowledge. All are things that we crave so much. The price is too great just to ally. Is their goal really world peace? She turns to leave. For now. I will have an appointment with him tomorrow. So come with me. Brother. Elvin recounts. The highest-ranking nobles are not closely related to the mages. What kind of relationship do they plan to provide? She says coldly, if I have to choose, perhaps AT is the knight families who cherish martial arts. If I tease the count level or higher, there are about 5. She suddenly asks him, could AT be one of those 5 houses? Elvin shrugs. Who knows? There are even count families on the border that are not inferior to the major nobles, such as Iskar, for example. Then he laughs confidently. Maybe the family they plan to introduce to us will be Iskar, because that guy also comes from the Iskar family. Maria strokes her hair and turns away. Oh well. We will know tomorrow. Scene change to Ludian pondering. We have to prepare. Although Jezbelstad is the top target to eliminate, AT should have been after I consolidated myself in the capital. His eyes narrow. With Gusso of the game sooner than expected. I need to prepare for the aftermath. AT's still something in the original Sufsa to write that I can interfere with my current strength, and I absolutely must not make a mistake. But then suddenly Ludian suspiciously looks at the people on either side. Why are the seniors sitting next to me? The Luda siblings say, we have no choice. A ties an order from Maria. He wonders, an order to monitor me. Mel exclaims, no, she told us to bring you Uvich to her side. Side. Del also says of the cold face, we are allies now. In his heart he recalls. Of course, the real purpose is probably still to monitor me. By the way, are not Elvin and Karen from 2 opposing factions? Lucilla entrusted my safety to Karen. If Karen sees this scene, he sighs and bows his head. Then AT will be quite troublesome. Suddenly Del and Mel speak up. AT's Maria. Elvin is coming too. The 2 siblings approach. Ludian. Now, tell us who you plan to introduce us to. He smiles happily. You will know when you get there. The scene shifts to the garden of the Mauryan Empire inside the royal palace. Luciella bows respectfully. I pay my respects to His Highness the Prince. Rojo wonders, what Baidinet does Dung Lady have here? The girl beside him speaks up. I salute Dung Lady. That is Marquis Belstad's daughter. Citri Belstad. Luciella is stunned when she sees this appearance. Rojo is a little angry and asks, you do not plan to greet her? Do you? Dooming Lady Luciella. That is the 3rd prince of the Mauryan Empire, Toho Wilhelm von Mauryan. She says softly, AT's been a long time. We are meeting again for the first time since the last ball. Citri smiles and corrects. Rojo is annoyed. You should be busy doing the tasks that I assigned you. What is the reason for you to come here at this hour? She says softly, I came to report on the murder case of Marquis Gus Belstad. Here, the report says. He hurriedly grabs the paper in her hand. Really? Really? Is there any progress? Rojo is happy. Oh, finally. Aida seems the one who harmed your father-in-law. No. Your father has appeared. Citri asked with teary eyes. Is that so? He hugs her right in front of Luciella. Do not worry. Citri. We will definitely find the traitor and honor your father's will. She also happily hugs back. Thank you. Your Highness. He promises. I can do anything for you. At this time, Lucilla's face has become extremely gloomy. The scene shifts to the western district of the Mauryan capital, the headquarters complex of the association, the headquarters of the Intelligence Association. Maria suspiciously looks around. What is this place? Elvin says a bit disinterested. I thought you would lead us to the Iskar mansion. She asks, is this noble someone who can only be met through the Intelligence Association? Ludian says, no, AT's not that complicated. He reminds, oh right. Because we do not know what will happen during the meeting, how about we temporarily hide the name of our organization? Mentioning the name of the empire in front of high-ranking royal nobles is a bit. Mary agrees. Good idea. He smiles lightly. Then, Ludian walks straight to the person and says loudly, please arrange a meeting with the president of the Intelligence Association. Elvin is shocked. The president. That person is wary. Do you have an appointment in advance? He says. If you mention the name Ludian, they will know. Please wait a moment. Ludian. A moment later, footsteps ring in the hallway. That receptionist bows respectfully. I apologize for not recognizing our distinguished guest. The president is waiting for you. That person leads the way. Please go this way. Maria and Elvin are stunned. What the hell? The identity of the president of the Intelligence Association is not public. Isn't? The scene shifts to the Intelligence Association headquarters. The president's office. The top floor of the association. You have arrived. Elvin and Maria are shocked. You? Why are you here? Could it be that? In the room is a familiar figure. She introduces. Welcome. I am Luciella von Delphian, the president of the Intelligence Association. The scene shifts further. The Royal Academy MAC. The Student Council office. Luciella at this time is happily welcoming. Welcome. Ludian. She socializes. I am glad you are doing well. Is there anything inconvenient about the dormitory situation? He smiles and says, How could there be? Miss? Ludian shows a radiant smile. I really want to live there 365 days a year. In his heart he thinks, except for not knowing when I might get kicked out. Which is quite worrying. What inconveniences are there in such a paradise? She smiles happily. Is that so? He inquires. Ada seems like your workload has increased again. She says, There has been a recent case. You see. Is that so? Ludian starts to get to the main point. The Intelligence Association seems very busy. Huh. Miss? Also being the president. You must be shouldering a lot. Huh. Lucilla narrows her eyes looking down. Do not mention AT. AT was difficult normally, and now such a big case has happened. Furthermore. Huh. Suddenly her whole body is stunned. What did you just say? Ludian. He smiles and says, I said, Miss? Also being the president of the Intelligence Association. You must be shouldering a lot more. She pulls the sword from under the table. Lucilla swings a sword and slashes forward. Ludian. She widens her eyes and puts the sword to his neck. You? What is your Ryu identity? Ludian says softly, I am Ludian, formerly Kalene's attendant, a minor lord of Iskar, and now belong to the Delphian organization. But, in his heart he is sweating all UV. Damn A. Who would have thought she would hide a weapon like this in her school desk? Lucilla still continues to glare. You know that is not the answer I want to hear. Then let me ask another question. First of all, how do you know that I am the president of the Intelligence Association? Ludian tries to explain so that he does not get stabbed through the neck. Well then, the Intelligence Association is indeed a contradictory existence. When information about the royal family can be leaked to other countries at any time, it's strange that an organization specializing in handling information in the private sector publicly puts up a sign to operate. He bows. If running a news-selling association, that would be a considerable source of income. But the royal family can't do AT themselves. She snarls. So, Ludian touches the sword to his neck and says, a valuable resource such as information about the royal family would never be handed du viewpage to an ordinary noble. At least, Ada must be handled by a major family that has close ties with the royal family. In the Mauryan Empire, there is only one family capable of doing so. A family that inherits the royal bloodline and has proven their loyalty through generations, and is the origin of Luciella von Delphian, the fiancée of the third prince. Ada can only be the Delphian ducal family. Luciella smirks. Good guess, and quite accurate too. But even so, then she continues to ask questions. Guessing is still just guessing. I am asking you for the last time. How did you know? In his heart he is happy. This is the time for me to deploy the next step. Ludian waves his hand. A few days ago, a noble with quite a large influence in the capital disappeared. Part of the documents evaporated. And Ada seems they contained information about the disappearance of that noble. He calmly points to himself and says, the culprit is me. Luciella is shocked. Huh, he says honestly. I said I was the one who dealt with Marquis Gus Belstad. I am the one behind this incident. She looks him up and down in disbelief. So you are saying that the culprit of the unprecedented case of a noble being assassinated right in the heart of the capital, Luciella does not believe, is you, Ludian. He groans. Do not you believe me even a little? back to the present. Elvin is surprised. Dung Lady Luciella is the president of the Intelligence Association. Mary is equally horrified. The identity of the president of the Intelligence Association. Something that has always been hidden for so long. She says, I did not expect AT to be her. Luciella. She covers her head and sighs. I am just as surprised. She asks, you really assassinated Marquis Gus Belstad? Beside him, Ludian happily puts his arm around Elvin's shoulder. We have been tracking the movements of the demons for a long time, and we finally caught the tail of the demon faction that had infiltrated the Empire. He resists beside him. Since when? Ludian continues to chatter. Marquis Gus Belstad has been secretly operating as a minion of the devil for many years. We eliminated him and obtained documents about his transactions with the demon faction. Among the information obtained, suddenly he says, we found your name. Miss? She is suspicious. My name. He approaches and explains. Marquis Belstad chose the third prince to expand the influence of the demons to the royal family. And there was a plan to use His Highness to kick you out of the seat of the president of the association. Then he will control the Intelligence Association. His voice continues to ring O. And to implement that plan, he has connected his foster daughter with the third prince to divide His Highness and you. Miss? Luciella is shocked. What are you saying? Ludian thinks to himself. Before the Sefterai begins, Luciella is arranged to be the fiancée of the third prince, and right now is still the time before they get engaged. In the original Sefterai, Luciella is implicated by Gus's conspiracy and has her engagement with the third prince cancelled, and in the end has to give up the position of the president of the association. She sighs. You are joking too much. Even if you have no reason, making a joke like this is too much. In her heart she avoids thinking, well, he can use Mai and has skills that are rarely seen compared to his peers. But he definitely does not have the ability to assassinate the head of the Belstad family on his own. He laughs confidently. Of course, doing AT alone would be very difficult. A student of the academy can't possibly deal with a dark mage who has become a minion of the devil. Luciella silently ponders. So you knew that Gus was a minion of the devil? He continues to ask, probing. Are not you curious how I know your secret identity? And about the existence of the demons? He reaches his hand and says, let us directly meet at the Intelligence Association tomorrow, along with those who are on your side. Ludian turns around and enthusiastically suggests, we created this situation to reveal this truth to you. Miss? Visiting the Intelligence Association and presenting evidence will be more credible. She evades. Sounds feasible, but I still have two questions. Lucille knits her brows and questions. How can you find the exact traces of the demons, while the royal family and the Intelligence Association can't even grasp AT clearly? And how did you deal with that minion? He closes his eyes and turns away. I can answer both questions in one go. My role ends here. The stage will now be given to... Mary at this time steps forward and continues. The leader of the Esper Association. Esper Sin Light. Mary Kipla. AT is an honor to meet you. Miss? Ludian on the side crosses his arms and stands watching. The synergy between these two will definitely be extremely strong. Let us see how the stage I have arranged will play. Maria properly walks to stand in front of Luciella and introduces the leader of the Esper Association, Esper Sin Light, Maria Kipla. AT is an honor to meet you. Miss? Luciella looks at her and asks, Esper Sin Light. Maria replies, yes, that is right. Luciella hearing this sighs, with a bored expression saying, I can't believe that such a mysterious organization exists within the Empire. AT's truly ridiculous. I am also speechless. Maria strongly explains, AT's easy to understand. Because there are no records about us throughout history. We are simply a group of people who possess Esper abilities. Luciella looking at her with a face that seems unbelievable and says, you said Esper abilities. Maria replies, yes, that is right. Esper abilities are precisely. Then she demonstrates her power. Maria uses her power to control a chair to fly floating in the air. To Luciella's astonishment, Luciella is surprised by that power and attentively observes the chair being controlled by Maria. She widens her eyes in astonishment. Oh. Mary then says, a power like this. Then she snaps her fingers and under her control, the chair those pieces began to fly out. The chair is cracked into messy pieces. Luciella seeing this then exclaims and is interested. Interesting. I had heard about the existence of Esper abilities, but I thought AT was a mysterious power that had been obscured by magic and had disappeared long ago. Maria narrows her eyes, honestly expressing, Esper abilities are not something that is easily obscured by magic. And that is right. We are the ones who hold that power. Lucilla, after hearing her say, and bends down to pick up a rakoth under the ground and says, I understand. I did not expect that one day I would actually see supernatural abilities that I thought only existed in fairy tales. Alright. Consider that you used that Esper ability to deal with Gus Belstad. And if Espers have formed an organization, it's also not too surprising that you found things that we missed. She says seriously. But you did not come all the way here just to tell me this. What is your Ryu purpose? Ludian glances and smiles. I understand. He thinks. Indeed. There are too many suspicious things. Ludian and the two of them kneel down and say sincerely, we want you, Miss, to become our patron. The space is silent. Outside the window trembles because of the evening winds. Lucilla stands by the window, in a pensive pose after hearing his call. Want Esper abilities to be recognized as a superpower. Like magic. Ludian replies, yes. They want to become a firm pillar, contributing to maintaining the order of the Empire. If the military power of the Espers is combined with the support from you, Miss, Ludian smiles confidently and says to her, we will be able to deal more effectively with the demon forces that are present in the Empire. He also thinks to himself, and by the way, we can also pull Luke the Holy Swordsman Cadle. Lucilla, hearing his explanation, ponders silently. Indeed, there is nothing to lose. Intelligence about the demon forces that are present in the Morian Empire is leaking from countless sources. In the current situation, a useful trump card possessing military power is offering itself to her. After that, she opens her mouth to speak with Ludian. I can't decide this myself. I will discuss 80 further with the family. She thinks. Coincidentally, such a perfect proposal has come at this time. I must not rush to make a decision. Right at that moment, Ludian politely greets and thanks and says with determination, then, we will wait for your news. When light covers all the buildings, someone's voice is heard. Ada seems like it's the right time to ask. Maria, standing stroking her hair and looking at Ludian, asks, how do you know that dooming Lady Luciella is the president of the Intelligence Association? Does Adora have members in the royal family? Ludian, hearing her ask, is silently and like thinking about something. He raises two fingers and says casually, I won't answer. Even if we are allies, I can't reveal all the trump cards. Ludian smiles, with zippy eyes, thinks, even if I wanted to answer, I would not know what to say. I have to act a bit, then they won't suspect my abilities. They are not lacking in power, but really need political status in the Sef Turai, because there is no one to support their status. They had a very hard time. After that, he raises his hand, with an arrogant pose affirming, wait and see. I will make the Empire of Espers recognized as one of the prestigious pillars of the Empire. Maria strokes the hair that is messed up because of the wind and looks at Ludian, asking, why would you do so much for us? Ludian smiles lightly and whispers, why, huh? He thinks in his heart, of course there are a few reasons, but the biggest reason is. After that, he slowly says, when you can't see the light and can't walk on the path you crave. He smiles. His face shows some attachment, saying, then it's truly a pity. The other person asks in doubt, a pity? Maria says incomprehensibly, what the hell are you talking about? Ludian thinks, they have power and purpose, but in the end, are just sacrificial lambs to make the main character Gepreep more outstanding. In fact, his favorite character is none other than Mirei, the one standing before him now. At least outside the novel, there are still people who always cheer for them in secret. Ludian smiles, his face sincerely saying, do your best. I really mean it. He wants to prove that with action. Scene shifts to another place. Outside a tower there is a carriage moving. The thoughts that appear say, what the hell made this happen? A person is grimacing. Worriedly biting their nails, speaks up. Do you have any doubts? Seer, an obscure shadow with a terrifying form, honestly replies, I apologize. We still have not grasped their tale. The other girl seems unhappy and speaks up. You know how long it took me to make us a high-level minion, right? Seer gives his thoughts. Recently, Rohan has sent an official warning. I do not know if that is related. That girl hearing this then snaps her fingers, smiling to express her enjoyment. You are talking about the incident of the royal mage Lich suddenly dying. Right, that subordinate replies. Yes. Castle Richmond was one of the core members on Rohan's side. There are reports that traces of her magic power were discovered near the Empire border. She hearing this then holds her head and smiles sarcastically. That ignorant bitch. Did she hide her heart nearby? That bitch fought with a shit brain. So it's easy to be smashed, too. She glares and continues to say, if even after mobilizing the mages they still can't find any traces, then she definitely used space magic or some kind of artifact. We can't allow the forces outside of my understanding to exist. Citri instructs her subordinate. Remember to find the traces of the enemy and report back to me. Seer remembers and replies. I will remember that. My lord. She suddenly frowns, her face grimacing, looking extremely resentful, and says, the matter is about to be done. Citri frowns, clenches her fist. Her eyes express viciousness. No matter who stops me. Scene shifts to the training ground of the Match Academy. Under the sunlight, the sharp swords move back and forth. Ludian is practicing his sword and thinking, in the next year, at least before entering the main plot, I must reach the level of a master swordsman. While he is practicing, then behind him there are a few guys passing by and laughing, teasing him. Ludian, do not try too hard. If you are bored, try going to a ball or something. As a student, you are welcome everywhere. Ludian looks up, with a comfortable pose. Everyone's personality is not as bad as I thought. He thinks to himself, I had prepared myself to be discriminated against, but everyone is very good. I thought all nobles were like that idiot Kaline, or is AT because I have Lucila's backing. Suddenly, at that moment someone spoke from behind. Working hard? Huh. Ludian turns to look and is surprised when seeing Elvin. He politely greets. I greet senior. He narrows his eyes, unhappily thinking, why did he come here? Did Maria send a message to me? Elvin walks to stand opposite him and asks, I heard you used Manhwa when facing Karen. Right. Ludian stuns and replies, Elvin then continues, Aid is also not strange because you can also control the demon sword. Ludian says to Elvin, Ada seems there is a spy beside senior Karen. Elvin is puzzled when hearing him say. He denies, no, Karen told me herself. Ludian is confused. Huh. Elvin smiles happily and says, I bought her a dessert and she confessed right away. Actually, my relationship with Karen is not that bad. Elvin looks down at his hand and whispers, we were childhood friends. And when we were younger we even planned to get married. The reason we became distant was when I started to crave her position. He confides to Ludian, I can't let Maria, that child, take on everything alone. I followed this path to become a disciple of the Holy Swordsman, and win the Night Forces for Maria. After that, Elvin points at Ludian and continues, but if we receive the support of the Delphian ducal family, then I do not need to become a disciple of the Holy Swordsman anymore, and the relationship between me and Karen will soon return to normal. I am quite grateful for that. Seeing Elvin pointing at him, Ludian smiles awkwardly and says, Is that so? Elvin continues, but besides that, you have many suspicious points. Controlling a demon sword, but your swordsmanship is unbelievably clumsy, and your skill in using the sword is extremely knave. Elvin takes a sword and puts a tie on Ludian's body, his eyes seriously saying, I still can't trust you. Ludian. Ludian frowns, his face worried, looking at Elvin. He thinks, what now? On the other side, there are two people from the Esper Association standing, and in that there is one person standing on the podium, in front of 3 books, and says, Adora huh. It's hard to trust with an unclear motive. Maria standing below replies, Father, the theory about Esper abilities that they provide is Ryu. All the researchers agree that Atai is at a completely different level, compared to what we are researching. Atai is as if Atai is the theory from a more advanced era. The fact that they are willing to hand you Vite such a treasure. Maria's father hearing her say then replies silently, Yes, you have a point. But among those who call themselves pursuing world peace, the person who steadfastly goes to the end has never existed even one. You must remember that, in the records of the Empire of Espers, for Ruvi 1,000 years, there has never been anyone. He is the head of the Kepler family. Matthias Kepler, he asks her carefully, you have personally verified those records? Right. Maria sighs, a little worried, saying, yes. But she remembers Ludian's happy and generous face. Maria confusedly thinks, I do not think that expression is fake. After that, she quickly decides to report to her father. Starting a partnership with them is my responsibility. Therefore, as the leader of our organization, I believe that returning the favor we received is our moral obligation, even if they really are the bad guys. Matthews hesitates and coughs a few times. Then he agrees to entrust the task to her. All right, if you are so determined, I will entrust everything related to Adora to you. Maria replies, thank you, Father. But Matthias speaks up again. However, possessing such a theoretical system. But still, I find their motive for using the six-colored world very suspicious. His words make Maria sad and worried. The world of Sevenan colors talks about the dimensions that exist here and the Sevenan mythological artifacts that grant great power. Among them, the six-colored world symbolizes Esper abilities and is an artifact that allows for the use of powerful Esper abilities. Elvin puts the sword to Ludian's neck and says, because of those contradictions, I can't trust you, Ludian. And above all, the deciding factor is that you knew about the six-colored world that my family possessed. Ludian again extremely calmly smiles mysteriously and says, what is wrong with knowing about the six-colored world? Elvin replies to him, of course there is, because even among us, the number of people who know can be counted on one hand. He thinks, oh well. I understand. When I suggested using the six-colored world, Maria was also shocked and lost a tie. At this time, Ludian cups his hand and seems to be creating some kind of power. He says, I do not think AT is much of a problem. AT is not like I am planning to steal AT or anything. No matter what happens, once Senior Marie accepts the proposal, I believe that I have paid a worthy price to obtain this power. During that, power from his hand creates a lump of earth and rocks from below that rises up. A Ruckelfee flies in front of him. Ludian smiles confidently and says, you should know that the Esper power taken from the authority of the six-colored world is only at the Bi-Dech level. Elvin silently says, I know what I am doing is wrong. Ludian smiles helplessly and says, you know AT's wrong and still do AT. Elvin continues again. However, when you took all the magic books from Marquis Belstad's study, we did not think much and ignored I, 'cause we thought we would not need those books. But when seeing you take the Esper power from the six-colored world, I can feel that you are collecting different powers. He glares saying his guess. Moreover, you know about my family and organization situation in extremely detail. If I let everything happen, and let my family and organization get involved in your conspiracy, I am worried that something very terrible will happen one day. Hearing those words, Ludian smiles, with dangerous eyes thinking, Elvin, who is willing to do anything for the organization, and has a tendency to pursue the big picture, why not try to pull him UV to become an ally? Ludian calmly says, indeed. Just as you thought, I am collecting abilities. He thinks, I plan to collect all the powers possible in this world. Therefore, I must have as many companions as possible, like the main character Ibio. After that, he resolutely persuades Elvin. I can prove my innocence and motive at the same time. Ludian touches the blade that is close to his neck and strongly says, if you supervise my every move, would not you know more about me? Elvin is shocked when hearing him say, what are you saying? Ludian determinedly declares, I will actively prove that we are true allies. Would not that be better than fighting here and breaking the alliance? Right. Elvin sees that he makes sense, so agrees. All right. Ludian. Ludian's face is pleased and thinks, looks like I will have a reliable ally. Addie on the side and asks him, you mean a reliable slave? Right. Elvin points at him and bluntly warns, as you said, I will monitor you closely, and if you do anything suspicious, I will not let Addie go. Ludian casually replies, okay. No problem. Ludian thinks to himself, well then, from my perspective here, I also do not plan to let you sit still. Scene shifts to a room. Ludian frowns, his face pensive, looking at the scene before him. He says with annoyance, what is this? Elvin again calmly says, what do you mean? I am also coming to live in the dormitory. Ludian puzzledly asks, the Academy's dormitory is a private room for one person. Right, Elvin casually replies, unfortunately there are no more rooms. That is what they said. This room is big anyway, so there is still more than enough room for 2 people. Right. Elvin with a serious pose says, your skill in using the sword is still at the elementary level. I am not sure why you were able to awaken mana, but I can help you perfect your fighting posture in a short time. Ludian, hearing him say that, wonders. Senior, Elvin, being suspected of his abilities, gets annoyed and says, what do you mean by looking like that? I am known as the best genius in the academy. You know, Ludian also agrees.
Oh yeah.
He carefully thinks, I forgot that because Maria is too outstanding. But he is a character who used to be the final boss for the first half of a chapter. He really is strong, the system displays. Elvin Keepler, 24 years old. Esper Prince. Species. Human. Agility. 24. Strength. 22. Endurance. 25. Mana. 22. Esper ability. 115. Total combat ability. 4,130. Ludian looks at the notification and calculates, thanks to the Esper ability stat. Even though the other Bidetch stats are all at the level of an ordinary knight, his total combat ability is quite high. At this rate, he is not only better than Alex Huma, who I fought last time, but also surpasses Gus before being demonized. The system reports, Alex Huma, 145 years old, commander of the Cooper Light Cavalry. Rohan Kingdom. Strength. 23. Agility. 30. Endurance. 25. Mana. 28. Total combat ability. 3,620. Gus Vongebels. Human. 53 years old. Leader of the Theris Alliance. High-level minion of the Demon Lord Asmodeus. Subordinate of Nightmare. Strength. 13. Agility. 10. Endurance. 18. Mana. 45. Total combat ability. Temporarily obtained immortality thanks to the minion contract. Ludian sees the information and is satisfied, thinking, at Elvin's age now, he must be at the level of a monster. Elvin at this time again speaks up, but helping you practice the sword is just secondary. You are confidently saying that you can prove your reputation, but you are greatly mistaken if you think I will just stand by and watch. Ludian smiles happily and says, I am really looking forward to your support. Senior. He thinks, I also do not plan to let you just watch. After that, he sits down on the bed and says with interest, considering AT from that direction then, I have a plan. Do you have enough trust and will you follow AT? Elvin is stunned. A plan. Ludian smiles mysteriously and replies, with our current abilities, if we approach the demons, AT's no different from looking for death. Then, Ludian points his hand at his forehead and says with certainty, we should find a protective helmet that will be sturdy enough, even if that tiger closes its mouth. Elvin is surprised when hearing him say, a protective helmet. Scene shifts to the Royal Academy mat, the student council office. The Geepy Rippy of them arrive and Luciella, seeing them, then speaks up. You have finally arrived. She replies to them, in the name of Duke Vincent von Delphium, I agree to your proposal. If you devote yourselves to the safety of my family and the Empire, we will also be the foundation for your future. She glances and continues, and Elvin Kipler. Elvin replies, yes, miss. Luciella says, now that we have formed an alliance, to provide proof of this alliance, though AT is truly a pity for Karen, but she will be Uncle Cato's new student. Elvin is shocked and stands motionless when hearing her say, understood, while Ludian smiles triumphantly. After that, Luciella asks him, Ludian, what do you plan to do next? As soon as she finishes speaking, Ludian gets close to Luciella's face and says, then, Luciella shyly asks, what? He gets close to her ear and says, Marquis Belstad is a minion of the devil who uses magic power. A person like that actually gave his foster daughter to the third prince. Not a Ryu daughter, but his foster daughter. Do you understand what that means? Luciella is silent and suspiciously asks, you want to say that she is also related to the demons? Ludian gives her a plan. Let us try to find out if the Marquis's daughter is involved in the Theris Alliance. If a new person rises to power, perhaps they will be closely related to her. Luciella puzzledly says, but a normal Dung lady taking on the important responsibilities in a trading company. AT's too impossible. Ludian turns his face away and calmly replies, Whether the Marquis's daughter is related to the demons or not, should not we eliminate the parasite, clinging to His Highness the Third Prince? Luciella replies, Parasite. Hearing him say, Luciella sternly agrees, that is right, parasites must be eliminated. Addie walks beside him and teases, saying, I am not sure who is the demon incarnate here. Admitting AT, Ludian smiles wryly, thinking, be quiet. Luciella coughs one time and announces, well then, back to the main topic. What do we do now? Ludian speaks up. The demons have deeply infiltrated the noble world, including the military. Of course, we must bring them into the light. He begins to plan. First, we must cut off all their limbs. Therefore, I am thinking of going to break through the dungeon to consolidate our forces. There is a quite good dungeon nearby. He thinks, 8 is also a stepping stone prepared by a demon lord for the future. The difficulty is very high, but not impossible, so maybe 8 will be okay. Luciella, hearing him say that, is stunned. A dungeon nearby. Huh. But this place is the capital. He again smiles confidently and says, more accurately, 8 exists inside the capital. He thinks, I remember there are 3 dungeons in the capital, the 2 that are not related to the demons. So let us put them aside for now. Then he says, Senior Elvin and I will enter the dungeon and deal with it. He thinks, we can gain more experience with Elvin, and find useful items, while eliminating dangers for the future, truly hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. The Tomb of Destruction. This is the perfect place to start. A vast door before the entrance of the tower looks old and gloomy. Inside, the demons and skeletons with glowing eerie eyes are chasing after. Luciella, holding her sword, charges up and attacks them. Die. Maria points in another direction and says, Miss, there is a Death Knight Juvie there. Luciella replies, oh, a worthy opponent has appeared. Another necromancer. Maria stands in front and unleashes power, creating a huge circle of blue light. I will deal with that guy. Making Ludi and Elvin stunned. Elvin says blankly, were not we the ones who came here to gain experience? Ludian also says puzzledly, that was the initial plan, but he laughs helplessly. This is a bit off. There is something I definitely must get here. At this time, Luciella is pondering when hearing Ludian mention a hidden dungeon. While he is nervously thinking, a dungeon in the middle of the capital is truly shocking, but it's easy to understand since the Delphian family is participating in grasping the power of the empire. After that, she again feels excited about this information. When this dungeon may have been naturally formed from the abundant energy accumulated at the cemetery. Because she is too excited, she does not hear him explain the to Rai. Then even follows because she has not gotten to slash and kill these days, making Ludian also shocked. When seeing her affirm surely that she will prepare carefully to go together. Then he also remembers that she likes holding a sword more than holding a pen. Though her going along will make breaking through the dungeon easier. But his reward cannot be shared and the plan will fail. Elvin also speaks up, praising that Dung Lady's skills are very beneficial for them. While he is crying wryly because he already knows. Even more surprising is that Maria also demanded to go along. Luciella, seeing her also going, is even happier. Because this will be a good opportunity to witness the power of Esper abilities firsthand. Ludian looks at these 2 people with a pale face, not knowing if they can handle this matter. The cemetery north of Nevin. Someone asks, is this preparation enough? Ludian, hearing this, did not say anything, but in his head he sees that 80 seems okay. Luciella brought with her a mithril short sword, a relic of permanent light magic, a space bag containing water and food, along with a set of silver daggers. Moreover, her spirit is very good, seeing her not bringing the long sword she usually uses, but replacing AT with a short sword. He feels she does not look like a trainee when she is better than him. After that, he again asks the Dung Lady if she knows a place that sells relics or gold that contain mana. Hearing these things, she says, things not related to stealing we can buy, but handling a large amount is not possible. He is very happy when the relics that Addie took from Castle's vault have finally found a way to be sold. Then she again mentions that the Kipler company is not small. Why are they so impoverish that they have to bring relics to sell for money? Ludian, hearing this, hesitates to explain this matter, wanting to turn to ask for help from the 2 siblings. Then Luciella has sighed and said, I know already. Because from the beginning, these people were not allies. Elvin and Maria, hearing this, are also completely shocked, while he is also sweating, when Shidung lady is still getting close, wanting to be explained to, but she tells him later, because now she needs to lead the way. He thinks in his head, she also does not need to believe me. Having just agreed with the Dung lady, he was reminded by Addie that lying is easy to expose. The four of them are walking down the stairs together. Someone says, there must be a problem. Luciella says, a large-scale dungeon without anyone guarding a tie. Ludian also replies, probably that person has been gagged. He speaks up to explain when asked, I do not know why the caretaker disappeared, but I know the reason why this place became like this. This place has a lot of dead people, causing resentment to accumulate and easily give rise to killing intent, so Ada will be the perfect place for necromancers to practice necromancy. Seeing the Dung lady wondering if the culprit is a necromancer, then he is denied AT. Song explains, AT is an entity from hell, making Lucilla also surprised. In the CVN-colored world, crimson symbolizes hell, the place that governs death. There is an entity who summons and is living there, thanks to the help of devils. But I know, AT has been taken advantage of by the devils, then discarded. Knowing that AT absorbs energy and summons the dead, to expand the influence of hell, she again asks, you and Elvin plan to handle AT yourselves. He says that they do not need knights, and is very relieved to have Maria here already. Having a cleaver, then why need a butter cutter? Hearing him say that, Shidung lady also agrees, then tells everyone to move forward together. She, holding her sword, charges up, slashing away at every single armored one. A name who was just slashed has spoken. We must get revenge or we will not close our eyes, and can't fall down. Luciella says to him, I have destroyed the one who has caught on to you. You can rest in peace. Seeing her defeat the Death Knight with just 3 blows, Ludian thinks she is a monster. She also turns to report with everyone, when she has finished tensing up. Then suddenly he blushes, thinking if this place was not an underground cemetery, his heart would probably beat even faster. By the way, do not know why. There are so many of these guys. Luciella feels bored that they are many but not strong, and has not seen any Death Knights or necromancers yet. Unexpectedly, Maria has spoken up, saying that she will clear the way, and there is nothing to worry about, because she will clear everything away. At this time her hair has also changed to yellow, with just a snap of her magical fingers. The skeletons have been flung back behind. They are screaming miserably. Luciella walks to her place praising like she is a god, then exclaims about the power of Esper abilities, being praised that she is so impressive. Then Maria has said, there is nothing special. Looking at the two of them constantly winning rewards, Ludian feels worried, thinking that he will yield a few rewards to them. Then he must definitely bring back the things that must be taken. The 4 people are still standing together. Suddenly there is a strange cry. The 2 Kipler siblings recognize this noise. AT is of sheep. After that, Lucilla goes to invite Maria together, making Elvin be pushed and confused. Seeing the 2 girls leading each other first, Ludian and him are left and are also speechless. Looking at the skulls that are piled up in this prison, they can't believe it, and need to research more about AT when they return. Maria, looking side to side, says this is like an arena. Then Luciella speaks up, denying, when this is more like. Ludian says AT is execution ground. Right, then she also confirms. So those are not the audience, but the prisoners that have been executed. The 4 people are very surprised when a flying monster suddenly rushes asking, how did you humans know to be here? Elvin stammers and says, that one is Bao Ding. AT is a subordinate of the Lord of Hell. Maria thought she would meet Li Dong again, but her brother sees AT as more terrible. Ludian is curious about the injuries. When he hears Diablo mention, when going through the space gate, AT also got many injuries. He says AT still looks healthy, but has been refuted by the sword. If AT was healthy, AT would not be so cocky in front of humans, because there is hell standing behind AT. AT does not care about even the demon lords. Diablo says AT will negotiate, when specializing in illusions and enchanting. While reminding, you not being awake also means death. Then the monster again speaks up. AT opens its mouth and shouts loudly, saying AT will eat alive the 4 people here. Seeing that, Ludian then turns to ask, Diablo said AT is good at cursing. When being exiled to hell is when AT is strongest. He also realizes that at that time IT will use every method to pull others along. In his head he also thinks of a plan. He must directly touch AT, He must grab the part AT is protecting. All 4 people have taken their weapons in hand to fight face to face with the monster that is charging at them. AT is growling very loudly. When AT is towards them, Elvin speaks up to ask, "That sword. Just gliding a T is enough to create a wound, right?" Ludian has used up his mana, about to face against the heavy weapon of the monster. Maria has also used her magic to make a shield for him from its blow. He has firmly held his sword. Seeing the magic shield sees AT is very good. When everyone has Maria's shield, the monster's blow has directly hit the magic shield. He is sure that he will be able to block IT. Luciella at this time has also prepared to charge up to fight. Elvin too. These 2 people are charging towards the monster together. After that, AT has each person 1 sword slash into its leg. She just gave AT a slash, but her expression is still not worried at all. When taking damage like that, the monster screams in pain. Maria also says, "AT's not as strong as I thought." Ludian hearing this sees that AT is because she is strong. Then again pleased. If only Elvin was going along, perhaps I would have to use Diablo's power. But in this situation, I probably do not need AT. When seeing Dugo's information appear, he is also a bit scared, when his fighting power is up to 113,000. Maria sees that AT is as strong as Gud von Belstad when demonized, but its power is weakened. They need to finish this guy as quickly as possible. But there is a problem. She also points out AT is like a tie is protecting something. Also guessing there may be something. Looking at the gem flashing light, he also wonders what ATI is. He is worried because the original plot does not mention this thing. Also guessing randomly when AT does not emit magic power or spiritual power at all. Then sees Maria also having the same thought as him, when she says that they should just kill him first and find O later. On this side, Elvin is still using his power to go head to head with the monster. Seeing Luciella mention Zayed like if she knew beforehand she would bring AT, then Ludian is also surprised that she even named her sword. After that, he again sighs looking at Diablo, thinking he also does not have the right to judge anyone. At this time, he has firmly held IT to charge up to the front. Diablo reminded me that if I get the chance, I will aim for his heart, as his magic is also formidable. Ludian was confident in his victory after hearing the sword's guidance. And there was a very eye-catching scene of slashing through the monster's body. Yet, Ada felt natural, if he had the chance to use AT. Ludian, Luciella, and Elvin were still working together to fight this monster, making AT disoriented and resentful that Ada was wasting time killing rookies who were not worth its time. Seeing Ada going crazy because AT was imprisoned by demons and boasting that its holy body would not let them destroy AT, Diablo felt contempt, as AT was just a servant of the King of Hell. Ludian shouted a warning for everyone not to attack head-on, knowing AT would unleash a terrible curse before dying. Elvin understood, and Lucilla also agreed. At this moment, he was standing still, wanting to end things quickly. Then, he used his power to strike forward. This guy's blade directly struck Elvin's shield. He was also trying his best to resist, then asked Ludian how they could deal with this guy's strength. Seeing his senior complain, he teased that they would have been defeated long ago if there were only 2 of them, which annoyed him greatly. The monster became extremely angry, thinking AT would be better if the shield was not on him. But then he looked elsewhere. As if sensing something, he raised his blade towards Maria, blaming her, intending to use all his power to defeat her. Then Ludian spoke up, saying they would not let him act freely, causing him to stop, because he used his sword to deliver a fatal blow. Its body was currently in pain. Then AT knelt down, dropping its weapon and creating a significant tremor. He glanced at AT, seeing that AT was time to finish AT. But AT was still resentful, wishing AT had more time. He turned to tell his seniors to defeat AT while AT was weak to prevent IA from recovering. But Elvin was shocked that he called that weak. He then gave a very sinister smile, saying he would not have such a pathetic end. Normally, he would be kicked out of hell for this. So even if IT cost him everything, he would not forgive those who insulted him. He wanted them and those evil demons to pay the price and witness the collapse. And as he said this, he unleashed his power. Ludian's expression turned serious, not understanding anything, as he kept mentioning demons. This guy threw away the weapon in his hand. The blade hit the pile of skulls, scattering them. Luciella and Elvin did not understand what he wanted, or if he was giving up. but he was still laughing madly. Marie and her brother looked very confused. Then he raised his large hand and punched himself in the chest, confusing Luciella. Wondering why he was hurting himself, Maria frantically warned, realizing that he was using his life to break his limits, then using magic to increase his magic armor, and everyone else's. The four of them were floating in the air, observing in shock. Elvin realized that he was releasing the curse. This guy said to someone, "I will offer my life and magical power, everything I have, to you. Please listen to the plea from this sinful goat, calling upon the god who reigns above the constellations." Ludian wondered about the name of the god. But wait. The original Sef Turai where this guy appeared was the war with the alien race. Chapter 3. The Battle Between the Stars. Even though Baphomet did not have a big role, he should have realized this from Chapter 3. And he was even more tense knowing that he was related to those aliens, or a skill to summon something similar. Looking at the crazy goat constantly yelling at the black gem, "Please appear and descend upon this place." At this time, the gem also emitted a strange energy. The four of them also had to resist, with the terrifying power that was radiating. Ludian was panicking, because they were about to die. Diablo recognized the danger as he was using dirty tricks, and she wondered what AT was. The sword explained that summoning gods was extremely difficult, but the Lord of the Aliens was in the same dimension as them, and said that this bastard was summoning one of them. Those creatures are not related to this planet, so as soon as they are summoned, they will destroy everything, so they need to be stopped immediately. He felt tense, because even Diablo saw that there was a problem. So this must be terrible. Once he was sure, the monster spoke up, "Show your face and come here quickly." Elvin and Luciella were also a little scared, having never seen this terrifying power before. Maria became serious. They could not let that ball exist, so from now on she would not hold back her power. Ludian stopped her, because the thing that needed to be stopped now was that goat. If handled incorrectly, the ball would explode, and the goat laughed madly, telling them it was too late. Killing him would not help. He even provoked them, and wanted all four of them to see what the result would be when Atai exceeded the limits of control. Maria did her best to support Becker with her brother. If the summoned entity arrived, she would not be able to handle Atai either, knowing that the explosion could destroy the capital, but they still had to stop it. Otherwise not just the Empire but the entire continent would be wiped. Ludian called to his senior, telling her that this continent would not easily collapse. She shouted, telling him to look at the situation. Now was not the time to joke. Now he would do Now he would rush at that bastard and stab the sword into his heart. The senior was shocked. But the backlash would be strong, asking his senior to protect. Maria thought he was crazy for wanting to rush into that ball. He was still thinking. The power of hell. The power from outside. He had never witnessed Itai directly. But surely Diablo could do AT. This guy was complacent when he realized his greatness. Maria was also thoughtful, because her brother asked her if she could do Atai. Then, she sighed and agreed. Having been strongly protected, he stepped forward to act. Then he turned to ask the sword how much longer AT could last, and learned that its ability had increased. The maximum time was 1 minute and 30 seconds. That was enough, but he still felt AT was a little short. Diablo played a trick, telling him to become a master swordsman. Ludian said he would definitely do Atai. Then holding his weapon firmly, he told IT to wait and see. He also felt that every time he used IT, AAT would feel like his lifespan was being shortened. Diablo confirmed, but losing some lifespan in exchange for power was worth AT. Lucilla was surprised to realize that AT was a magic sword. Both Kepler's siblings were shocked that their prediction that the sword was unusual was correct, but she was still wondering about Atai. But she had to be surprised again, when the other two knew that Ludian had a magic sword. He, on the other hand, had struck the large ball directly. As he trembled, wanting to put more power into Atai, he thought again that at this level, Maria's magic was still strong enough to withstand AT. Then, he changed the direction of the sword, then slashed the ball. The crazy goat was revealed at this time. He was surprised that he had cut through the magic shield with just one slash, but more importantly, this energy. A larger monster appeared, which was the manifestation of Diablo, asking if the goat knew who he was. Hearing him say that he was sealed by the archangels in the final battle, he knew that he was also an ancient god, and asked if the goat was there when the seal took place. Ludian also landed on the ground, hearing Diablo say, "Then I can't be lenient." The crazy goat was enduring the power from his slash. The finishing magic was used on his head. When he still could not accept the truth, Diablo spoke up, "Go back to hell, and tell them I said hello." The goat's gem also gradually became clean again, and he was also exhausted and could not shout anymore. Ludian felt uneasy even after finishing, because Eddie's ability was to absorb magic, but if Diablo also received a, he would be a little worried. He looked at the place where the monster disappeared. Its gem also slowly cracked. Then Ada fell and shattered. As he sighed in relief, because AT was UVA. Then Diablo said not quite. There was still this monster. Ludian was surprised, then looked up, with a gray expression. His teammates outside also could not believe a tie. Seeing this, the monster's eyes looked at them, but did not speak. Ada raised its disgusting hand towards where Ludian was standing. He panicked, not knowing what was happening. In Chapter 2, the aliens were all cephalopods with tentacles. He felt good when Diablo said that this was not summoned by the goat. But something even more dangerous was coming. In his heart he secretly cursed the goat, then looked up again, thinking they were all going to die when they still did not know what to do. Many disgusting monsters were slowly approaching them. One opened its mouth to speak, but was not saying anything. Neither Diablo nor Ludian understood what he was saying, but Addy was listening, then translating for them that they did not want to fight. He wondered how the artificial intelligence understood what he was saying. Ada was very angry, because its master said Ada looked like an alien, and had eyes and tentacles. He asked again why others could not see AT but Addy could translate. Ada emitted a hello saying AT adjusted everything with its power. Ludian understood. He wanted AT to ask them if they could change their form, because he remembered that they could transform into humans. AT obeyed its master's orders, flying up to communicate with the leader. The two sides communicated with a unique language. AT also flew down to report back. Hearing that he could, because this was not his true form, Ludian was quite happy. The transformation of the monster was being performed. In the presence of the Gyep 4, a human appeared, complaining that this language was difficult to learn. This kid found AT quite interesting to see the chosen one, the sealed one, and the one who was dragged along, then stepped forward to introduce himself. I suggest following Ludian for a while, telling him to just understand IT that way. Elvin, Luciella, and Maria looked at the girl with surprise. Even Ludian felt confused. Everyone was confused. After hearing what she said, he thought AT was confusing. The name she said did not resemble any alien species or god with this name. Diablo spoke up, saying that he had lived for a long time and still did not know all the names of the gods in the universe, and was sure that this thing was not present in the Great Demon War. And Ludian wondered what was wrong, and the sword said that its position was frighteningly high, not at all inferior to him, maybe even far exceeding him, which shocked him, and felt like he was going crazy, because AT was so strong that Diablo was wary. Looking at the girl in front of him, he thought, anyway, that entity came from an alien world, not a different world. But worried about his plan for so long, AT was an uncontrollable variable, afraid that such an entity wanted to follow him. Diablo reassured him. If AT caused trouble, the heavenly realm would have intervened. They must be scratching their heads to deal with AT. He complained that AT was a strange experience for a demon to have to pity those in the heavenly realm, and he thought that was right. Ludian turned when he heard Maria speak. Considering that the demon race and everywhere else were quiet, the black crystal had become a solid shield. The violence will hide until its strength recovers. So they must have put a lot of effort into creating this shield. He listened to the explanation and was thoughtful. The soul of the landlord is a clue leading to the power of the dark world in the CVN-colored world. Although AT is not clearly described as what, but Shibio defeated the violence and obtained the soul of the dark world. So AT is this crystal. Ludian cried. Well, he had to endure AT. He used mana to take the goat's blade, pulling ATO of the pile of skulls, then casting some kind of power on the blade, then approaching AT, approaching and ordering AT to shrink. At this time, AT had turned into a sword that fit his hand. Ludian took AT easily, then going to Elvin, while praising AT and telling his senior to use AT well. The blade alone is enough to resist the Yahello, and AT can also be adjusted, a high-end treasure from the underworld. and AT is also integrated with defensive capabilities. The senior was flustered knowing that this was a magic sword, asking if IT was okay for him to receive this. Ludian and Maria explained why they did not need AT. Elvin looked elsewhere. Lucilla reluctantly said that she had a favorite sword at home, telling him to take AT. When confirmed, she nodded. Ludian thought, even if he did not get the spirit of violence, this would not harm him. Even though all the mana has gone through the refining process, the power that the violence accumulated must be immense. Looking at his stats increased, AT is equivalent to a high-level mage, or a top professional knight. Luciella and he both saw that now there was one last problem. What should they do with this girl? Yev looked at their webtoon, not understanding anything. Looking around, Luciella went to ask again about the fact that she would follow Ludian for a while. She said she would arrange accommodation and a fake identity for this person. But, still wondering who Yev was, how powerful she was, and why she chose Ludian among everyone, AT was all a mystery. But the most worrying thing was her strange indifferent attitude, like a predator who was not interested in fighting. Seeing the Doom lady hesitating, he went to her, asking Yev directly why she wanted to follow him. He was speechless when she replied that he looked interesting. Looking at the sword, he remembered that Diablo had said something before. But what do the divine entities from higher dimensions think when they look down on everyone? Then feeling that the answer was not too bad. Among the gods who appear in the final chapter, there are those who descend to Earth just for fun. He leaned down to ask her if she intended to interfere with what he was about to do, and was denied. Hearing Yev say AT was troublesome, Ludian was terrified. He wanted to ask what she meant, but was cut off. He scratched his head, saying that if she followed him, there would be a few conditions. This kid was quite surprised. First, she must not use her power without his permission. The other three agreed with the condition. Second, she must not let anyone know she is here so that no one discovers her power. She also understood to hide completely. He was worried about her position, which could attract attention from alien civilizations. Then the plan would fall apart. After thinking for a while, she agreed. He felt very good, then gave the last condition. On the other side, there was a guy who was very angry asking who the guy who looked like him was. The subordinate was begging for forgiveness, saying that the violence barrier was too strong. AT took him a while to find out the situation. He was still angry wanting to know who dared to do that, and was told that according to official documents, AT was dooming Lady Luciella. But hearing that, he was even more contemptuous, not believing that she could defeat AT, while she was still dooming. This guy was furious, thinking that the information about violence being leaked was one thing. But the problem was not knowing that IT had been destroyed. Then asked again who killed IT. And the consequences should have been to devastate at least one capital. The subordinate said he was investigating and needed more time. But this madman turned to ask someone, "Have you not dealt with Luciella yet?" Asmodeus, when he mentioned her, was still very relaxed, reproaching him for blaming her. Their target was not her, but the third prince. Also admitting that she was a threat. But he said that interfering with Luciella's affairs would be a big trouble. And more importantly, they needed to find out how violence was defeated. This guy said vaguely that her resources had been confirmed for a long time. The two of them realized that she could not handle all this alone, and were sure that someone was behind her support. She also confirmed with a very sinister look, guessing if IT was those bastards who always interfered with their affairs. Aligos was still very angry, because he had mobilized his forces but still had no clue. Asmodeus reassured him, seeing that the plan he had come up with was not bad. He wanted when violence gradually recovered its strength, they would take AT back immediately. She wondered if AT was intentional or coincidental. This guy shouted that AT was coincidental, because if they knew the plan, they would never ignore other things to destroy violence first. She thought he was right, as she had always been Luciella's rival, but as long as she was in contact with people of unknown origin who kept causing trouble for them. Then the daughter of Count Belstad, Citri Belstad, Asmodeus would not let Luciella off, and would try to attack those around her. The main gate of the Match Royal Academy. Luciella was getting a lot of attention as the Emperor awarded her a medal for this incident, and some people wondered if she handled IT herself. Ludi and Elvin stood watching as she became famous. He asked his senior if he was jealous, then telling Asep to write a justify. The doomed lady who accidentally noticed the incident had solved the Legion of the Undead with the Delphian Knights. But he felt sorry for his senior. But Elvin said that honor was not important. When life was in danger, AT was nothing. Ludian said that there would be results soon. He also understood that AT was the identity of the mages who had contacted the Belstad Dung lady. He also confirmed the Dung lady of the Marquis Belstad family. Citri Belstad. He remembered the only demon king who survived Chapter 1 and was the Ryu mastermind in Chapter 2. Also not wanting to get involved with Citri, but to prevent Luciella and the Delphian family from collapsing. Since everything was like that, he wanted to resolve AT quickly. When asked about how the unification of the underworld was going, Elvin said that AT was going smoothly. Gus had been kicked out of the game, and he was slowly expanding his territory with peace of mind. Ludian thought AT was very good, because there would often be insiders of the demons or their minions planted in those places. He intended to cut off the limbs of each one first. They were repeating the way they used to wipe the Rohan's kingdom, from the lower class to the nobility. In the original storyline, there was no time to change. But now IT was different because he knew how they operated. He would easily destroy them. But still thoughtful, because there was still a problem. How the hell could they open the gates of hell? The first place occupied by the demons was the neighboring kingdom, Rohan's. But the gates of hell opened right in the Mauryan Empire. But surely they have not opened IT yet. There must be something, right in the Empire. Something they are aiming for. Ludian was thinking when he heard someone's voice and wondered. So he turned back. He saw Maria, and she intended to say something, but blushed and suggested to her brother to talk to her for a while. Ludian and Maria went to a coffee shop, and Yev was there too. Seeing the menu, he asked if she wanted to eat, but she did not even know. But she agreed when he suggested that he would choose something for her to eat. He pointed out that this dish was very sweet and delicious, and she wondered what parfait was. He looked at Maria without saying anything. His senior spoke up, first wanting to apologize, and he did not know why. Then she mentioned the dungeon with violence last time. She should have found a way to solve everything, when she promised to protect him, but ended up not being able to do anything. Ludian mumbled about that matter, thinking that if AT was not for her shield, he would not have been able to touch a hair on violence. Feeling that Maria's trust was damaged through this fight, and she was taking all the blame. If that had not happened, an undefined variable, Yev was still enjoying her delicious ice cream. Ludian held a cup of tea, not expecting his sister to be so pessimistic. When nothing was wrong, who would have thought that goat head would give up reversing and self-destructing? AT was just too much for Maria to handle alone. Then he said that this was nothing big for them. His senior's eyes were expectant, asking him about their relationship. Ludian was thoughtful for a moment, then saying the sentence, "We are partners," and asking if that was right. Maria asked again if they were partners, and he confirmed that AT was like brothers who go through life and death together. She blushed in sadness, thoughtful and silent. He realized his sister's confusion, knowing that Maria always had to lead everyone, but maybe she never had a partner who could stand by her side. Then he asked if she always carried everything alone. Even the violence used all its power. She could handle AT herself, being so strong. So when problems arise, AT's understandable if she wants to solve them alone. Maria just sat and listened silently. He still told that at first when they worked together to deal with the undead, AT was better, because they were easy to handle even when she used all her power. But violence was different. From the moment he tried to self-destruct, he had to take responsibility and destroy the consequences left behind. After his brother told her everything, saying that he thought like that, Murray also thought he was right. Ludian said straight that AT was an extremely arrogant thought. She was surprised when he said arrogant, and he confirmed AT again. Thinking in this world, thinking like that was not arrogant. Mary felt silent when Ludian hit the bullseye, when she never had a friend or a Ryu companion, because she always carried everything and endured everything. She must have been fighting alone all this time. Standing at the top of the psychic empire, she was a lonely queen. That kingdom only existed in name, a tattered paper castle. Only this person can lead them, prove the superior magic power, and is the only hope. In her heart, she felt that AT could only be him. Ludian wanted to ask Maria something. In the battle with Gus, why did not she let Elvin and the Luda brothers participate? She hesitated to say the reason was that she could do IT herself. He asked how long his senior was going to continue. What if an enemy appeared that could not be dealt with? Would she still fight alone then? Hearing him ask, she was still tense and silent, enjoying the cup of tea, knowing that his senior had never met anyone like that. So she did not think about AT, but sooner or later she would reach that threshold. Then he said the truth. The enemies they have to face now. There are many that even she can't defeat. Asking again if she still intended to carry everything. Like now. Because he knew that the enemies were not just demons. In the main part of the Sech to they were nothing. Even if Maria reached a complete state, she would also reach the limit. Then he held his hand, saying that they were partners. People with the same goals, walking together on the same path. Not everyone in the Gyabri has the same skills. Even if there are shortcomings, everyone must move forward together. He told Maria that she could shout loudly when she was in a hurry, and frown every time she was upset. Anyway, a partner is someone you can rely on when things get difficult, and always be there when you are angry. Maria spoke up asking if that was true. When there are times when you want to complain, want to be comforted, and sometimes just want to go somewhere together. Ludian remembered in the moment of opening up to Ribio. These were the words that a fragile and desperate Maria had said to him. Yet he was saying to his senior that this was what partners were for. She rubbed her hands, hearing him give an example. If she possessed such a powerful ability, there would still be a teammate willing to help, and he was certain to guarantee that. Maria did not know how, but his words moved her, then suggesting that instead of calling each other partners, friends would sound better. She shyly said, "Not just partners, but let us be friends." Ludian blushed and agreed when she said that. His senior added, they would not be in the same line, but they would be friends until they were still allies. He had not replied yet. After that, she happily mentioned the word friend. Taking Maria's hand, she excitedly said, "Let us be friends." And she was very warm, wanting to rely on this younger brother. Actually, the reason she came here to apologize was just to comfort herself and strengthen her resolve. If she stood up now and went home, she would continue to live and carry everything as before. But at least when she was having a hard time or tired, she hoped he could listen to her complain, and vice versa. He could also rely on her. Just looking at her, she was highly respected in the organization. Ludian smiled. Of course, friends after all. But are not you respected for your abilities? Can I really trust you? Maria raised her fist, wanting to die early. Ludian laughed, feeling like he almost died. But it's been a long time since I had such a comfortable conversation, because since entering this body, I have just been focusing on work. I have not even had the chance to talk to a member of the opposite sex for more than 10 minutes. Maria stood up. She had to go back to work. The Luda twins must be looking for her. Today was fun. See you later. Ludian politely replied, "Yes. Goodbye." After Maria left, Ludian pondered. The psychic empire must be dealt with one day. Maria Kepler grew up like that, mostly due to the excessive expectations and demands from the psychics. Well, there will be a chance soon. Suddenly, Yev turned to ask Ludian. Nothing else. Startling him, Yev praised, "This is quite delicious. This parfait suits her taste. Wipe your mouth clean." Ludian ordered another one for Yev. "Give me another supersized parfait." "Thank you." Jeva mumbled. The color of the soul has started to become slightly clearer. Ludian quickly looked at her, and the doomed fate has also been temporarily avoided. As expected. Very interesting. She also knew that Maria Kepler would be destroyed in the original Sifa to Ray. A little means Ate has not completely disappeared. Right. Which means, there is still something we need to avoid. Yev replied, "That is right. I am Maria Kepler's friend. I did not expect to become friends with the character I like the most. Is this the feeling of being friends with an Ade I admire? If the main storyline has started, I would not even dream of AT. In Chapter 1, when the Empire fell into chaos due to the demons, Maria Kepler, who had completed the succession process to reach the pinnacle of a true psychic, put aside her emotions for the rebirth of the psychic empire and possessed military power strong enough to overthrow a medium-sized nation. But when she fell into Asmodeus' trap, the psychics, starting with the mages, eventually suffered discrimination and brutal oppression throughout the empire. And then, only after the final battle with Gaibio resting did she open her heart again. Ludian told himself he would not let that happen again. 3 demon kings had infiltrated the empire under the guise of nobles. Aligos was already known to be clueless in the original Septurai, so he did not need to pay attention to him yet. And Marbas was of course still outside the capital because he had to maintain his fake identity. The problem now was that Asmodeus was probably next to the third prince, taking Luciela's place. She would probably start acting first after the recent incident. Will she take action directly, or will she take advantage of the prince? Ludian looked at Diablo. Diablo. If I had to fight those 3 in my current state, what would the result be? Diablo immediately gave his opinion. Those 3 are all promising demons, who were once noticed even in my time. Now 10,000 years have passed. Their strength must have increased significantly. Even if their power is sealed like that goat, with your current abilities, facing one of the 3 would be enough to make your head split. Of course, if your level increases, things will be different. Ludian continued. So I have to increase my strength as quickly as possible. Whether I have to become a master swordsman or whatever, that is a given for this body that has signed a contract. Currently, they also can't recklessly unleash military forces. At most they will ask their subordinates to assassinate. This is a battle of wits, a competition to see who calculates more steps ahead. Now then, Citri Belstead, no matter what you plan to do, I will counterattack everything. Hello. Ludian. Ludian was surprised to see Citri Belstad in front of him. He did not expect this, Kaline said haughtily. Ludian. You bastard. Miss Citri has personally greeted you. Why do not you bow down to greet her immediately? Looking at Kaline's face, Ludian could not stand at. Why is this guy here with her? Who is this miss? She came to the academy on her own. I did not expect her to reveal her identity so easily. Citri shyly introduced herself. Oh dear. At's my mistake. I am Citri Belstad, the one rumored to have an ambiguous relationship with the third prince. Hit in the heart by Ludian, Citri smiled awkwardly. Those are just baseless rumors. Ludian replied. Oh, I see. Citri laughed. Of course, smiling and talking on the outside pretending to be friendly, but in reality, Citri was very angry with what Ludian had just said, daring to insult my honor as soon as you found me. You dog. You have crossed the line. So what? Your father is just a commoner with nothing to lose. Kaline scolded Ludian. You bastard. Where did you hear those false rumors to bring them up like that? There is no way those malicious and terrible rumors about our miss are true. Ludian wondered, since when has she become our Citri? But more surprisingly, this guy has been quite quiet until now. Well, let us put that aside. Is the demon's intelligence network so good that they immediately found me? The Royal Intelligence Agency under the Emperor only listens to his orders. And there must be a limit to their intelligence capabilities. So how did they find me? Because I just moved in yesterday. I do not know much about this place. So Kaline is taking me on a tour. Ludian interrupted Citri. So what does that have to do with me? Kaline asked Ludian. What kind of disrespectful way of talking to a miss is that? Ludian thought. Hey, she is not even royalty. Why is this idiot serving her as if she is higher than him? I am quite interested in the stories about the bravery of the knights. Kaline told me something very interesting. That meat. Ludian made a great contribution in breaking through a dungeon in the border area. So that is why. The death of Castley Richmond. The opening shot that derailed the demon's plan. I did not do anything great. Back then, I was just a small attendant. It was all thanks to the outstanding swordsmanship of the brave Mer. Kaline. Is that so? Ludian continued. But thanks to that, I had the honor of witnessing Mir. Kaline's swordsmanship. In reality, what this guy Kaline did was nag and bother the knights who were fighting their best. Well, if Kaline had any conscience, he would have told Citri about his merits. But there is no way this guy would do that. Suddenly, Citri grabbed Ludian's wrist. But, can't you spare me some of your time? I really want to hear Ludian's brave stories. Ludian quickly avoided. I do not like a tea, Citri gently said. Excuse me, Ludian refused bluntly. I'm busy. I do not have time. It's been a long time since I have seen such a scene. Kaline ran to comfort Citri. Come on. My miss. Just ignore this guy. I will take you somewhere else. You do not need to pay attention to someone who insults a lady's honor like that. Now then, let us go. Kaline just dragged Citri away, ignoring Citri's words. Sir, wait a moment. Yes. So you have crawled all the way here. Huh. Adi called Ludian. Master. At this time Ludian knew that Adi had discovered something strange. I sense a piece of me from that woman. Ludian was confused. What? What is Ati saying? Ati can sense a piece of Adi's supporting artificial intelligence here. The first generation collection system prototype, Eldorado Artificial Intelligence. The second generation exploration system Artificial Intelligence Elysian. The third generation healing system Artificial Intelligence Utopia. The fourth generation teleportation system Artificial Intelligence Dilmun. The fifth generation combat system Artificial Intelligence Shambhala. And the sixth generation recovery system Artificial Intelligence Eden exist. They are the 6 supporting artificial intelligences created for me by the Creator. Each time I recover the function of each generation, I can use its special ability, and when I collect all the functions, the seal on my main body, which is being sealed from the outside, will be removed. Currently, a piece means that Citri has not obtained that function yet, so that is still good news. To know more accurately, Ludian asked Adi clearly, what function are you talking about? AT is the first generation collection system artificial intelligence. Eldorado, a collection system artificial intelligence. At least AT's not a combat system. What a relief. A combat system function would be a world-destroying power. Because the purpose of Eldorado is to collect. The subspace of its terminal contains all kinds of relics collected by the creators from the past. Of course, most of the relics are locked, so they can't be unlocked unless AT is me. The main body does IT, but depending on how IT is used, AT can easily destroy a few planets. What? Easily destroy planets? Adi explained. Because the power of the terminal is extremely large, you will need to think of countermeasures. A terminal. The reason why the gates of hell could be opened right in the middle of the empire. Adi sends a terminal from Asmodeus. The common feature of both is that they are not mentioned in the original Estecher to Rai. Ludian put a big question mark. Is this really just a coincidence? Asmodeus. Maybe he should give her a little more headache. Luciela read the letter that Citri left. Citri Belstad has moved to the academy. The third prince has personally handled this matter. The official reason is that her father has just passed away and the family is on the verge of collapse. The third prince himself has taken care of the Belstad family's affairs, and the only remaining relative, Citri, will be protected in the academy to ensure her safety. That is the Sef Turai. The royal family does not object. It seems that the prince is interfering too deeply in the situation of a noble family. Luciela continued. Maria, is there any reason to object when the Belstad family's assets are so large? But Ati's clearly just a play. At least he did not say Ati directly like, please take good care of Miss Belstad with you. Miss? Rebecca replied, if he said that, the Delphian family would have staged an assassination of a member of the royal family. Well, their target is definitely only one. They will definitely target the Dung lady in some way. If they want to target her, let them do it. Ludian walked in from the door and spoke up. This is actually a good thing. What do you mean? Citri Belstad, in name, is the only adopted daughter of Gus. Well, that is true. Right. So according to Ludian, that means that the only person who can gain control of the Theorist Trading Alliance is Citri. Actually, Ludian was worried about how to approach her, because she was sticking to the prince. So this is great. This is an opportunity to swallow the Theorist Trading Alliance. Is not that a golden opportunity? The Theorist Trading Alliance, a huge trade association with more than 300 branches scattered throughout the continent. AT is an alliance between 3 large trade guilds and 8 medium-sized trade guilds. They have accumulated so much wealth that they account for 20% of the empire's assets. AT is rumored that if they strike, the empire's economy could be paralyzed for a while. AT is one of the pinnacles of wealth, not only in the empire but on the continent. Ludian, I see 2 problems. First, you said you would swallow the trade alliance. But how do you plan to do it? The usual way would be to get shares in the trade guild, but AT's basically a pipe dream. Just in terms of influence in the capital, even if the Delphian and Kipler families ally, the Theorist Trading Alliance is still much stronger than us. And second, if Citri Belstad is really related to the demons, would she enter the academy unprepared? Indeed. You make a lot of sense. Senior, Asmodeus is always the one behind the schemes. She must have someone as a pawn, whether A ties the third prince or someone else. There is no way she would come here without a backup plan. But most importantly, Gus is gone now. We must swallow the trade guilds that are of control immediately. And if we do AT in the usual way, AT will take a long time. That is right. AT will take at least 2 to 3 months. AT has not even been a week since Gus died. Yet she has rushed to the academy. If we assume that Citri has taken Yuvavit, the trade guild, what do you think she used? Marie is sure that AT is strength. She must have crushed them with strength. Right. Ludian praised Maria. Correct. The selection of trade guild leaders usually happens secretly, so there is no need to play fair. And if we add Asmodeus a special brainwashing power. Brainwashing. Threatening. Promising concessions. She can easily take Juvake the association in a short time. So, our mission is to rescue those who are being threatened by the demons and turn them into our allies. Ludian objected to Maria's idea. No, I said. We will be the ones to take them VP. What is the point of saving those who do not even hold shares to benefit us? Then what do you plan to do? Ludian analyzed. To really swallow the Theorist Trading Alliance, we must strike straight at the center, which is the Belstad family. Wait, how do you plan to take Juveki the Belstad family? Citri is still there. She is an adopted daughter, not a biological daughter. That is the most fatal point. In theory, Citri's inheritance rights are recognized only because Gus has no relatives left, because when Gus sold his soul to the devil, he personally killed not only his direct descendants, but also distant relatives. And with the third prince interfering, most people won't dare to get involved. However, if he has no relatives, then we will just create some ourselves. Because we have the ring that symbolizes the head of the Belstad family. Seeing the ring in Ludian's hand, Elvin was surprised. Huh. How do you have that? And Marion speculated. Do not tell me. When Gus died. Ludian Belstad. Sounds feasible. Of course. I am not saying that I will take you the Belstad family. I will only be a puppet leader. Even if you have the seal of the family head, creating such a scam. Ludian interrupted. What is the problem? We have someone with great influence from the Delphian family who can confirm the seal. Right. Which means that the Delphian family, a supporter of the third prince, will declare opposition to take Yuvu the Belstad family. Now then, Luciella, what will you choose? Luciella smiled. Great. I will convince my father and the family. Ludian's serious and determined expression was clear when he heard Luciella say she would convince her father. The Theorist Trading Alliance will be a very good gift. The newspapers will revolve around the stories of who will be the heir to the Belstad family. A clash between the Delphian family and the third prince's faction. The nobles have begun to follow the sudden clash between the two major powers, believing that this will be the official event, marking the rift between the Duke Delphian family and the third prince. Rojo angrily punched the table. What the hell is this? How dare Duke Delphian do this? I must go and question him about this immediately. Citri rushed Uvu to hug Rojo. Please stay calm. Your Highness. If your Highness stands, the situation will become even more tense. So, what should I do now? Citri said, I will go and talk to this Ludian myself. If this is a misunderstanding, I will resolve it immediately, and even everything will be resolved peacefully. I have checked that guy's background, but recklessly killing him may ruin the plan I have prepared. All right, if you crave the Belstad family so much, I will grant your wish. However, with the power of pleasure that I possess, I will turn you into my slave first. At the main building of the Match Royal Academy, Citri came to greet Ludian. We meet again. Ludian, I did not expect us to come from the same family. Ludian chuckled. The same family. The outside is nosy because of this family inheritance. We should not be fighting in this situation. Right. That is right. 80's funny. Both of us are fighting for inheritance even though we do not have a drop of Belstad blood in our bodies. If you want, I can give you this position of head of the Belstad family. However, only if you promise to be by my side. By your side. How? Waiting for Ludian to take the bait. Citri cast a spell causing Ludian to become confused and lose his mind. Not only the position of head of the family. Do you want to monopolize Luciella? Do you want to completely destroy her? If you become my person, I can make Luciella your slave, her, the noble daughter of a duke. Moreover, status, fame, wealth, pleasure. I can give you anything. Suddenly Ludian spoke up. Yes. You are kidding me. Citri looked up at Ludian. Gently said. Excuse me. Ludian put his hand on Citri's forehead. Do I need to say AT again? I said. Do not bark. Citri continued to ask Ludian to excuse her again. Citri was angry when Ludian pushed her away. Wait. What the hell? The power of the Demon King should be absolute. What a stupid expression. Compared to the power of the magic sword, AT's far inferior. Comparing me to that inferior thing is an insult. You. What is your identity? My power has no effect on him. Is AT a dragon race? Or even a god race? People have been asking me my identity lately. You even said the same thing as that woman. Her name is Castle Richmond, right? Citri pointed at Ludian. Castle Richmond. So AT's you, the one who destroyed that blood demon stone. Speaking of this, Citri knew that she had fallen into a trap. Damn I have fallen into a trap. If the opponent is completely unaffected by the power of lust, then even if I use all my strength, I can't kill him. First, sit down. Citri Belstad. No, the Demon King. Asmodeus, along with Eligos and Marbus. You have spent quite a bit of effort to open the gates of hell, have not you? Citri went crazy. Her face flushed red, slamming her hand on the table. You? Who are you really? Citri did not expect. Not only did Ludian know her identity but also the names of everyone in her faction. I did not think you would come to meet me like this. Who I am does not matter. Let us get to the point. Citri Belstad. Do you want to cooperate with us? Anyway, from now until you open the gates of hell, whatever you do is useless. Right. A2 will take 3 to 4 years to open the gates. Citri thought. This guy, how much does he know? Could it be that he knows all our plans? I do not care how strong my enemy is, but even if I have to sacrifice my life, I must kill him right now, knowing that Citri intended to kill him. Ludian challenged, planning to gamble big. If you are good, try it. Anyway, as long as you do that, everything you have worked so hard to build will collapse immediately. Citri asked Ludian, what do you want? I just said AT. Cooperate with each other. Remember that you were the one who invaded my territory first, and have repeatedly made me uncomfortable. Territory. Ludian guessed that Citri would be confused because there was really no territory to speak of. We do not care if you can open the gates or not. Dealing with you is easy. But the ones in other kingdoms are the problem. So, we demand adequate compensation for the consequences you have caused. And from now on, let us divide the territory clearly. A territory where we can temporarily cease hostilities. What is the adequate compensation you are talking about? Ludian was very satisfied that Citri had taken the bait. Very simple. First, transfer control of Belstad and the Theorist Trade Guild to us. Although A2 will be financially inconvenient for you now, but when the gates of hell open, these things will no longer matter. Right. And do not touch the Delphian family. I need them to maintain my social status now. Is that all? Ludian put his hand on his chin and thought. Well, if I have to add more, I want you to let Kaline go, because I used to be an attendant for that guy. I do not want to see his future destroyed either. If you obey, I will keep silent about you. Citri looked at Ludian, although in reality, she was the one who had her territory taken away because she had interfered in the Belstad family's affairs. But I can't refuse that offer. A normal person would not be able to know this much information. One thing I am sure of is that he deliberately provoked me to create a situation that is beneficial to him. Citri decided to give Ludian an answer. All right then. In the name of the Demon King of Lust. Asmodeus, I accept your request. Ludian praised Citri. Very decisive. At the same time, Citri gave a condition. However, do not touch the third prince. I have spent a lot of time getting him, and he does not belong to the Delphian family. Ludian continued. I can't promise that, if I pushed a little more, I could win back the third prince. But I do not want to have to look after an idiot, who abandoned Luciella even though he did not have the right to do so. Our territories are Delphian and Iskar. We will not touch the families that the demons have disguised themselves and infiltrated. And we will not touch this match academy. The valet will be until the gates of hell officially open. What should I call you? Ludian emphasized. Adora. Good. Knowing the existence of those who are watching us is also an advantage. Your arrogance. I will make you pay for AT. You seem a little too confident. What will you do if I break the covenant? Because you yourself proposed this covenant. As soon as you break AT, you will receive retribution. Do you think I am a fool who does not know anything? Ludian said. That is right. But you are still a fool for not knowing that I am not a sen who has to keep his word. Just wait. The day will come when I will turn you into a slave and torture you for the rest of your life. Okay. Goat. Ending the conversation with Ludian, Citri left in anger. Maybe I revealed a little too many cards, but that is enough to successfully bluff. Master. Are you really going to accept a truce with them? Ludian replied. What is Itai to you? What do you mean? Ludian explained. If it were some divine entity, they would have to keep their word, but am I a sinant? I do not know who the Ryu devil is. Citri said to Adi. That is right. I am a human who can deceive even a demon king. In another place, Aligos cursed Asmodeus. Are you crazy? How dare you decide everything without the permission of me and Marbus? Shut up. Aligos. He already knows all our plans. Aligos was stunned. What do you mean? What does that mean? He even knows exactly when the gates of hell will open. Not only us, but also knows Marbus' identity accurately. If that is the case, it is also possible that they know about the core that we discovered before. No way. Is he a dragon race? Asmodeus continued. At least, he does not seem to intend to invade the world. I can't sense any Ori of the dragon race, so it is likely that he is not a dragon race. That guy's Ori is only that of a normal person. If I only know that much. Anyway, the enemy's strength is Rio. Maybe he is an alien species, or even a god, and Asmodeus has the same thought as Eligos. So, we just sit and wait without doing anything. To be led by the nose like this, no matter who they are, my pride won't allow AT. If he knows our situation so well, who knows when he will stab us in the back? In that case, A's better to risk attacking his forces. Aligos, are you crazy? We do not know anything about the scale of his forces, and you still want to attack blindly. Aligos growled. Is not Ada possible that Atai's just bragging? You stood up to agree to the covenant. Right, if I act, Ada won't violate the covenant. Aligos, you crazy dog. Okay then. But there are 3 conditions. First, no fighting in the capital. Whether you win or lose, everything will turn into smoke. Second, if you lose, I will discuss with Marbus to get rid of you. What did you say? If you do not agree, I will tell Marbus and seal you until the gates of hell are opened. All right, I accept your offer. Asmodeus was helpless. Now you can do whatever you want. At the Duke Delphian's mansion, Rojo was stopped by everyone. Your Highness, you can't do that. He scolded everyone. Shut your mouths. Tell Luciella to come now. You are only allowed to come here. Third Prince Rojo. Rojo pointed at Duke Vincent's face. This time you have crossed the line. I came to ask for an explanation, yet you dare to be disrespectful to me, Vincent calmly said. Please, come inside first. Even if you are the Delphian family, are not you crossing the line by interfering in the affairs of the royal family? You better have prepared a good reason. Duke? Then, I wish you the best of luck. Rojo opened the door and went straight into Luciella's room. He was shocked to see Ludian there with Luciella. Luciella politely said, Welcome, Third Prince Rojo. Prince Rojo glared at Luciella and asked fiercely, What kind of joke is this? Luciella, what method did you use to threaten Citri? Contrary to that angry attitude, Luciella calmly drank tea and replied, I have never even met her. Just as she finished speaking, Rojo shouted, Do not talk nonsense. He slammed the table and lost his temper. Yelling, She said she was going to meet someone named Ludian, and then suddenly declared that she would give up all her rights if you did not interfere. Do you really think this would happen so easily? Then, Luciella called to Ludian. Ludian, please explain to His Highness. Ludian obeyed. Yes, miss, causing Rojo to be stunned. Ludian stood beside her, glanced at him and introduced, I am Ludian Belstad. Your Highness. Rojo was annoyed and contemptuous when he heard his introduction. Belstad, you shameless thing, a filthy commoner who dares to open his mouth to me. Do you want to lose your head? Ludian smiled sarcastically when he heard him say that. When will you grow up? Your Highness. Rojo was angered by his insult and pointed at his face, cursing. You bastard. What are you relying on to act so arrogantly? Meanwhile, Ludian calmly attacked Rojo. I do not understand why you are acting so thoughtlessly. Even though the Delphian family is no longer backing you, do you think that occupying the trade alliance is enough to replace the Delphian family? Rojo's self-esteem was hurt and he shouted angrily. What do you know? The influence and wealth that Viscount Belstad has accumulated for me far exceeds what you can imagine. With the support from them, I do not need this ridiculous engagement anymore. Luciella called O with a disappointed expression when she heard him say that. Your Highness. Ludian boredly held his forehead when he heard him ramble. Rojo continued. If you do not want to become an enemy of the royal family, then obediently hand du Viv the seal of the Belstad family. He shouted. Even if Delphian is one of the 3 great families of the empire, they can't face the royal family alone. Ludian calmly spoke up. That is right. He raised 2 fingers and firmly said. So what if they are not alone, but 2 great families allied? Then he called O. You can come in now. Rojo was confused. What? Someone pushed the door open from the outside. Rojo showed his attitude when he saw that person. You? What are you doing here? That person smiled, touched his hat and greeted. Long time no see. Third Prince. Rojo was surprised to see him. Grey Belletter. Why are you here? And Ludian smiled contentedly when he saw him. He thought. Bellatrix. One of the 3 great duke families of the empire. A famous mage family as talented as the Holy Knight family Delphian. The hero of the Bellatrix family. And the mage in the main character's party in the original Sieve to Rai. A legendary archmage with the title of magic god. Grey Bellatrix. Grey smiled, pointed to his head and teased. Well, you are still as stupid as ever. One day before, at the headmaster's office, Ludian stood in front of Luciella and presented. We have pretended to ally with the demons, so we will buy some time. Currently, they will not act casually in Delphian territory. Luciella at this time held a piece of paper in her hand and said tiredly, Ludian, there is actually a problem. Ludian asked. A problem. She continued. Ties about the Viscount Belstad family. Ludian took the paper that Luciella gave him and said in a panic, What do you mean the Belstad family's assets are not much anymore? Why? Luciella said disappointedly. After the Viscount was declared dead, his subordinates seemed to have taken everything in the mansion without permission. According to the Intelligence Association's estimate, less than 30% of the assets remain. Ludian was still sprayed with glue when he heard her say that. He worriedly thought, I must get shares in the Belstad Trade Guild. To win the position of head of the Trade Guild without dispute. Luciella spoke again. Even if the Delphian family temporarily contributes capital, AIT is still not enough. Ludian said with a determined look. Miss, if we face the royal family alone and occupy Theris now, the Delphian family will definitely bear the consequences. He raised his finger and gave a plan. So would not it be better if another family also participated? Luciella was surprised. Another family. Ludian replied. You once told me how to make money from items taken from the dungeon. Right. Luciella remembered when she said, relics or gold containing If it's not stolen goods, my Duke family can buy a significant amount, but spending a lot of money at once is a bit difficult. So I probably can't buy much. Currently, Ludian said. Is not that mage from the fire tower? Luciella looked at him in surprise and asked. How did you know? Ludian said in confusion. Just accept it as it is. He smiled with a confident look and said. We will invite them to participate in this. The Bellatrix family. At the Bellatrix mansion. Grey's study. Ludian and Luciella entered Grey's messy study. Grey wondered and asked them. What do you want? You weirdo. What are you here for? Luciella tried to restrain her anger and said, Long time no see. Dooming Master. Grey saw the book he was reading and smiled. Right. Right. Ludian thought it was funny to see him. In the original Sef Turay, Grey was known as the most narcissistic person in history. He is really self-obsessed, but he has Ryu's strength, so 80's hard to hate him completely. And Luciella was also annoyed by that look. Luciella could not help but angrily scold. That arrogant nature still has not changed. He arrogantly sat on the table and said haughtily, "You demand kindness from a Bellatrix. Just tell me the reason you came to me." Luciella at this time also seriously explained, without beating around the bush, "I came to propose that the Delphian and Bellatrix families invest together, in order to occupy the trade guild position." Gray felt strange and asked again, "You want to split the Theorist trade alliance in half, while your fiancé, the third prince, is doing everything to take ATUV, to compete for the succession?" Luciella clenched her fist, a little unwilling to say, "The situation has changed." Gray sighed and replied, "Well, I do not need to look at you to know. That brainless idiot is digging his own grave." And Gray said indifferently, "I refuse your proposal." "Well, there are many benefits if I agree, but I can't face the royal family because of that." Luciella was determined to persuade him. "If our two families join hands, even the royal family won't easily interfere. And it's not like we are demanding to face them directly. A part of the shares will also be offered to the royal family. The benefits of the family, and the threat from the royal family." Gray raised his two hands and said coldly, "If I have to weigh, this is a 50-50 risk. If you want to convince me, propose something better." Luciella was helplessly silent, but Ludian spoke up, "There is something I want you to see." Gray was stunned at the gold bar that Ludian gave. He said, "A gold bar containing mana. The purity is extremely high. I want to exchange AT for money. How much do you think AT's worth?" Hearing that, Gray stood up and replied with interest, "You have come to the right place. Let us see." He picked up the gold bar to see and estimated, "I can offer about 200 gold coins for AT." Luciella was surprised. "For such a small bar, I can buy a house with a garden in the capital with 200 gold coins." Gray calmly replied to her, "Even me and the elders in the magic tower can't refine AT this well. Ada looks like stolen goods. Where did you get this?" Ludian crossed his arms and said indifferently, "Just cleaned a dungeon." Gray asked casually, "Which dungeon?" Ludian replied, "A secret that can't be said." He thought, if I said AT was the Castle dungeon, Count Iskar would probably rush in with the Lion Hearts Knight them. Gray started to suggest, "All right, I won't ask the source. So you want to sell this to me? I can give you 200 gold coins right here." Ludian refused bluntly. "No." His eyes were dangerous and unpredictable, saying, "What I want to sell is not just that bar." He ordered 80. "Addy, bring a ATO." Addy obeyed. "Yes, sir." Suddenly at this time, Gray's eyes lit up and all images of gold appeared in his eyes. He was shocked and blurted, "Oh, wait." A pile of gold fell all over the ground, causing the two of them to be extremely surprised. Luciella asked, "What is this?" Gray picked up one gold bar and asked insistently, "You said all this is metal. There is a lot of extremely rare metal here too." Ludian smiled wryly and thought, "Oh, that Castle, she really hoards a lot of things." Gray trembled, holding the gold bar inside. "With this much, you can buy a Viscount title and your own territory." Ludian replied with a smile, "If I promise to sell all of this at a reasonable price, would you be willing to cooperate with me and the Delphian family?" Gray was a little scared when he heard that and stammered, "That, I have to go and convince my mother first." Ludian said indifferently again, "Then I have to bring the trump card," causing Gray to be confused. He smiled and held a mysterious book. "What about this?" Gray took the book and shouted, "Of Control. A magic book from Richmond. Written by the legendary Archmage Castle Richmond." He turned the book and happily said, "You said you planned to sell this." Ludian calmly replied, "Feasible." "Right," Gray happily confirmed. "Of course, this is 100% real. With this, the problems that I have difficulty with will probably be solved." He smiled happily and contentedly. Luciella wondered and asked him, "Where did you get these things?" Ludian raised his finger to signal a secret. Back to reality. Rojo bitterly warned them, "Even if you ally, you can't overcome the power of the royal family." Gray immediately spoke up, Sorry for interrupting. Your Highness, let us be clear, we are not facing the entire empire, but only you." Third Prince. Rojo immediately shouted, "What?" Gray raised his hand and said, "My Bellatrix Duke family. You probably know that we support the second prince. When I said I would offer a portion of my future trade guild shares to the second prince, He was very pleased and willing to support us. Rojo looked at Gray with resentment until he trembled. Gray continued to step forward, pointed at Luciella and said, "So why do not you just ignore this tall woman and live peacefully with your new mistress? If you continue to cause trouble..." Gray's eyes suddenly became scary and dangerous. He threatened, "I really won't let you off." Rojo did not know what to do, but angrily left and warned, "Just wait. You bastards. This is not the end." Gray turned his face away, laughing interestingly. Well, a prince who delivers old lines like a third-rate villain. Then he turned to strike a pose with Ludian and said confidently, "What do you think, brother? Did I handle 80 smoothly?" Ludian helplessly thought, "I am not sure if I should call 80 smooth, or a mess." After that, he smiled with an interested look. "Anyway, things are getting interesting." Then, Gray happily left and said to him, "Brother, if you have any good stuff later, remember to tell me." Ludian found 80 funny to see his appearance. He is not like that in the original Principles. Well, anyway, he is considered a monster mage. 80's good that Gray is kind to me. Then he had a troubled face, glanced at Luciella and thought, "By the way..." Ludian quickly went to Luciella and asked, "Are you alright?" Luciella gently replied, "Of course I am alright. The third prince likes the kind of woman who is gentle and demure, while I have been restless since I was a child," she said emotionally. "No matter how hard I try, my nature will not change." Ludian remembered her image and thought, even when becoming a commander, Luciella always rushed to the front lines. She does not fit the common lady model, but she is elegant, intelligent and has strength, an all-rounder. The only pity is that she is not the third prince's type of woman. Ludian said indifferently, "The emperor once said, if the doming lady was born 10 years earlier, he would have hesitated to make her the crown princess." Luciella asked in surprise, "How do you know the words spoken by His Majesty himself?" Ludian said blankly, "At this point, what is important anymore? Just know AT. Anyway, 8 is not the Dune lady's fault. Being so sad is not like you." Luciella listened silently to his advice. After that, she laughed and spoke up, "Not like me." Ludian pretended to slap his face and teased, "Just rub that third prince's face with love and a tie's done. That is what you should be like," causing Luciella to laugh happily. She laughed happily and relaxed. Ludian was satisfied. His eyes gently observed her appearance. Scene changes to barren village. Iskar border. A person stood on high looking at the village and said, "Finally found a tea." He frowned, unhappily saying, "Is this the place? The last trace of Alex. This person is Decarabia, a high-ranking demon under Iblis." He said bitterly, "You bastard. Who finally took you down?" He thought, "The trace of Mana has completely disappeared. I have been wandering for a month without finding anything." The armored men lay dead all Zuvha the ground. Decarabian thought, "At least some of his subordinates survived. This village is the only clue to Alex's death. A dangerous power and killing intent emanated around him." He said, "If I investigate further, I will probably find something." Decarabian glanced around and thought annoyedly, "Still nothing so far. There are about 100 humans in this village. All of them are trash. With this many people, at most, A2 will only take an hour to kill them all." Decarabian was walking and found it strange before the scene in the village. But something was wrong. This was indeed once a battlefield. So why is this village still intact? He carefully analyzed everything. The person who killed Alex Huma was not Count Cadel. I have verified AT. AT is a completely different person. A place like this, even a light cavalry thim can turn AT into dust. Yet this village is still here. Something must have happened. Decarabian glared viciously and said, "Maybe if I deal with the strongest one here, I will know something." Then he cast his power to transform and disappeared from that place. Not long after, Decarabian appeared with light surrounding him, standing in a room, and someone in the room felt strange. He turned around, saw Decarabian and shouted in horror, "Who are you?" Decarabian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Ha, this dwarf is the strongest one here." The man was afraid when he saw him and took the knife on the table to defend himself. "What kind of monster are you?" Decarabian did not answer but pounced, tightly squeezing the man's mouth and saying fiercely, "Human, I have a question for you." The man was frightened and trembled. He threatened again, "You better answer obediently." The man begged in fear, please. Decarabian glared and asked with killing intent, what exactly happened in this village? Did someone attack? The man trembled in pain as his face was squeezed tightly. Decarabian released his hand and said unhappily, all right, can you talk now? The man was released and hugged his mouth. Breathing tiredly, he said with difficulty, what do you want me to answer? He thought to himself, judging by his appearance, he is not someone from the Empire. Decarabian said indifferently and sarcastically, humans of years like they are deaf. Annoying. Quickly tell me everything that has happened in this village recently. The man asked in confusion. What are you talking about? I do not know anything. Decarabian heard that and glared with killing intent. You think I'm stupid? Then he opened his eyes wide, his face filled with anger and brutality, wanting to kill that guy. Decarabian used his power, creating a stream of energy around the man. That evil power tightened around the man, causing him to scream in pain. Decarabian smiled sinisterly, threatening, if you know what is good for you, tell me right away. I can wipe this whole village before dawn. I still have plenty of time, so let us see who can endure longer. The man was suppressed by his power and thought in fear, no, if he knows about Ludian, that kid will be in danger. He resolutely thought, I would rather die than let that happen. Decarabian saw the other party constantly silent and lamented, holding his forehead. Knowing this, I would have learned some psychological magic for this. It seems that I have to act more forcefully. I bet you will open your mouth even if I make a few holes in your body. The village chief heard him threatening in an emergency. He thought with difficulty. This is the end. Suddenly, at that moment, someone entered from outside and spoke. Village chief. Decarabian was startled. Huh. It was Rebecca standing by the door and asking coldly, what is going on? Decarabian saw her and was stunned and thought, I did not feel the presence of this little girl approaching me. Then he glared terribly and said, who are you? The village chief worriedly called her, run. Rebecca. Hearing that, Decarabian glanced with some disbelief. What? This? I thought some extremely strong person had appeared. He looked at her and assessed. Normal amount of mine. A little training, but still only at an average level. But being a little careful won't hurt. Thinking, he used his power, concentrating his power to cover Rebecca. His powerful magic rushed and attacked Rebecca, pushing her hard into the wall. The village chief shouted, Rebecca. Rebecca was seriously injured by the magic attack. Her body was full of small blood holes that looked very painful. The village chief saw this and angrily shouted, you bastard. I will kill you. Decarabian narrowed his eyes contemptuously. Huh. Nothing special. After that, he said, then, let us continue to enjoy a long night. He controlled his power to stab into the village chief, causing him to be injured. Meanwhile, when he was not focused, Rebecca had appeared from behind him with blood all over her body and touched Decarabian's hand. Decarabian turned back and shouted in horror when he saw her, what the hell? Then he gathered his strength and pushed her away, far away. Decarabian opened his eyes wide in horror. What the hell is this? She did not even use mana to defend. She took his attack head-on with just physical strength. This endurance is too monstrous. Is she even human? The village chief was still tightly bound and tried to say, run away. Rebecca. Decarabian angrily cursed. Shut up. Decarabian dangerously approached Rebecca and thought, am I crazy? Looking at her appearance, he was surprised. Her eye and hair color. They just changed color. Never mind. Whatever. I just need to take your head. Decarabian bared his teeth ferociously, controlling his power to destroy her. He crazily blasted magic towards her. At that time, Rebecca raised her hand and created some kind of power. Rebecca focused on creating a mysterious red circle. That red power grew larger and suppressed Decarabian's magic. He was surprised to see that, not believing his eyes. He stuttered. Mana. Rebecca coldly, with a fearless aura that overwhelmed the opponent. Decarabian's eyes widened in shock when he witnessed Rebecca's power. No. More importantly, what the hell? Is she absorbing my mana? Rebecca proudly unleashed her power, only to see a red circle of light created that sucked in the powerful mana. He was surrounded by her power. He crazily shouted, what is AT? What kind of weird power is that? Decarabian rushed UVA, controlling his magic into a sharp blade and planned to stab Rebecca. He lost control and rushed to kill the opponent. Die. But his attack was sucked into the power that Rebecca created. His attack was also sucked in. Decarabian went crazy, not accepting defeat, and angrily cursed and created a source of mana from his hand, preparing to attack. Die. Just die already. Go to hell. He used his power to transform into a violent source of power. A vortex of purple light shone everywhere. That powerful mana covered the entire area. Ada spread its power and destroyed everything around. Decarabian could not hide his surprise. Huh. Why? His attack had no effect. In front of him, Rebecca was still standing there completely safe. All his power was harmless to her. Rebecca, with her dreamy red eyes, looked up, her face dazed, power gushing out. The shape of a terrifying monster appeared. Ati bared its teeth with vip red eyes. Ati seemed that this was the power inside her awakening. Rebecca's hand became shaky and something was unusual. Her fingers began to transform, her nails long and cramped terribly. She put her hand to squeeze Decarabian's neck, causing him to be extremely frightened. Who are you? Really? Rebecca, with her long dragon-like wings, squeezed the neck of that guy, causing him to be terrified. What the hell are you? He was terrified, and felt the strangeness in his body. All the power in his body was being drained. The mana he had accumulated for thousands of years was being absorbed by a miserable human. No way. Rebecca was still calmly tightening her neck and sucking his mana. Decarabian was drained of his power and kept screaming. This can't be Rio. Rebecca coldly spoke up. No. She smiled. Her face dangerously said, At. Happen. Yip inside her eyes was a terrifying power. Decarabian sensed her manifestation. Doubtfully thinking, is not that the destroyer of the primordial era, Diablo of Wrath, is the energy of the Sevinen thrones? Why do I feel At in this human? Except for those sealed among the Sevinen thrones. The rest have been wiped out by their own rebellious henchmen. Or at least the legend says so. Do not tell me that she has always been hiding in the human world, owning her power day by day. He unwillingly cursed. Damn A. Rebecca inadvertently continued to tighten and deplete Decarabian's mana. Meanwhile, in the back, the village chief poked his head out and called. Rebecca. Rebecca heard him call, and returned to her normal appearance and sat down crying. Village chief, I broke my promise. He asked. What promise? Rebecca hugged her head and cried sadly. The promise of me and Ludian. I knew I would not have promised him. I have to apologize. I want to meet him. I have to say sorry to him. I really want to meet him, the village chief worriedly said. Calm down. Rebecca. Rebecca kept saying, I will go meet him. I will go meet and apologize. He said. Do you mean Ludian? The village chief thought. Her hair and eyes also changed color. What the hell is happening to Rebecca? Then, he said to her, Ludian is in the capital now. How do you plan to find the kid there? And 80 takes 2 weeks to get there. Rebecca spoke up. I can feel it. The village chief was confused. What? She replied. Ludian's energy. She firmly said, I can feel it. A mana sword manifested a huge source of energy hidden. Rebecca stood up and trembled, saying, I'm sorry. Village chief. He was surprised. Huh. She continued. To suppress this power, I think I need Ludium. The village chief worriedly thought. I do not know what the ominous energy from Rebecca is, but if the villagers see her in this state, I can't imagine how they will react. He asked her with concern, Will you be okay? Rebecca replied, I do not know either. Then he gently said, Rebecca, let me take care of this mess. The village chief looked at her worriedly and secretly prayed. All I can do now is pray that Rebecca's path ahead will be blessed by God. Scene changes to the main residence of the Belstad family. Everyone was eating a banquet and a voice rang out. At is an honor to meet you. I am Horn, from the Farah's Merchant Association. I'm Poker, the president of the Batch Trade Guild. Congratulations on becoming the heir of the family. Viscount. Jester. The chief butler of the Belstad family respectfully greeted. I am Jester, the new chief butler of the Belstad family. By order of Miss Luciella. From now on I will serve you. I hope to be guided by you, Lord Ludian Belstad. Ludian smiled shyly and said, I also look forward to working with you. He thought funnily. What an embarrassing feeling. After that, He entrusted the work. From today, you will be the president and leader of the trade guild. All the work will be handled by you. The butler thanked. Thank you for trusting me with this important responsibility. Ludian instructed, but make sure the reports sent to me are very detailed. Jester replied, I will remember. At this time, someone came and interrupted them. I am here. Brother. Ludian was stunned to see him and said, Welcome, sir. Lord Grey. He stepped forward, held a glass of wine and pretended to be afraid and joked. Oh, just call me Grey. Okay, thanks to you. I have a firm foothold in the family, he said happily. My mother is also quite satisfied with the recent agreement. Finishing speaking, he drank wine and invited him. Have a drink. Brother. Ludian helplessly thought, this kid is still underage to drink. Then he replied, I will pass. Grey finished his glass of wine and said with a smile, Oh right, my mother sent a message. Ludian was surprised. A message from the Duchess. Grey's mother, and the head of the Bellatrix family. Sonia Bluefield Bellatrix. At first she was not very interested in the offer, but after seeing the gold bars containing Ma and Caslay's magic book, he remembered when she heard and talked to Grey she expressed frustration. Damn the Emperor. He laughed and thought. She agreed immediately. Grey looked at him and said, She has not priced the magic book you gave me yet. To directly negotiate the price, she wants to meet you after the party. He seemed drunk and vaguely said, Such a book is very difficult to price. You know, AT is the foundation for an entire school of magic. Ludian gave up. That is true. No matter how high level the magic, or how complicated the formula, their foundation still comes from the Bai-Dech magic book. Grey laughed drunkenly and said, So, remember to make time after the party. Ludian replied with a smile. Of course, if the Duchess has asked. I have to go. Grey said. But anyway. Brother. Are you hiding anything else? Ludian looked bored at this drunkard. He snapped his fingers teasing. Do not hide AT. Remember to bring ATO next time. He smiled then raised his hand to support Grey thinking. This brat. When the party was about to end, there was a woman sitting there and saying, the wine here is really top-notch. Ludian held his hand and spoke. I am glad you like AT. Duchess. The Duchess was a little drunk, looked at the bottle of wine and said, This kid, just a viscount and already has better wine than me. Ludian looked at her and sighed thinking, Now I understand who Grey learned to drink at that age from. Sonia smiled and said, Anyway. Congratulations. In just a few days, you have become a nobleman famous throughout the empire. Ludian bowed humbly and said, AT is all thanks to the two Duke families and the second prince. I am just the one taking the blame. Sonia said, If you think so, then so be AT. If Grey was a daughter, I would have married her to you. Grey next to her quickly shouted, Mother. The Duchess held the bottle of wine to her forehead and said, Like that, I do not need to spend anything, and if so, there is no need to negotiate. Troublesome. Like now? Right. Well, just half joking. Never mind that. Let us get to the point. Ludian thought boredly. Again. Sonia held the book in her hand and negotiated. Let us discuss the price of this magic book. The verification is complete. The result. AT is a general handbook, compiled specifically for the orthodox bloodline of the School of Magic. Ludian thought funnily. Of course, AT was taken from Caslay's secret chamber. The Duchess touched the book on the table and said, The problem is, because AT has been confirmed to be genuine, to be honest, AT is currently difficult to pay in cash. In addition to just buying shares in the Cirrus Trading Alliance, I have also poured a lot of money into the magic metal trade. AT is not impossible. But as the head of the family, I cannot ignore the fact that the treasury is even more depleted. So I want to negotiate. Are you interested in magic tools or antiques? I can give you some quite valuable items. Ludian replied gently again. I do not need antiques. He calculated. Unless AT is an antique on par with the hourglass of time, of the psychic empire, I am not very interested. Anyway, I still have some top-notch antiques made by Caslay. Sonia was a little disappointed when she heard him say that, so that is AT. Ludian continued. Instead, I want to offer an alternative. He smiled with interest and thought. The reason Gray became a great mage in the original Sif of Terai. Of course, his talent played the biggest role. He secretly deduced. But knowledge, magical theory, and the accumulated experience of the Bellatrix family for generations all contributed to that result. Therefore, after that, Ludian smiled and made a suggestion. I want to know the entire foundation of the Bellatrix family's power to become a great mage. Gray asked with confusion. Wait, are not you in the night department? But now you want to learn magic? Ludian comfortably replied. That is right, Gray asked again. Starting to learn magic at your age and wanting to become a great mage. He replied. Correct. Gray scolded unhappily again. Do not just say correct. Sonia explained with a smile. Magic is not something you can master in parallel with swordsmanship. You should understand that a tie is impossible. Try to suggest something else. We would be willing to fulfill anything else. But Ludian said with utmost determination. I am completely serious. Causing Sonia to be surprised. Really? She analyzed for Ludian to understand. If you start learning magic now, even if you are a genius, and we use all the resources of the Bellatrix family, A2 will still take about 30 years to become a great mage. That is if you drop O of school and spend 18 hours a day at the magic tower. She continued. Magic courses. We can train better than the royal family. We will design a special curriculum just for you. But even so, AT takes too much time. Not worth the effort. To be honest, spending money may be better. At that moment, Ludian spoke up again. 10 years. He raised his 2 hands and affirmed. Just give me a learning path to become a great mage in 10 years. I only ask for that. Gray was startled when he heard him and shouted. Are you crazy? Ludian calmly thought. According to AT's calculations based on AVILIB data, that goal is completely achievable in 10 years. He said indifferently. Just add a clause that if I do not become a great mage, I do not have to take responsibility. I am okay with that. But I am worried that because of that, the Bellatrix family will ignore my training. That statement made the Duchess angrily slam her hand on the table and said, Who do you think we are? She stood up, pointed her finger and said aggressively, Withdraw from the academy immediately, and start going to the fire tower to report from tomorrow. I swear on my honor that, no matter what, I will make you a great mage. Even if you are a failure. Ludian was satisfied and triumphant when he heard the Duchess affirm. It was getting dark outside. Ludian continued. Hearing that, I am relieved, but I am going to be away for a month. So I want to start training after I come back. He smiled and scratched his head, promising. I will also learn swordsmanship in parallel with the magic training program. Gray was scared to see the anger rising from the Duchess. Brother, you should not provoke my mother anymore. Ludian replied. I am serious. Gray replied. Then AT's even more dangerous. After that, Sonia slammed her hand on the table and said strongly, Okay. I will give you what you want. I will even design the curriculum myself. However, because I will personally supervise the entire process, if you do not keep up even a little, you will experience hell. I am really looking forward to that month. Gray was scared seeing the tense situation. Atizu Veep sisters. After that, the Duchess took the bottle of wine and spoke. By the way, why does Ati take a whole month? Ludian replied. I need to leave the capital for a while to prepare and get some things. Sonia smiled and glanced at him saying, Is At necessary to go when demons are still lurking all Zuvit the capital? He replied indifferently, You can't get any more information even if you poke me. You are a wise person. You probably understand. A few stray demons can't be the mastermind behind this whole thing. I am only sharing this with you because I trust the Bellatrix family. Sonia was drinking wine and listening to him carefully. After that, she smiled and said, All right. Sorry for testing you. Sonia stood up and asked, But why do not you report this to the royal family? Ludian honestly replied, Because the demon faction is working with the third prince. The Duchess said, I would not be surprised if that information was leaked at any time. Furthermore, the Emperor and the Crown Prince are also very suspicious. They definitely know what is happening in the capital. But they are still silent. That is right, even when Gus died, or even now, when the third prince is being targeted. They still have not made a move. The Crown Prince has also not appeared in public for a while. That alone is worth investigating. The two of them left and Ludian politely said, I will entrust that to you. Duchess. Sonia left and replied with a smile. Do not expect to get far-right information, he said. Of course. He stood in the room and thought. As expected, change is necessary. Ludian raised his hand and controlled it to create a stream of power. He thought, reaching the level of swordsmanship master in just 1 month. I have become strong enough not to waste time sitting in the school anymore. One day before, at the Belstad training ground, Ludian was practicing sword with the psychic brothers. Ludian held his sword preparing to stab Elvin in the back. Sensing Elvin turned around and blocked his sword. Thinking, you divil. He initially could not even do a correct stance. AT's only been a month and he has become a different person. This guy is 100% a genius. Ludian smiled calmly, stepped back to dodge Elvin's sword. Suddenly, while Elvin felt danger and widened his eyes in shock, he was stabbed in the shoulder by Ludian's sword and blood. Elvin painfully dropped his sword to the ground. Ludian was worried to see that. Senior, are you okay? Elvin gasped, hugged his arm and reassured. Do not worry about me. AT's not a serious wound. He thought, this kid Ludian, he definitely held back at the last minute. Not using all his strength at the last minute is something only done when seeing that the opponent is not at the same level as him. After that, he smiled and said to Ludian, It seems we can't spar like this anymore. Ludian replied, Not at all. I still have a lot to learn. Elvin sighed and said, Do not joke. In terms of swordsmanship, you are already on par with me. I think there is no one in the Empire who can compare with you. Ludian secretly said, According to Senior's opinion. What should I do to continue to improve from here? Elvin bitterly scolded. What the hell, you crazy thing. Ludian said indifferently. The only reason I can beat you is thanks to the development of my physique, but that will soon reach its limit. Elvin was surprised and thought, Huh. Wait, it seems that this kid has gotten taller. Ludian asked, Is there no way to develop 80 earlier? The sooner the better. Elvin smiled teasingly. You greedy kid. Well then. There is. You have to reach a state of enlightenment through Ryo combat. That is the fastest shortcut to reach the next level. Ludian replied, I also guessed so. Elvin explained again, but do you know why it's called Ryu combat? That is because one mistake can cost you your life. Ludian said, So, if there is a place where you can die and come back to life as if nothing happened, then I will get all the benefits from Ryu combat. Right. Elvin was stunned when he heard him say that. Elvin sat down and released his sword and said, Well, if such a place really exists, it would be feasible. In an era where magic and science reached their peak, there are rumors that such places once existed in the mythical era. After that, he left and said, But wake up, such places only exist in myths and legends. Scene changes to the present. Ludian stood by the window and said with a smile, Yes, such a place only exists in the mythical era. Diablo. The sword next to him replied, What is wrong, kid? If you were to face one of the CVN seats now, how would you react? Diablo replied, If I really encountered those bastards, I would greet them warmly, then punch their faces. Ludian laughed and said, It seems everyone is close. Diablo said, But if you suddenly ask me like that, there must be a reason. Right, kid? He replied, That is right. I plan to risk my life for training in the next month. I plan to take Julie the legacy of one of the CVN seats. Diablo said excitedly, Which one of the CVN seats? Ludian laughed and replied, If I say AT now, what is the fun? At this time, Addy next to him called, Master. He asked, What is AT? Addy said, You are developing at an amazing speed. Master. Enough to exceed your goal. And more. Is not AT a little too rushed? And if AT is the legacy of one of the CVN seats, AT will be even more difficult to obtain AT. Right. Do you really have to risk ATA like that? Would not AT be better to retrieve one of my functions? Ludian looked at Addy and said, AT is important to take risks. Well, I was forced to create a truce with those guys, but that truce is only between me and Asmodeus. He said seriously, AT won't last long either. Ludian went to the window and spoke, Before I take action to deal with them, there is a reckless brat who plans to attack me first. Diablo said, A belligerent brat. You must be talking about Eligos. He laughed with a dangerous look. Bingo. Which means, before he starts acting, Ludian said with interest, I will have to strike first. Right.